Hello, hello. Hello, hello, folks. It looks like we're just about to get set up for the podcast. I may have to mute for a bit, we'll see. Just while I set up scenes and stuff. But starting in just a moment, we'll be having a Path of Exile 2 podcast for an hour or 2 hours. Chatting with a few of the other folks from the Maxroll team. And it should be a good time. And then after that, we're going to be doing some Trial of Sekhemas Testing. If Twitch will let me, I'm gonna try and run another ad now, so we don't get like ads during the podcast. It's probably not gonna let me for a few more minutes. Dang. Yeah, I don't think it'll let me yet. Dang, if you can do two back to back, you can buy yourself like 2 hours. I'll see if I can sneak it in, but mostly I gotta set up those scenes and stuff. I believe I'm pretty organized and ready to go. Ziggy early. This is ideally the time I would start. I'm running late for setting up the podcast, but I think I actually got everything done ready in time. I think I actually am ready. We're just gonna set up the Discord call here in a moment, folks. I may have to mute for a little while, just while I get things set up. Alright, let me mute for a moment. My stream is also unmuted. Hello. Early arrivals on my stream. Just getting scene set up and everything. Looking forward to some podcasting action, fellas. Love a good podcast. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm so hot for a podcast.
Nice. What time is it there?
Midday. Midday.
Nice. So that's
right when baby goes to sleep. Alright, I think I'm ready. How you folks going? Oh, wait. I forgot to green screen myself, lol.
Not ready.
Not ready. Perfect. That's good enough to me.
Okay. Trying to find
Ziggy's never ready.
Camera.
Ziz chat, can you stop
I
spamming
think
so I
I'm
can
the
read
one
you?
that's gonna be.
What?
I was telling your chat to stop spamming and being so active so I can actually read things in it.
Oh, that's funny.
It's not gonna happen, is it? You've been popping off lately, haven't you, mate?
It's been kind of wild.
Yeah.
See, they took that as an instruction to spam.
Ah, very good. I am a guest here,
Yeah.
but I will also be host today because Ziz is sleepy. I'll
Yeah.
roleplay as host.
It's nice. I'll also potentially be eating at some point during because I have food next to me.
So you're going to be
when I
eating,
get too
farming, and
hungry.
sleeping during this podcast.
Literally.
Phenomenal. This should be a thriller, a banger of a time.
I have Red Bull. It'll wake me up. I swear.
Are you talking to us, Rax? Because you're muted if so.
Yeah, I'm just talking to you guys.
I assume Rax was talking to a stream. I can't hear you if
Oh.
I just
Yeah,
see-
I'm just troubleshooting with the stream here. I'm here and ready to go
Cool.
whenever.
Just making sure. Oh yeah, can we get an audio check? That's a really good idea, actually. You sound loud.
I was
when
just
you
thinking
do.
that because he's very loud. So I'm going to turn him down a bit.
There we
Yep.
go. Testing.
Turn you up a bit, Tuna.
Hello,
Hello?
everybody. Hello.
I'm Rax. Hello, how's the volume?
That sounds
Hello,
good
hello,
now.
hello, hello.
Yeah,
Sounding good.
sounds pretty good. What do you think, chat? Chats? Apparently I need to be a little louder. Hello. Tuna might still be a bit quiet. Can we get a check from you, Tuna?
Testing. What's up, guys? Hope
Yeah,
you
man,
doing well.
thank you.
I still like Tuna. You're Italian, right? Or where are you from?
I'm Italian, yeah, from Italy.
You don't sound Italian at all.
I mean, if I speak Italian, buongiorno.
You need to do this. Like, speak you with the hands.
I
buongiorno.
imagine I'd sound Italian if I
Tutto
spoke
bene.
Italian, but
You speak
then again,
Italian?
maybe not.
Do you actually speak any Italian?
Wait, no, I definitely don't. I'd be like that Inglorious Bastard scene. Oui, buongiorno. Buongiorno. Buongiorno, mate.
That's a classic.
All right, are we ready,
Super.
folks? Is everyone ready? Yes.
Yep.
Sound off. Tuna
Yep.
ready? Ziz ready? Rax ready?
Yeah.
I'm
Carlos, what do you do?
recording. I'm ready to go.
Oh mate, I'm gonna do it then. I'm gonna kick us off. 3, 2, and g'day, folks. ZD here. Welcome to the first ever assembling of this particular crew, but not the first ever of the Maxroll podcast, because there has been a bunch of them. But we are here for the first Path of Exile 2 podcast since it has launched into early access, with myself, Ziggy, Zizarin, who has been streaming non-stop and is probably very tired. Crouching Tuna, down in the bottom left there, and Rex and Tarax. Actually, you guys might be in different orders than other streams, but welcome, folks. It's good to
Hi.
sit down and digest some PoE 2 action. I love a good chance to
Hell
I
yeah.
can't believe we're finally playing it.
vent and share our
Yeah.
excitement. Yeah, right? 5 years leading up to this
5
point.
years.
Yeah. How does it... I guess that's a good place to start. How does it feel to be in and finally playing? Are you filled with excitement and hope and future for the future? Or are you filled with dread and doom and gloom? Or is it everything you wanted and much, much more? Or
I'm-
much, much less? Ziz?
I'm a hoper. Like I'm loving it. So I'm actually in the camp that I do enjoy PoE 1 more, but that's like PoE 1 is at like 9.5 or a 10 for me, and PoE 2 is like a 8.5 or a 9. Like I'm very hopeful. Like by the way, I actually hated day 2 and I was kind of miserable and I was like, oh god no. But then after they did those changes, I'm a lot more positive. Like I am making a
so the
feedback
dodge roll
sheet and stuff like
change?
that.
That sort of thing?
Yeah, the dodge roll especially because I died to those stupid fucking beetles. But honestly, like I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm still like I'm actually able to go into this with the mindset that it is early access. A lot of people aren't able to do that. They are treating it like a full launch. So I'm like, I remember saying on day 2, like, it might be frustrating right now, but this is the worst state Path of Exile 2 will ever be in. TM, hopefully.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a good thing to remember, isn't it?
yeah, so I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, okay. So that's pretty interesting then to hear that like you're a PoE 1 enjoyer primarily, but that you're still feeling very optimistic from the sounds of things. You're definitely not dooming.
Yeah, I enjoy both.
Yeah, okay. What about yourself, Rax?
So I would say my opinion is almost exactly what Zizern just said. I would say, I get asked this all the time, what game is in a better state, PoE 1 or PoE 2? I think PoE 1 is a little bit better. The thing that PoE 1 really satiates is just zooming. You're just flying already by like Act 4. You're essentially like mapping through like the last 6 acts. It's so fun just to fly through everything. I think PoE 2, like when I think back to all the different ARPGs in like the last 10 years that have launched in early access, I think PoE 2 probably has the most content and the best structure of any game. So I think the future is extremely bright. The fact that we got that patch so early and it fixed a lot of core problems that people were having immediately. I could not believe that after the first weekend already on the first like Monday or Tuesday, they already had a significant patch about a lot of things that people were talking about. I think the game is amazing for the state that it's in. I think like 6 months to 1 year when it launches, I think it's probably gonna be one of the strongest, if not the strongest ARPG release ever.
Yeah, right on.
I
Tuna,
agree.
what about yourself, mate? Well, sorry, Ziz.
Wait. One
jump in.
sec. Yeah, I just had a quick addendum to that.
Yeah.
Like, one thing that I feel like PoE 1 does particularly well that PoE 2 doesn't right now is just like agency. Like we have a little bit less like choice over like exactly what content to run and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's true.
PoE 1's really nailed that, especially lately.
Yeah.
Being able to pick
That's
exactly
important
what
for
you
me.
want. Play the exact Path of Exile one you want. So it definitely is a long way off in that regard, isn't it? But we'll talk about Endgame and that stuff a lot later on, I expect. But just overall sentiments for now. Tuna, how are you feeling about things, mate?
I really like PoE 2, but I really like it. Also, need to take this with a pinch of salt because we are in the honeymoon phase. But I'm really enjoying like understanding the mechanics, understanding the builds, and also being in a stage where we don't have access to the tools that we would otherwise have with PoE 1, which is really, for me, like really exciting. Actually, like playing the game and getting feedback from the game as opposed to getting feedback from Path of Building or something like that, right? So it's a different dynamic, and it sort of makes you step out and think about things a little differently, and it also makes you feel like a noob, which is a really humbling and just a really, really fun experience. Now, gameplay-wise, like, there's a lot to work on, I think, but the game is, as Rax said, it's a really good state, and I'm really thankful that we can get to play it like already, because it felt like if they didn't get it out, then they would kind of just keep scope creeping and then get to the point where it's like, So I'm really glad they just put it out and we can play it, and now we can give our feedback and just enjoy it and see it improve from here on out. And as you said, like it's never, like, now is the worst state it's ever gonna be in. And also I'm really looking forward to the future. Like, I'm really also looking forward to just getting the tools as well, like, and just seeing things improve, and yeah, it's gonna be great.
Oh, quick question, Tuna.
Yeah.
Do you prefer the game with or without POB?
I prefer without, but it's a little bit of a, like, because I always preferred the like action reaction type of building where like I try something in game and I see results, and I think obviously like the thing about POB is that my build would just be like 100 times better with it, right? And that's like, it's natural because I would be able to measure exactly the consequences of the things that I do with my build. But I just think it's more fun to do it without, because then it's like more of a, you just feel like more accomplished when something works, if that makes sense.
Right.
It's amazing, this little tiny slice of time that we have without Path of Building. So for those of you new exiles joining us potentially, Path of Building is effectively a hardcore calculator for Path of Exile builds. It allows you to simulate and suggest and recommend the things that are really going to optimize your character to the point where, this is the thing that will give you the most damage. So it's a extremely powerful tool for solving builds in Path of Exile 1, and it will be here soon, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I saw some news recently that it looks like some things are being worked on for it. So it will be interesting to see the amount of power creep we have just by virtue of that releasing in the future. Like, if we all just get 30-40% stronger, maybe more.
Definitely more than that, yeah. I think just to add something to that as well, like one thing that I don't like is not having like a ladder where I can look at people's gear, and I think that is gonna be like the biggest catalyst to build improvable, because like the thing is like you might be like a good player, you might be smart and things like that, but other people are too, and learning from other people is always gonna be like, in my opinion, the catalyst to just basically build booms, right? So at the moment, it feels like people are sort of like playing specific skills and not really like exploring things. And I think that's part of the reason why, is because we are not able to actually like copy from other people, basically like understand mechanics, like why they did things and stuff like that.
Yeah, build making is so iterative. Like PoE Ninja is a way that we basically steal builds from each other. And that's how we all kind of evolve and adapt our builds over time through that process. And yeah, but not having that as well is also a big deal. Or maybe almost as much as the path of building, like you're saying. You sound a lot like me, Tuna, in that you really seem to enjoy that, having a lot of things to figure out and solve and try to understand and physically experiment with your character and stuff. So I'm really enjoying that process too. And I think like it's good to kind of see that bias in ourselves as well, because we're going to maybe enjoy this state of an unfinished game more than the game quality might warrant, just because we're really enjoying this process of learning something new. I definitely try to be conscious of that when I'm like sharing my feelings of how much fun I'm having, because I'm having so much fun. And yet I have a list of very significant complaints about the game, or criticism about the game right now. Like I have some things I'm very worried about that I'm interested to see how they're going to solve, and some things I'm like, how are they actually going to solve this? How are they going to balance out like the two desires between the different Path of Exile communities, and or there's three distinct groups now. It almost feels like your Path of Exile 1 Zoomers, your PoE 2 people who really wanted the promise that was being sold of this slower, more tactical game. The promise that was very well realized in those first couple acts, but is lost by Endgame potentially. I'm sure we'll talk about that soon.
I was very surprised about like the kill time on bosses compared to white and blue monsters. I actually was expecting bosses to have literally 20 times more HP, because there are currently blue monsters that I take the same time to kill as a boss. I am not even exaggerating. I just killed the candle boss in Crypt in 0.5 seconds. And I had a blue monster die in 1 second.
Yeah, it's that's Path of Exile 1 stuff all over again. I think right now we're obviously suffering from a somewhat last minute implementation of a end game, and it's all, like we said, it's very easy to remember or to forget that it's early access. It's very hard to actually kind of because it has released with so much more content, and the early parts of the game are so much more polished than many games release with, especially in early access. But I'm overall loving it and enjoying it more now than I would be playing Path of Exile 1 right now, despite my list of massive things that I'm worried about and concerned about and want changed and fixed. So that's kind of my overall feelings. But I'm curious what you folks are playing currently. Rax, what have you been playing? What build have you been doing? How's it been going?
So the first thing that I wanted to do in PoE 2 was essentially try to play 4 archetypes, like as many archetypes as I could, to try to get an understanding of how this game actually is. So I started with the Cast on Freeze Sorceress, and then I got to finish the campaign, threw up a guide on that, and then it was dead. So goodbye. And then then I tried respecking, and the thing that I respec to was way worse, and then I was out of gold. And I'm sure we'll talk about respec costs later. But I was very sad we didn't get like a respec token there. So then I went Ranger, and the Ranger was just really, really strong, just absolutely frying everything. So I beat the campaign on the Ranger. And then I went Invoker Monk with Ice Strike, and in the beginning it felt terrible. I was actually asking chat, like, what do you guys do as an early game monk? And they said, Rax, you put on a bow and you play Ranger. I'm like, that's actually the smartest thing I've ever heard of. I put on a bow, and then it was way stronger. And then you finally get Ice Strike. And it's like Zizarin said, I killed the final boss on my Ice Strike monk, just putting together my own build. I froze him in the beginning, and he was dead before he could unfreeze. So the Act 6 boss, dead. So I was like, okay, the monk is frying. And then today I made a witch, and now I'm in Act 5, and the witch is just murdering everything, just walking forward with our minions and plowing everything down. So I would say probably the weakest of the four for me, if I had to play the campaign again, the one I would like to play the least again is probably the Sorceress. Without the cast on freeze, what am I going to do? Like Spark and Flame Wall? I couldn't. I tried all three elements as I was leveling. I couldn't find anything better. But the other three, Ranger, Monk, and the Witch, felt amazing for me.
Nice.
That's interesting to hear because Sorceress has had like a lot of really positive opinions, but yeah, I think maybe it's been in very specific archetypes, which maybe have changed a bit. It sounds like, and this is something I've noticed too, is it feels like we have, despite having so many skills, somewhat of a limited skill package in some areas. Like, I don't know, yeah, like I have heard Lightning maybe doesn't have a lot in the early stages there, or people just kind of scratching their head about how to play that side of things. Sounds like you had a similar
Well,
experience.
Lightning spells.
What's that?
I do think some of that though is that we just need to learn a bit more because we
Absolutely.
are seeing like I was saying like, oh, I don't know how to do this, and then somebody was like, actually, somebody is doing this, and I was like, oh, that's cool. So
I've had a really good time with lightning spells actually.
That's good. What
It's
ones?
just it's literally just Spark and Ooze. Like of course you use Flame Wall because
Yeah.
PoE 2 you just click a button and you get more damage.
Yeah.
But Spark and Ooze, and then you get to beginning of Act 3 and you get Mana Tempest, and then from there you're just a god basically because Mana
That's-
Tempest is insane.
That's good to hear that. I think there's big gaps from
You
just
put that
people
down
not
and-
awesome.
kind of happening into a build that works for them, so that archetype doesn't feel right. And Rax touched on something really interesting there too, which is weapon swaps, which I feel like are super unexplored currently. Like, I know I've barely touched on it just with some leap slamming, but I've seen some people starting to explore that stuff more, and it's opening up the game a lot because we seem to have a situation going on where we don't have a lot of ability, like we have less skills than we might otherwise because we're, you know, just using mace skills. But if we had, you know, if we were taking advantage of skills from the other archetypes, from the other weapon types, then all of a sudden things open up a lot more. So, what have you been playing then, Tuna?
I have been a serial reroller as well. I started
It's hard not to.
on a blood mage. So the blood mage, unfortunately, as you guys know, I was pretty bad to begin with. The leech was basically non-functional, and your first ascendancy is a downside. So that was a bit rough. But so I went like cast on freeze on that one, also because it just felt like a no-brainer. And yeah, I was playing that for a little bit. But then I re-rolled soon after because just wasn't enjoying. Like I spec'd into the 10% leech and it wasn't moving my HP, so that was kind of a little bit sad. Now they fixed that though, so that's cool. And yeah, so that was my first build. My second build, I made an invoker, a spell invoker. I wanted to see it has like the meta energy gain thing, plus 35%, and it's multiplicative with all the increases that you have on the tree. So I was playing cast on ignite, and one flame wall cast would drop one comment. Basically, it was completely
Nice.
OP. It was really, really, really strong, and that got nerfed 2 days after, or 1 day after, literally, that I made it. So I was like, yeah, like T4 maps, literally, like I leveled, and then that got nerfed. So now I'm on my third build, and I'm really enjoying spells at the moment. I've really missed playing spells in Path of Exile 1 because hand casting hasn't really been a thing in Path of Exile 1 unless you get for like super high investment usually. So now I'm playing Spark, Archmage, but the caveat is that I'm actually not really dealing damage with Spark. I'm using Spark as a supporting skill for Lightning Conduit. And I'm stacking Shock and Shock Magnitude. I'm getting like 70% shocks and doubling them with Stormweaver. And when it procs, right, like it just deals like 1.5 million damage. It's insane.
Oh.
What
That's
about
really good.
What about users?
So I've had a few people remark they were a bit surprised at this because I usually like always try to like POB min-max the stuff, have everything rating up and everything, but like the start is so sacred. It's supposed to be special. So
Yeah.
I went in with like a very the main thing that I looked up was Ascendancy tree, because you can't respec Ascendancy. So I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I want to have a rough idea of what I'm doing, and I was like, I'm starting Titan, and then I ascended Warbringer. But like literally
Flip a
at the
coin.
altar, I changed my mind. People are like, "Oh, you're ascending. What are you gonna do?" And I'm like, "Titan." And then I got there, and it was like a Lord of the Rings moment. I was like, "Why shouldn't I keep it?" And I'm like, "Warbringer." And yeah, like I've like barely looked anything up. I've been very like just playing and seeing like, oh, cool, I found a new unique and having that fresh new player experience. And I started on hardcore, was playing really, really careful. I was playing like a totem warbringer, and I got to like level 36, 38, something like that, with like 15 all rest because I just wasn't finding any gear. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay in one zone and farm for like 5 hours. But then I got trapped in by a bunch of beetles and killed. And I was like, oh, never mind. And then
It's
I was
revenge
like,
for
you know
your
what?
beetle exploits, Ziz. For you
This was before I
exploiting-
even knew
Oh,
about it.
They knew ahead of time.
Yeah, they knew. They knew it was coming. You could have done it then. I should have. But yeah, I probably would have died anyway. So I continued on softcore because I honestly I was like day one is very not hardcore viable. I was like I was bashing my face into hardcore, and I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy the game more. So I went to maps, and I was having a really good time in the campaign. I was vibing. I got to maps, and I'm like, wow, this fucking sucks. Because I got to maps with 8 lightning rest, and I just was getting chain one hit. I saw lightning ability, and I'm like, and I'd used, I ended up farming for 16 hours. I farmed 900,000 gold. Used it all gambling. Didn't get a single upgrade. Farmed another 16 hours.
Oh
The
my
total
God.
amount of white rings I found to Alk was 2. And I was just like, I was molding. And people are like, so how do you feel about the game? And I'm like, and I was just saying, like, I'm waiting for GDD to make a post. Like, this can't be it. This isn't it. And then that post came, and I was like, oh, I felt so vindicated and so justified. And I had, like, people kept writing, like, Steel Mage is mad, Steel Mage is angry. And, like, we both had the same experience with getting the maps. And it's kind of weird as a content creator, because you're no-lifing the game so much that you end up being a little bit ahead of the curve. So like you have all the people that are still in campaign, like, what are you wrong? Like you're wrong. Skill issue. Like skill issue. Just get better. But they haven't been in maps yet. Yeah. I also I was shocked at how many white items were dropping in maps. Just not rings. Rings don't exist. But I was like, I definitely need a filter. I remember hearing back quotes from podcasts like, oh, you shouldn't need a filter. Or you get to maps, and I'm like,
You need to filter so much. Oh my God.
Yeah. So I just started making one on day one. Like, actually, on day one, I was putting in one item at a time. So I have like this long a list in my filter with like just every item I didn't want to see.
Artisanal filter making. Nice.
Yeah. But then when that patch came, I was like, you know what? I don't know if this is enough to go hardcore, but I'm going to gamble that it is. I started playing hardcore. I went a witch summoner, and it's a blast. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having so much fun. I'm hard stuck right now in tier 2 maps because I am solo self-found, which is a huge mistake. This is a bad idea to play solo self-found. You have to be like torture enjoyer. But the gear progression is really fun when you get it. I'm just hard stuck trying to get a minion helmet with any resist so that I can go energy shield.
I can't believe you went solo self-found as well as hardcore here, because I know you were debating even playing hardcore in the first place. And now ESSF as well.
I think especially PoE 2 is a lot more fun on hardcore trade league for me. I think it will be. I'm going solo self-found until either myself or somebody kills the boss on the hardest difficulty, the Uber. I think it looks so one-shotty, so I think a lot of people are gonna die to it. And obviously now I won't be able to practice on standard. But I do have some regret because the migrate option is broken. So I can't even migrate. So I'm very stuck on SSF until they fix the migrate button.
Enforced SSF. Damn. So ethical. I love it.
But like, honestly, between farming the beetle before maps, like that helped a lot.
That buff to the drop rates was incredible. I have not been having the problem of that content creator problem of going too fast and being ahead of the curve. I've been playing so slowly. My run has been, like you said, that first run is sacrosanct, right? You know, it's so important. So I've been going exceedingly slow and exploring everything and documenting everything and finding all of the secrets and mapping all of the maps. And it has been so fun. Like I said, I have a lot of issues with the game and a lot of stuff I want to see fixed. I'm probably going to do like a big ramble video at some point about all that stuff. But I'm just still having so much fun. And if someone told me, originally I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to play PoE 1 and PoE 2 at the same time. You know, go back and forth. But now if you told me to play PoE 1 right now, I would you know, I'd have a physical reaction, you know, I'd vomit or cry or both or something like that. I don't think I
Oh, really?
could right now.
Oh, I could easily.
Maybe by February, I might feel a bit different. Hopefully by then I'm kind of a bit sated and can enjoy a new PoE 1 League, but right now it feels hard to do. But I've been playing Mercenary Grenadier with grenade action and loving life. Flashbang, my precious, my beautiful flashbang. I have to say, in general, I love, this is one of my highlights of PoE 2, apart from, well,
Yeah.
okay. One of my highlights is ailments. How good have they done with non-damage ailments specifically? I feel like freeze and stun and electrocute. I love the build-up system. I love the stagger bar. They feel powerful, maybe a little too powerful, but
Yeah.
they are so satisfying to engage with, and even so much detail to it as well. So when you play someone who's using flashbang all the time, you start to notice all these details where, like, you have these guys with these big shield arms, you flashbang them and they drop their shield. The guys with the big stones that slam down on you, you flashbang them, they drop it breaks, they can't pick it back up. Like, they lose abilities, mobs change, fights change so much. It's so cool.
Did not realize that.
Never
Did not
noticed
realize
either.
that at all.
I didn't either.
So
when
neat.
you were talking about debuffs and stuff, I was really surprised how strong freeze was.
Mhm.
Like the fact that it can freeze before the bar is filled up. I thought it would have been more like freeze fills up the bar really fast and gets a freeze out fast. But it just like I'm playing a freeze mage while I'm tired and I don't want to risk my main. And I'm just like right clicking things and it's frozen and I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's especially if you
so
can
good.
alternate between two different ailments. You can stagger bar, and then while they have their stun resistance, you can while, you know, slowly building up stun, you can freeze or electrocute or something like that. There's so much you can do to have some more control in these fights, and it makes a huge difference in some content. Obviously, like the Trial of Sekhemas and things, just being able to stun everything is a pretty big deal. So I've been loving that experience, and ultimately not too far in Endgame as a result of my very slow play, just a few tiers into maps. But I've been enjoying that so far, but it feels like a very different game from the early campaign. So I'll be interested to see where that goes. But yeah, loving the grenades, I'm very excited to explore a lot of the other archetypes though. It's hard to not re-roll. I'm trying to force myself to not.
What are you gonna play next?
Originally it was going to be monk, but I'm actually wondering if I want to like glutton for punishment a little bit and go straight into warrior because of how rough warrior's early game sounds like it is. It seemed like they're very strong late game, but it would be cool to, I don't know, make some content showing how to approach warrior early game and doing the Trial of Sekhemas on a warrior and stuff like that, because I think there are solutions. I do suspect GG's probably going to make some changes that might help though.
See,
Yeah.
that was really funny as a totem player, because I went warrior at start and I was parkour, and on warrior, if you're going totem, you actually don't need a physical weapon. All you need is plus skill level. So I found like plus 2 skill level pretty early, and I was doing great. So people were like, "You're the only warrior that's happy right now," because like most people were hitting. So like Trial of Sekhemas and stuff, like that was super easy with totems. I was just running around doing the armor breaking thing, and I'm like, "This is great. This is awesome. I'm so happy I went warrior." And people were showing me clips of other people like literally molding in Trial of Sekhemas and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, this is fun."
Totems win again. Shaking my head after being removed from the previous game. Here's what's going on. I'm glad to hear that. At least there was one nice feeling build from the early game there. So just kind of on the campaign first before we move on to like Ascendancy and Endgame and stuff a bit more. I'm curious what your bosses, right? Like for me, that's the biggest highlight of all the highlights. How incredible the boss fights have been. I'm curious, what is each your both most loved boss fight and most hated boss fight? What about you, Rax? Do you have some ones that really stood out to you?
Yeah. So the one I hate the most by far is the Queen of Filth. And there's two reasons why I hate that fight. When she does her double roly-poly slam thing, she has like the most ridiculous hitbox, and it's not just the hitbox of the slam itself. She will like drag you. So if you don't like dodge roll completely like perpendicular to her path, she's gonna drag you into the corner and double smash you. And it's like, I don't know how many times she killed my characters. I was like absolutely raging at her. And I think she's also the boss that just like raises her hand and throws like a 100-mile-an-hour like boulder at you. And I'm just like, dude, that is one of the hardest things to dodge or even see that she's doing it. I think it's Queen of Filth. The Viper is pretty rough as well with all the guards around you, and she does like it was a really cool fight, but all like
so cool.
the different circles that she spawns, like the poison ones and the chaos ones. And then if you get too close to the wall, they like stab you and then they shove you back in. It's like, oh my god, this boss is insane. And then another thing, like Zizrin said, when a lot of like the blues or the rare monsters are harder than the bosses, what about those two birds? The two yellow birds. Yeah, I think it's in Act 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the side quest. Yeah,
those are insane.
Yeah.
And I went there and I was playing on my sorceress, and then one of them had like the mana burning one. So they're like jumping on me and burning my mana. I'm like, okay, I can't play the game. Like they're just
the mana
me.
burn one is insane.
It's
like
so bad.
that's so crazy routine. As a mom build, I'm like, I need to get out of being mom just because of the circle, because they don't even like, sometimes it'll target my minion, so it just like perfectly runs into like me being in the circle. I'm like trying to stay on top of it, and I'm like,
so those rare fights are quite interesting. So they are effectively like bosses, but they're not unique bosses. They decided that they weren't interesting enough to turn into a unique, so they turned them into like unique rares. So it's kind of their own unique class, but because they're rares, they have randomized affixes, so people are going to have wildly different experiences with those fights. And when there's two rares together, that's a classic PoE thing, right? Overlapping auras and stuff. You get that shenanigans start to occur. So I did hear a lot of people having issues with that fight. The Hugo and Moonin one with the two rares together, and there's a few like that hidden around the campaign. But it's also kind of an interesting little feature, isn't it? What did you have a favorite fight though, Rax? What was the boss fight you loved?
Yeah, like the two birds, like Godskin duo in Elden Ring or whatever. But probably the favorite thing, like one thing that I really love about PoE 2, this like doesn't usually matter to me in video games, but I thought the voice acting was so good, like across all the different bosses. That I actually love Doriani, the final fight, and how he's just like taunting you and screaming at you the whole time. That for me was probably my favorite fight.
So good.
Yeah.
What about you, Tuna? Favorite and most and least favorite, let's say.
I have to second that. Doriani visually and everything about him, like the sounds. Like I'm a sound enjoyer.
Yeah.
You know, before I was a streamer, I was an audio engineer, and
Wow.
from that perspective as well, like that was like amazing. Like the sound was really good. His animations, you know, when he does his like little, like he explodes and then he reconstructs himself and slams on it. It's like, yeah. The only thing is like I wish the fight was harder. I thought it was too easy, but
it's a bit easy by that point for a lot of builds. I feel.
Yeah. It was a bit like, you know, but it was such a good fight, and yeah, I mean, really well done for that. I guess like the hardest fight or most hated fight, I suppose. I had like trouble with two bosses. It was Viper Natsuapi, and then also the Onyx guy that gives you fire resistance. I forgot his name. He's like an Onyx lizard, and he's also in as you get into the Machinarium.
Yeah, was he Blackjaw or Blackmore or something like that, or something like that?
Something like that. Onyx.
He's like one of the Warhammer Fantasy guys. Yeah, Blackjaw.
Yeah,
that one.
it's pretty cool, yeah.
He has like tracking that no other boss has in the game.
Yeah, he's clever, isn't he?
You just go beside him and he's like, he doesn't care. He just like just turns around and really punishes you for being at range. But it's also one of the bosses that taught me that everything seems to be put there on purpose in Path of Exile 2. So like, you know how it has the pillars around the room?
Yep.
I was thinking like, oh, it's just aesthetically like there to be, you know, like, yeah, that's just environmental design or whatever. But no, like if you like, you know, when he does his fire slashes, you stand behind the pillars and it just completely like it makes the boss a joke. So I really actually appreciated the fact that like this boss taught me that I should be like looking around and be more situationally aware of what's going on to like have an easier time.
Oh mate, you touched on something so good there. There's so much attention to detail in monster and boss design and like arena design and stuff like that. That is definitely where they've like excelled 11 out of 10, I feel.
Yeah.
Blowing away like so many other games, like the entire genre, I feel. Because like you said, there are so many things there that are designed to teach you something as well. Like the monkey. That guy's
Yeah.
to teach you dodge rolling. he teaches you
Right.
a lesson in dodge rolling, you know?
That guy, he has like his slam,
Or
but
blocking.
he has the Elden
blocking.
Ring slam where it's like he's like that and he's like, you know,
Yeah.
The
delay.
delay,
Wait,
yeah,
like a second.
exactly.
The delay.
'Cause that's what it is. It's teaching you that like wait until it actually is about to hit you. You know?
Exactly, like
'Cause that's
as
such
you
a
see
that's
things
such an
coming
important
down.
skill with because a lot of bosses do have tracking, so you actually have to wait for
Right.
that to go off. And yeah, that's like controlled dodging the training dummy, like the training lesson. I was just
really
like,
good,
it's so good. It almost needs to be earlier in the game, I feel, to help people with that particular lesson. But what about
But
you,
his roll
Ziz?
sucks.
What's that?
His roll sucks. The monkey, you know, like when you're just standing next to him and he rolls.
Oh,
that
yeah,
move. That
Yeah.
move is like, yeah. Sorry to interrupt there.
He's a spicy guy. Do you have a favorite and least favorite, Ziz? Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we did,
Yeah. So the last two bosses of Act 2 are my favorite. I call it the face mash skeleton. Like, honestly, I could like hear. I was listening to my own music, but if I could go back and play it for the first time, I'd put on the dancer music. And that was like the only point where my build fell off a little bit in damage because it was a while since I had upgrade. So it ended up being a long fight, and especially on softcore, that is a lot more of an enjoyable experience. And I was still in hardcore at that point, so that was such a fun fight for me. And then I died before doing the Act 2 end boss, and I actually like wasn't able to do it on my first attempt. I did it on my second, and it was a really long fight. It was like really whittling down. So I really enjoyed both of those. I think the hardest was Viper, but I don't feel like I disliked it. I thought it was pretty cool, except for the bugs with getting stuck in the shield.
Yeah.
But my most disliked boss is probably just the Titan, which it's a little sad because I think if it was bug free, it probably would have been my favorite fight. But there's so many bugs in the Titan fight. There's like 5 different ones.
This happens a lot with
they've
bosses
fixed-
that are like off the edge of a platform where you get like weird targeting
Yeah.
and other bugs coming up. So
I
still
felt
needs a little
so
bit of polish.
bad for Quinn's death there, where like he was so over tanky, and it's not like a large telegraphed attack, and Quinn got hit for like 2.5k damage in the campaign, and I'm like, okay, that's probably not intended. From like a very fast like slap attack, I was like, okay. So I was terrified going there myself on hardcore. I actually overfarmed specifically for that fight to just insta kill it. But yeah, those were definitely my favorites. Like, it's really enjoyed the attention to detail, and any fight that had like a lot of life, like the count as well. I thought the count was so cool.
Yep.
I really liked the phasing stage, and I was trying to count in my head like 1, 2, 3, dodge. 1,
yeah,
2,
with the poetry.
3,
It's so
dodge.
good.
1, yeah.
Yeah, and that's my
Wait, what?
favorite.
Poetry?
Yeah, the poetry during the you didn't know wait, you didn't notice? What are you counting based on then? With the fog phase.
I just like do like a metronome in my head the way
Yeah,
I do
dude.
on Uber Elder.
Dude, he does like poetry during the fog phase, and it has a rhythm to it, like as poetry often does, and that is the dodge timing is based on the
Paying
poetry.
attention is not my strong suit.
So I don't know what the specifics of it. I'm not a poetry expert, but it's like it's like a 3-beat, and then it's like a 3-beat and then dodge, and then he does his next 3-beat and 3-beat and dodge. So it's so cool. It's my favorite actually. I think it's the strongest act boss fight, and I think the best fight overall. It's got so many abilities. It's all very cool. The music crescendoing at the exact moment as he's getting raged and turning into the wolf, and oh my lord, it's so sick. I had to both times actually stop myself from because his abilities, and I appreciate this, I guess, they're not hard coded to occur at certain health phases, as in he doesn't become immune and then go into his fog phase, right? He just does it if he's still alive. But if you stun lock him and kill him, you can skip the fog phase entirely, which I feel like Path of Exile 1 didn't do that very often. Most of the time you were forced into some sort of immunity phase. That's
like
not
the
the case a
Crowbell.
lot of times here. Yeah, the Crowbell's kind of awful, but that's definitely my favorite by far. It's just such a cool fight. I like that you mentioned Viper because it is an example of a hard fight that's very punishing. It can be frustrating if you're dying a lot to it, but I actually think it's a pretty good fight, despite being one of the hardest ones. Like I died to Viper a lot. It was one of my most, like maybe 2 or 3 times, which is probably one of my worst. But
Do you think a little bit of the difficulty is because you need to be basically touched by Chris to get chaos resist during the campaign.
That's certainly an aspect, right? I have to imagine you trivialize a bit of that fight with if you just incidentally get some chaos res, which is so rare. But you do. I pop the charms on. I've got the charms for a little bit of help and stuff like that. Does help a bit. But mechanically very interesting fight and very challenging fight. It feels like they really nailed that feeling that you're dueling someone who's a freaking expert. That's probably actually, I guess, the similar thing between those two fights. Like, I feel like you're having a sick duel, which is not something I've really thought about with a lot of boss fights. Usually you're fighting a monster and it feels, gamey, but these guys feel like you're actually dueling them a bit more. My least favorite was... Go ahead, Rax.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add one thing about the Viper. And this happens in, other games as well and other boss fights. But one particular thing that bothers me about the Viper is if I'm playing like the Summoner Witch and I'm throwing firewalls everywhere and my minions are there, when she jumps up and she's going to start throwing those huge AoE blasts that you have to dodge, I just can't see them. The entire floor is filled with fire and my minions. Sometimes it's the visual clarity part, and then you die to it's like, I didn't even see that the circle was under me. Yeah.
I had that issue with grenades too, because they tend to leave a bit of smoke after the fact, if you go really hard with them, so I had the same issue, with a few of those fights, and that one in particular. I think my least favorite fight, though, I'm surprised no one mentioned it, but it was funny because a lot of people were telling me as I was going up towards it that it was one of their favorites. It's the, I can't actually remember the name of him, it's the goldsmith guy. It's a side quest to go get his forging hammer so that you can have the reforging bench. The giant. He walks through the lava.
Is that the guy in the pit?
Metcool.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, the molten core one. Because it's got an enrage timer, man. I don't... You just have to kill him by a certain point, or the lava goes to the end, and you drown in the lava, I'll just...
I love that. There was one very confusing thing to me about that fight. Because he's in that pit, and we're above it. There's a lever to activate the lava. Why do we hit the lever and then go down to fight him? Why don't we A, hit the lever...
We're not the smartest.
...and then just watch him die, or because B, not hit the lever and go kill him?
Because then then we'd lose the loot. The loot would get drowned in the lavas, and we are exiles above all else.
Okay, then don't hit the lever, go down and bash his face in.
True. I mean, I think he breaks it, so... But I think my main issue with the fight was not even the range type so much as he actually just stays standing in the lava. Like, I was ranged, so it wasn't too bad, but I was like, oh man, poor any melee characters right now have to run into the lava to fight him. He just stays in there, and half the time he runs away. He runs even further into the lava. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Come on, fight us.
Have you seen the damage of that lava in maps?
I heard that Burning Ground and stuff was doing a lot in some cases. I tested a low tier map and did literally nothing, so I don't know what. I'm guessing there's some weird scaling going on, damage scaling.
The lava is almost instant kill.
Yeah, that's... I mean, probably don't want to step in lava, I suppose, but you need some god killing 75 resist exile, maybe.
Yeah, when I fought the fire giant on my monk, the stepping in the lava on whatever it was, Act 5 or whatever, was an instant death. Boom, instantly, one frame. One thing you can do with the giant, though, I learned this the hard way, is when the fight starts, you can actually just kite him and go way back. And especially if you have, you're playing Ice Strike, I just ice struck him at the very end of the arena, and he was trying to run back and start his fire. I just kept freezing him, and I actually killed him before he could get back. That's
so good. Yeah, I definitely second time around had no worries because didn't even get to halfway point, just stun him outside the lava. But I didn't think about pulling him away and freezing him or something. It's so good. I love that. All your mechanics are when you go in the lava, huh? Well, I do. It makes me appreciate the fight a little more, honestly, that you figured that out. I think that's pretty clever. If
you're going warrior next, just kite him back.
Yeah, get him in there and push him around, do some knockback, do some stun, stagger him out there. Overall on the campaign, what major changes would you folks like to see? Do you have some things you'd really change a lot about the campaign? What about you, Tuna?
Yes, item progression.
Really?
I think in a campaign you don't get access to tools to fix your character soon enough, and
what
you
sort
don't
of
get
tools?
introduced. So I mean, as Sis said, you don't have chaos resistance when you go up against chaos resistance, and in general, I don't particularly like the gameplay loop of checking vendors. I think vendors are really lame. I don't like gold either. I always preferred using currency, and I always thought that like Path of Exile's main charm was the fact that this was a parallel universe without gold, and you're picking up rocks and throwing them at items and seeing what happens, and you just don't get to experience that soon enough in the game, and it feels like it's just like it got better, obviously with the update, right? And they just throw currency at you early to alleviate that a lot, but it just definitely didn't feel like the itemization was good enough for me. It felt like I got lucky on one item and then I wouldn't change it for the rest of the campaign, kind of thing. And I think that's really a shame, because I feel like most players, the game is the campaign, and if you don't introduce itemization into them, you're missing out on so much of what PoE is about, which is items. PoE is about items, right?
That's so
I
interesting.
think that's where it fell short the most.
Yeah, I feel like I had the opposite experience, and yet I still agree with a lot of your points. Like, I agree that like vendors being one of the biggest sources of gear and one of your biggest tools is a bit lame compared to actually like killing a boss and getting the items and stuff. So I do agree with that one, and yet I still kind of enjoyed that process, and I actually loved the itemization through the campaign a lot. I felt like I did have the tools, like definitely some gaps missing, like you said. Getting Chaos Res is pretty much just not a thing. But and there was points where I was like, were essences bugged? I found so many essences in Act 1 and 2, or like Act 1, and then there was none in 2 or 3 all the way through until they did a patch, and then there was essences again. I don't know what was going on with that, so I'd love some more consistency of that, because they're a really powerful tool for that, but they're just not nearly available enough. Or it seems that maybe there's some extreme variance on some of this stuff. Some people have completely wildly different experiences with getting resources and not getting them. But I overall loved the feeling of the item progression, because I did feel like I had the tools, even if some of the tools are a bit lamer, like the vendors. And items felt so meaningful, like getting a rare drop as a like piece of jewelry, or just getting a good base, or any of this stuff felt so good. Even Exalt slamming, I went SSF for the whole, like the entirety of the campaign at least. And I saw people commenting things like, I used more Exalts in this game than I have in my entire 10 years of Path of Exile 1. I'm like, yeah, I get that. It actually feels really good too. It's still kind of like, there's still the trade thing that you can't really solve, where it still makes sense to not Exalt Slam and use it on trade instead. But it's the closest it's ever been to actually making it feel okay to use Exalts, and I quite like that. But yeah, it's interesting. Completely different experiences there. What we were talking about, Ziz, was the if there's anything big we change about the campaign.
That's a lot I would change. But one thing I noticed, like, even after the loot drop rate, I feel like Act 1 has, like, significantly more drops than any other act.
It did feel like it, yeah.
I think on my new character, I think I got, like, 11 or 15 Exalts in Act 1 and 2 in Act 2. Something like that. And I'm like,
I had a similar experience.
I was half joking, like, I should just, like, make repeated, like, Act 1 characters.
Like, exactly. I do actually wonder if
the same issue.
There was a bit of a boost, and I wonder if it's because maybe there's a bit more exploration boosting stuff that is giving you some maybe guaranteed drops early in Act 1, because that's a thing. I don't know about like guaranteed exalts and stuff, but it might be like a boosted chance for, you know, some of the little side chests and stuff to drop that stuff early in the game to get players going. I think so. I think there is something like that going on.
Check.
100%. Yeah. It's weird. It's I don't know. The campaign was pretty okay for me. I do agree with Tuna a lot that like gear progression is really weird in PoE. And honestly, the number one thing I feel about gear progression is I'm not getting enough white bases. Like, they don't want us to like scour items and stuff. I get that. But with like, I still feel like drop rates of bases are the same as they are in PoE 1 almost. And like, we're not supposed to scour an alteration spam anymore, so that doesn't really match up.
It's so funny. The moment you want a white base, they just don't exist, eh? Like, they're not in the vendor. Everything in the vendor is blue with some garbage stat, or you just can't find them. I had the same thing. I found a chance orb, and I was like, I couldn't find a base to use it on for so long.
Speaking of chance orb, like I was about to bring that up too, because there's a unique shield with spirit on it, and it's got really high block rate and chaos res. And obviously on hardcore, I'm really desperate for chaos res. I was like, I'm gonna try to chance this shield. So I'm like, okay, what's the drop level of the white base? Level 7. Cool. I go to level 7 zone on a new character. I farm for 1 hour, and I did not ever drop a white base for the shield. And I checked the vendor every time I leveled up, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's actually really
Like,
hard to
I don't
find
know.
for the chance orbs especially.
Yeah. So I don't know. Bases, like the thing is, like it's a little bit sad too because I get the want for not wanting loot filters to be mandatory. So it's a hard problem to solve when you don't have scours and ults. It genuinely is because if you increase the drop rate of white bases, you make loot filters mandatory in the campaign, and they currently aren't, but they are mandatory during maps anyway. So
Yeah.
it's maybe not the end of the world. I think my ideal solution would be like they already have it in the game. I think the solution is tiers, like the way they have. That's like my ideal version of smart loot that I've been yapping on about for like 7 years. And I think they should just start using that system earlier. I think tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 should already start dropping during the campaign because
Yeah,
they're already
strange they don't.
yeah, they're already like it's not like you're finding an item level 81 item in the campaign anyway. So I think that would be my ideal solution. Like even in maps, I'm barely ever seeing tiered gear. So I don't necessarily want to see more rare gear and stuff. I would like to see better, because I don't want it to be like PoE 1 where there's a 0% chance you're picking up every rare and you're just leaving stuff on the ground. I do think it's more exciting when you drop an item and it's relatively better. So tiered gear, and I do want to do a quick explanation because I do get asked a lot, what is tiered gear? So if you ever see an item like a blue or a rare with like tier 2, tier 5, etc., what that does is when you identify it, it is more likely to be better. Like it might not be able to roll light radius at all, might not be able to roll thorns, or if it rolls life regen, it'll be one of the highest tiers of it. So on average, not always, like doesn't guarantee the item's going to be good. But if you find 10 tier 5 items, they are on average better than 10 non-tier 5 items.
Yeah.
And they're not better afterwards. It's not like better to craft on.
Yeah, it's a great system. I don't know why they didn't just have like guaranteed rare drop from bosses to begin with. They ended up patching something kind of similar to that in, and that's certainly an opportunity to do that where like your act boss gives you a tier 3 rare, like, you know, something that's very likely to be good. I feel like that definitely could be utilized a lot more as well. So, like I said, I agree with a lot of the things there, but I just enjoyed the gearing system, so like progression system so much. So, like it's much closer to what I want from the campaign, I guess, and fits the game. It might also be like context-wise. It might just be that I was going really slow. Maybe change things a lot. Exploring, I was really using all of those things, whereas like
it does
I know you guys
happen a
weren't
lot.
rushing so much, but I was really going slow. So
I wanna especially ask, like I'm a big fan of agency. I think you should be allowed to like choose your own story, how you're doing it, how you're approaching the game. And I was very surprised as a hardcore player. Like my favorite way to deal with playing on hardcore is to over level and over prepare. I love doing that a lot of the time. And you don't get the same power in PoE 2 that you get in PoE 1. Like, overleveling is kind of just rolling the dice repeatedly, hoping for some form of gear. And if you do get gear, you might get a big power spike. But you're not getting as much power from the skill tree early, and especially from gems. And I think a big thing that would alleviate that is being able to 3-to-1 gems up to map level. Like, you shouldn't be able to get 16 plus gems, but up to level 13, being able to 3-to-1 gems would be really nice, I think.
it's an idea, dude. I really don't know with the skill gen system. I'm still trying to figure out if I like it or not.
The skill gen system is odd, right?
It is like it works well for the campaign, I feel, apart from that point where it is a bit harder to over level and over prepare, because you can't just grind the levels. You're still beholden to the zone level you're farming. You can only get tier 14s pre-maps. Like that's the best you can get. You can't level them up to 15 or 16 until you go into maps, so you can't really over prepare your power level that much. But then you've got like whole other weird systems where you can just buy the higher level gems and they cost very little for anything up to like level 18 or 19, as I found today. It's like they'll work 1 exalt for an 18 or 19. So
there's some very cool things about the gem system and some very bad things about the gem system. I think So as you said, like the fact that nothing is worth aside for 20, but I think like the fact that 20 is worth like 100 exalts is pretty cool.
It's
because
crazy, right?
then
Yeah.
makes it a chase item. But
Oh, that
the
is
fact that
nice.
you can't actually like, if I want to level a new character, I have all these skill gems that are level 19 and they're completely worthless. I can't, like give that to my character. That seems really weird, right? Like, why can't I choose to cut a level 1 from a level 19 or whatever, right?
Yes, they do need to
But
fix
there's
that.
some
That's just a
very,
quality of
very
life
cool
thing, right?
things about the system, like the sockets being independent to the gem makes the gem inherently much more valuable,
Mhm.
and also the way valing works. Like, for
I love that. I
example,
love orbs.
if you have like a level 1 gem, you val it and it goes +1, but the +1 doesn't actually add a level. It doesn't turn it into a level 2. It's a level 1 with +1. So then you can
Yeah.
actually put a level 19 gem onto that and it turns into a level 20, right? So it's like the corruption is inherent, it's like an affix on the gem itself. And then how valuable that gem is also depends on, did you put quality on it? Did you socket it? So there's all these like different mechanics that make the gen system amazing, but then the pain is like you level a new character and you just can't transfer your gems over and it's annoying, basically. But that's an easy fix, right? So, hey,
Yeah, it might
Yeah,
just
I
be
think
that
it's
it
pretty
needs
cool, though.
tuning and a few adjustments, and like you said, the ability to craft low-level gems should be a thing, because otherwise you have to go grind level 1 zones or something. It's a bit silly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I really am unsure about it still. The skill gem system is strange. Rex, did you have any thoughts on like something big you change about the campaign?
Yeah, so my experience, so I've done the campaign a lot. I level 4 characters, and it's
Yeah.
very, very similar to what Crouching Tuna said, almost exactly. And maybe it's because we're both like serial leveling. So I feel like I don't have the tool. Like, you can make good enough gear to clear the campaign, like that's not a problem. But I cannot make the gear that I could make in PoE 1. So like Tuna said, it's exactly the same thing. You hope to get like really lucky with a yellow, like, oh, you need spirit and you need life and you need at least 1 resistance, and then okay, I'll spend the currency to add a socket to it and add another resistance. And the amount of exalts that I get throughout the campaign, it's better after they made the patch. But if Grinding Gear Games wants me to really, really engage and be crafting the entire campaign, the amount of exalts that I get right now, I can maybe fix 1 to 2 items by the time, like, I can find an item good enough, or I can be brave and try on a base that as Zizran was talking about, I can get a base and try to hit like a pretty decent, like, double blue affix, and then I'll regal it and try to hit something, and then maybe I can dump 3 exalts into it. But the amount of like really, really decent yellows that I have personally crafted going through the entire campaign is always very, very low. And then when you find a yellow that's pretty decent, you're like, do I want to exalt this? And then like 4 levels later, you find like a pretty good blue base. You're like, is this good enough to regal? And how good do I have to hit on the regal for me to actually want to replace this yellow that has 5 affixes? And it's like, well, I don't have that many quality things, so which one should I spend them on? And for me personally, I don't mind the vendors selling really good gear. I don't mind checking every once in a while, especially for like something specific, and they have like really good. I really like how you can search for it a lot easier in PoE 2 by just typing like movement, delimiter, rare, minion, ally, and then you just keep pasting that every time. You just check it real quick, especially if there's like one piece of gear that's really garbage that you're trying to fix. But then if I compare that to PoE 1, you want to know what I do? I find more yellows, and then when I find a yellow that's pretty good, I just teleport to my hideout real quick and pay like 1 alteration or 1 transmute, and I add like 20 resist, and it's really, really good, and then I'm just on my way. Like the quality of the quality of the gear that I'm getting in PoE 1 is a lot higher. So
Yeah.
I think like thematically, it's way cooler in PoE 2 that they want us to engage with a lot more pieces, like Zizran was talking about, like get the bases and craft them up. But I think currently with some of the currency that I'm getting, I'm actually not doing that. It's more like Tuna, like I need to get really lucky, and then I'll slam 1 exalt in it, and I'll wear it for the whole campaign, and that's it.
I feel like they
So
have the answer. Sorry, go, Ziz.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question for Rex there.
Yeah.
Would you rather find gear or would you rather craft gear?
So, I mean, I like both, but for me, the big dopamine is when you find it, when the mage blood drops or something like that. That's more enjoyable for me in an ARPG than sitting and crafting. But I do like crafting as well. But for me, crafting is usually something that's a little bit more end game.
Yeah.
I like when you get both.
It'll be more of a mix, right?
You know, yeah, when you find an amazing item and then you slam it, and then it's amazing, yeah. Because then you have a bit of ownership over it as well.
PoE2 kind of likes that that way to modify an item to kind of be like just a little bit better for you, because the crafting bench did that, but the sockets on your first playthrough, you're picking up all these items to try to like scrap them, and you get these shards, and you have like 1 or 2 artificer orbs maybe, and then you can't replace the runes. It's like that to me just felt so frustrating that it's like I use this artificer orb which is so valuable to me in the early game, and then like now I'm stuck with that item because of the fact that this artificer orb is so valuable, right?
Yeah,
that was my experience as well. Same.
Yeah, I mean, on especially rune sockets, like I'm very positive about the game, but on rune sockets I'm borderline hateful, where like the fact that you can't replace runes is literal insanity, and I just cannot. I can't. I'm like, why? It's so crazy. This should not be a permanent choice. Like, because the thing that ends up happening is and I really like the ideology they had of like, you find a new upgrade, there's no sockets on it, you can slap that on. And what felt so shitty for me was finding a big upgrade, and I'm like, well, I just put fire rest charms in my chest. If I could have cold rest charms in my chest now, I could use this, but now because I can, I have this really cool item just sitting in my stash, looking at me, going like, yeah, you should have not put runes in your chest to fix your resist problem. You should have predicted the future, Zizrin. And I'm like, that's crazy. Yeah. That needs to change.
It's funny because it's like, in a sense, they're no different to like an Exalt that you can control what it does, right? But they are little items in the thing, so they feel like you should be able to change them, and they're trying to fulfill that role of like the bench, which was changeable. But I think like what Tuna and Rax are both talking about, I think the answers are both there. One of them is runes, so I think just being able to like destroy the existing runes in the item to replace them as the cost would be, I think, a great solution. But the other thing is essences. If greater essences and normal essences, the greater ones especially, dropped a lot more through the campaign, like I feel like they should, then that kind of plugs into and solves so many of these issues, because the item progression system is very much about that, like finding those magic items and then regaling it, and then it being good enough to warrant exalting it past what you're currently using, which is very hard to do with just random regals. But if you have the greater essences, then you have a bit more control over what that regal does, and you're able to ensure that you are getting something that is going to be worth putting exalts into, so that you can then make that upgrade. So it answers a lot of those questions, I feel. But I found one greater essence in the campaign. Only one.
Essences are amazing, and the greater essences don't exist, by the way. Like, they just don't.
I found one
in maps.
Yeah, exactly. I found one. Like, they obviously, I think GGG looked at them and they're like, oh my lord, this is like a targeted exalt. But really, this should be like the answer to the early like gearing steps and problems. You know, I think they need to be super common, honestly.
The problem with that though is that they are so powerful. So if you give me those during the campaign, I'm still saving them for the end game. So I don't fully know what the solution is there. It might be something like item level on essences, where if I find one during the campaign, system. I can't use it on an. Like, yeah, like basically what they had in PoE 1.
I think they almost, like, although they are more powerful, they're also limited. So like, if you find a defense essence, right, but you don't care about defenses, then it's worse than a regal. So that also, I think, warrants them being more common. Like, that's a solution in itself. So I don't know why they are as rare as they are. That would, I feel like, answer many of those questions.
And something here that I think like Ziggy is kind of alluding to, which I agree with. So like Tuna and I are saying like we're not quite feeling like we're getting what we want in terms of gear progression and crafting and getting the right solutions compared to PoE 1 in the campaign. And Ziggy is saying like it's very comfortable and suggested some solutions. What I don't think grinding gear game should do is do like a massive overhaul. I think it's really, really close. I think it's close. For example, I agree with Zizrin, like moving the runes around. It's exactly what he described. It's, oh, now I ascended as a witch, and now fire res is so good for me. I need to cap my fire res, but 5 levels ago I needed the cold res, and 2 cold reses are in my chest. I can't replace it, and guess when's the next time I'm gonna get a good yellow chest that's even close to as good as the one I have? Oh, it's not gonna happen for the rest of the campaign. But you don't need to triple the drop rates of exalts. You don't need to do anything crazy, but I think a lot of little changes would make the campaign feel a lot better.
Agreed. Yeah. The tools are there. It's just about tuning.
Yeah,
how we get them and when we get them.
The bones are good. Like, I feel like it. That's why I am enjoying it so much. I think it is so close. I think you're right on that, Rax. So I'm surprised no one mentioned this, but my biggest complaint about the campaign, since I did enjoy the item progression quite a lot, was the pacing of end zone size stuff. It's been talked about a lot, but I don't think they should make every zone half the size. I think they should keep some big zones, because some big zones work really well. Like when you go into like the Val City, and it feels like a city. It's giant and sprawling and massive, and that's really epic. But that is diminished. That excitement of that being such a big zone is diminished by the fact that every other zone has been massive. So like even the zones that were supposed to be just some like little connecting zone that is unimportant was also massive. So they have real pacing issues right now, where
but also if that zone is going to be that big, it needs more stuff in it.
Yes,
it feels very
I agree.
empty.
That is definitely part two of that. Like, they have a lot of cool stuff in exploration, because I've been mapping it all outright. There's a lot, both marked on the map and not marked on the map. There's secret stuff as well that's not marked, and yet it's still probably not enough. I don't know why they didn't put more of the endgamey stuff in the campaign a bit more as well, especially in Cruel, or, you know, as you ascend the axe, like strong boxes and stuff. Like, they need improvement, I think, but why are they like not?
Yeah, I was about to say I could rant about strong boxes.
Yeah, I think everyone probably agrees about that one, but yeah, there's definitely big pacing issues with the campaign, and it's not even just the zone size. Like, some of the zone sizes being big would be less of a problem if the exits were more marked more clearly and the minimap had them appear from further away. Your character has to be right on top of something, that like a quest objective or an exit, to actually flag it. So many times I missed the exit by like just running
a little bit,
you know, a fragment of a screen too far away.
Dude, yeah.
And then you have to do this entire loop of a gigantic zone. It takes actually 10 minutes to get back there. It's like,
I think
there's more.
I think that is something that is definitely tuned incorrectly. Like, when you're walking by an important object, a waypoint, a door, whatever, you have to be kissing it in order for it to be revealed on the minimap. I wish they'd be like way more generous with that. But on the zone size, I agree with you. I think some of the zones can be massive. Some of them should be toned down. Yeah, I can understand why grinding gear games would do this, because, well, I think the basic logic here is, well, you're playing an ARPG, you want to go into zone, you want to kill monsters and farm, you don't want a zone every 30 seconds and go into town like that's stupid. It makes perfect sense. It's kind of like the story of the 3 little bears, right? Like, one of them's too hot, one of them's too cold, and one of them's just right. I feel like a lot of them are like just too hot, and I think Zizrin makes a good point. Like, a lot of time, like, they said in their interviews that they tried to make it interesting. Okay, so when you run into the dead end, what happens? Maybe you'll get 1 yellow chest and it's going to have nothing in it. Like, they tried, but it really has nothing in it. So you don't get anything for that.
Yeah.
And I think I'm guessing one of the complaints for people that are maybe a little bit more casual playing the game is, when you get into one of these zones, it's like a commitment. Like, it's good that you can pause in the game, but for the people that only have a limited time to play, it's like, all right, honey, I'm gonna do 1 zone in PoE 2. I'll see you in an hour, maybe, if I get lucky, if I run straight to the exit. But sometimes, like, the zone is so big, when you get to the end of it, you're like, oh, thank God, I'm finally out of that zone, rather than, oh, that was super epic.
Yeah, even the most epic zones really lost their steam just because they were like 30% too long or something. So, like, I know some of you didn't like this zone, but the Mad Max-esque end of Act 2, where you're like running along the cities that are like smashed up against each other, I was like, that's so sick. And then it kept going, and it kept going, and it kept going. I was like, oh my God. Okay, like, definitely this should have been like an exciting moment that then went into the boss. It's just, but I agree with Rax though. Like, it came from a good place, I think. I think they were like, let's give them less load screens, more monsters to kill, and let's give them really freaking epic zones that feel cool. So it's like, also we developed this tech so we can make the zones really big and it works. And also we added cool exploration stuff. So let's make the zones big so we can have lots of that. Like, I feel like that was their process, right? And they just kind of
Yeah.
ended up that like the pacing was a bit
Well,
blah.
I'm really curious. How do you guys feel about the length of the campaign? I think
it's
that's
hard-
been a bit of a problem with the nerfs too, because especially with the respec cost, the people that were like they're nerfed their build and they're told like, well, you just have to reroll, right? Like it's some of my viewers are 3 or 4 days to get through the campaign. And
it's
I
so
think
hard
the
to judge,
fastest I've
right?
heard, yeah, it is because it's early and we're still learning. The fastest I've heard somebody finish the campaign so far is 7 hours from Myro, 7 or 8.
It's pretty fast.
With Twink gear though, right?
That is with gear, yeah. I wonder how fast it's gonna be. Like, by the way, like I'm playing very slow and hardcore to like, so I'm so scared. So I'm like 1 day, 8 hours. The fastest I've done the PoE 1 campaign is 2 hours. So it's like it's a very very large change for me. But yeah, basically my question is, do you think Act 4, 5, and 6 will be as long as doing Act 1, 2, and 3 twice?
I think it's a lot of the things that we've been talking about. It's like a compounding thing that adds to why it takes so long. One, we're brand new. Two, the gear progression is not. I don't know if this is confirmation bias or whatever, but when Zizrin said he got way better items in Act 1 than the other acts, I just played a witch. The first yellow that dropped for me was a yellow +1 skill minion hat. I'm like, all right, I'm loving life. I haven't seen anything even close to as good as it. Now I'm in Act 5. So it's the fact that we're new. It's the item pacing. It's the fact that maybe a lot of the maps, like, I don't know if the actual campaign is necessarily even longer than the PoE 1 campaign, but we're not zooming like we did in PoE 1, even close to it. And so it's like, I don't even know if it's the fact of how long do they make Act 4, 5, and 6. It's more of, our map's going to be whatever 30% smaller. Are you going to give us a few more exalts or a few more essences or a few more bases or a couple or more? Let us unsock the runes, this and that. Have we done the campaign 20 times instead of 2 times? And then I think all of those things I think would make the time be a lot more reasonable.
I think if they fix the pacing, so shrink some of those zones down and like remove the backtracking issue by flagging exits, and then they could make, and so let's say they did that for the first 3 acts, they could then make acts 4, 5, and 6 the same length, I think, and it would be perfect. I would actually love it if it was like that. If we had that experience I had with the first 1 through 3, with the last few acts, oh my god, I would love that. I thought it was really good, but just, yeah, it was just ruined by that pacing, that backtracking. It would be so much shorter.
I am actually expecting it to be shorter
than PoE 1, or than
no, I mean,
what
I'm
it is
expecting 4,
now.
5, and 6 to be shorter.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to judge because I kind of blasted through crawl because my character was really smoking stuff at that point. So, and I had 25% move speed, which the game, by the way, to go off on a tangent here, the game plays so much better when you get 20% move speed boots. I see people level and still with like some random unique boots they found. No, make the move speed boots. It needs to be not as rare. Yeah. And I feel like they should be implicit. I feel like move speed progression should be
I was about to say that.
Yeah, it needs to be that like
the worst item in the game.
Boots get a little faster as you move up through the tiers, and then some boots on those tiers have like a little bit less, but they have some powerful effect where it's like 50% less slowing or whatever. As like you get to make interesting choices between the implicits or something like that.
Ziggy, didn't you talk about that with the devs? Because I explicitly remember an interview where they talked about implicit movement speed.
I was looking for the implicits, and I was hoping for it so much, and then I saw that not only is there none on boots at all, which I'm devastated to learn that, but move speed seems to be rarer. I think the weighting on it is lower.
It's so rare. It doesn't exist. I pick up so many boots. I transmute them all. It does not exist. I'm so upset.
The thing that kills me is they added implicits for chest armors at Endgame, and they're sick. Right. They're so exciting. It's so fun. The implicits, if you haven't got there yet, you start finding the expert tier chests, so the Endgame chest armors, and they start getting like really impactful, really exciting implicits. And I want that in boots as well. But I also think it should be there the whole way through. I think it's actually something to mention to other game name. I think Last Epoch does a really good job with that. Item progression is more tied to the base.
I totally agree, because in PoE 1 there is a choice. You don't need movement speed on every boot. Like, movement abilities are really powerful. Like Whirling Blades doesn't get affected by movement speed. shield
the
charge
case
is
here.
okay without it a lot of the time, and you
Yeah.
can lightning warp or flame dash. So like a lot of the time, I go for like triple ES. I actually have a crazy boot right now. It's got like 500 armor, 20 chaos res, like 36 fire, 36 cold, but has no movement speeds. It's a dead boot.
Yeah,
Like
there
if
always
movement
should be
speed wasn't
decision
implicit,
making with items,
Yeah.
and there's none with boots because if it doesn't have move speed, you can't use it here. It's like you said, it's not optional
It's a
here.
brick.
Yeah, and Sanctum without movement speed is literally like you've lost some sort of challenge run.
Yeah,
Being punished for
Am I
playing
doing this for
basic.
charity right now? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't a
I think
fun run, I'm
I
having.
think it's exactly what Ziggy D and everybody illustrated. It's not really fun to get movement speed on your boots. They just have to be there. Versus the chest piece, you're not really expecting that really godly, extra affix. So engaging with that in the end game and finally hitting that feels good. And it's just I'm actually very surprised. I think, not to put words in his mouth, but I think it was Kriparian. I was talking with Kriparian about this about a year ago about different ARPGs and movements being an implicit. I would be very interested to hear from grinding gear games. I would doubt that they skipped this conversation, right? I'm very surprised that they didn't do that. I'm wondering why.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll
They were
try a
pretty
different tack on
receptive
that.
to that idea as well.
Yeah, I thought they were more interested in doing stuff like that. I don't know what the decision making that led to that one was. So we touched on it, but Ascendancy, definitely a topic to discuss. It's one of the things I'm most concerned about and yet enjoy somewhat. Like, I actually kind of enjoy the Trial of Sekhemas. Crazy, I know, at me, definitely at me about
No,
it.
that's fine.
But
I
I
thought
the
you were
trial
about to
system
say
is...
you enjoy that you can't respect them, and I was like,
No,
I have fighting
no,
words.
no. I definitely think you should respec Ascendancies. Okay, we can get that out of the way. Does anyone disagree with the idea of respecing Ascendancies, and why? Like, I don't think the devs can even really answer that question beyond some kind of just like nebulous class identity thing.
No, I mean, like they said they wanted choices to matter. I don't think that is a good choice to matter.
Yeah,
Because it's so early.
It's a long-term choice that you have to make really early on, right? That you can't but it's still too late to like re-roll. It's not like selecting a character at the start because you can just choose a different character. You have to get a decent ways into the game. Yeah, that is definitely a thing. But the overall trial system, I'm definitely concerned about, just because I love the idea of what they're trying to do here by giving varied ways to ascend. But in practice, that's not really the case, because if you want your Ascendancy when you can get it, and that's Act 2. So you are going to do Trial of Sekhemas. You're not going to wait until Trial of Chaos. So even the balance issues in these things aside, the choice system seems fundamentally a little broken from my perspective. And the content types of both of them are very divisive, right? Like, they work really well for some builds, not well for others. Some players love them, some players hate them. And even if they, let's say, add the Trial of the Ancestors or whatever as the third one, which is what people are guessing it'll probably be, then would that to you folks look like a good spread? Is that something that works for Ascendancy? Should it be done in a completely different way?
I think the thing you brought up was a very good point, that you don't get the second one. Like, you don't get the choice early. I think when you do Balbala, it should give you a choice. It should give you the option to do Ultimatum right there and then, with whatever the lowest or easiest version of that would be. Also, they should remove the bird from Ultimatum, the one that one-shots you with 6 different moves, but whatever. They should give you a choice between Trial of the Sekhemas and Ultimatum there, and then in Act 2, it should give you the same choice, but on a harder one. You can have a little blurb. Like, I really like the skill point blurbs. Like when you select a skill, it's like lightning arrow. Is it like make one of those for the trials and be like, like a little video and like a quick explanation to new players of what they are and what builds they might favor. Like, for example, like, this is Trial of the Sekhema. If you're playing a melee build, you're about to have a really bad time unless you're an extremely skilled player. And then like, this is Ultimatum. You might get one shot by a bird. Like, just some like blurb to give an indication of what it is. And I really like the choice idea. Like, you can choose how to ascend. I don't think they're tuned very well right now. I think the first 2 floors of Trial of the Sekhemas, I'm vibing super hard with. It's really good.
I think pretty good.
Pretty good,
The 3rd floor and the 3rd Ascendancy, I think, is already at the point that you have to be almost a 1% player to be able to ascend. So I think like those players are like, yeah, it's fine, skill issue. What are you talking about? But should Ascendancy be something that's a skill issue? And the fourth one, by the way, is 0.1% of the player base are ever going to get
No
to
one's
fourth
gonna
one
get
unless
it.
they pay for it.
Yeah.
That is hard.
Yeah. That's wild. That's certainly a choice, isn't it? To make like
It's certainly
Uber
a choice.
Pinnacle
And-
boss be the way you get your last Ascendancy point.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the wrong choice, but like I love that
Maybe
discussion.
that's
Like,
what they
should
want.
Ascendancy be something where it is literally mega skill issue?
Yeah. So they obviously wanted to tie the different trials to the different cultures and the different acts, right? Which is pretty cool. Then you have the Chaos one. That's what their people did in that act to become more powerful. Like that's certainly very cool. So it'd be a shame to lose that. So I don't know
Yeah.
if there's some way they could do it where like when you go to the entrance of the Trial of Sekhemas, they're like, here you can have the Trial of Skill, and that's what we have currently with the honor system and everything.
Yeah.
Or here's the Trial of Wits, and it's like more of a gear check, you build check. You know, it's raw combat against some tough enemies.
Yeah.
If you build a good character, you'll get through. And then there's, I don't know, the Trial of something else, which is Wits, and it's about, you know, some sort of Tota style thing. Like maybe have a few different choices there could work just within the context of that one
I agree with that.
culture.
And
maybe
it's
could
like
work.
that's another thing you like that's a good point is like it really sets build so much apart. So I did my third Ascendancy, and it wasn't really that much of an issue. It was a little bit harsher because I did it just as it dropped on hardcore, and I actually the last thing I got was a 40% damage debuff. But even with that, the fight ended pretty fast because I am playing a really strong build. But it's like, especially on a player that isn't no-lifing and like isn't as comfortable playing video games and stuff, if they're already on a worse build, those players are really gonna struggle.
I will say about the Trial of Sekhemas, because I'm specifically sciencing that yesterday and today, and I just did my run. I didn't want to do it off stream, but I wanted to do it before the podcast, so sorry viewers, but I did it. I recorded it at least. We can talk about it later. But I did my third run just before this, because I wanted to test and be able to just confirm for myself the way they've designed Sekhemas is just something that's been really poorly communicated. So we PoE 1 players especially understand relics as being a way to boost our wealth, like production from Sanctum. In this, they are as mandatory as resists on your gear. So you are expected for the third set of points to have some resistance relics and some honor boosting relics. And when you get them, it is night and day. So I did one farming run of a level 50 with 2 floors. And you drop so many relics, even just in a single run. And with augmenting those and 3-to-1ing on the bench that allows you to, whatever that bench, reforging bench, using 3-to-1s, I was able to get a suite of max life, increased maximum honor, and honor resistance ones. Not even like maximum honor resist, which is a thing you can get later on. But doing those probably had like 50-something like honor resist, 20% increased max honor, 20% increased max life, and it was so easy. It was so easy. Like if you do that and over level, you're gonna have such an easy time on anyone. Like I was like, okay, I could definitely do that on warrior. I was obviously doing it on a mercenary, so it's even easier. But I could definitely do that on a warrior or something in that state because everything was just doing so little damage. So I got hit by traps and I had like, it was like 2,500 or 3,000 honor and I took like 40 damage or something. I was like, oh, okay. This is a bit different to the first run.
The first time I did the third Ascendancy on my softcore character, I had no honor resist charms. I hadn't found any. And I stepped on the button to open the door and the gas cloud spawns. And I was reading chat, and it's like, whoosh, honor bar gone. And I'm
Dots
like,
are overtuned for sure. So there's like a ton of refinement and balancing going on. But I just think in addition to that, right now, they just never communicate this at all. Like that's not a thing you know from the beginning, is that you're expected to gear up for the Sanctum specifically.
Yeah. And the same thing, like when you actually get to the Shikari fight, like the Scorpion fight, the third boss, Balbala is like, step on the vents. That's bait. Like, the fight is infinitely easier if I do not step on the poison.
Are they supposed to do something
firing
positive?
vents.
I tested them a bunch and they just seem to be
supposed to
traps.
stop her from doing the underground attack as much, I think.
Oh, okay. So it makes her come up from the underground. Okay, that's interesting.
Something like that, but that's bait. Balbala is not your friend. She's still your enemy.
Yes, she's wrong. Those traps are way more dangerous than she is. She's actually quite easy, I felt, mechanically.
Yeah.
Compared to the traps. But the traps are very stationary and avoidable, so as long as you don't tread on them, you're okay. There's little, if you haven't seen it yet, the little pressure plates. You step on them, it shoots darts or summons a bunch of bugs or poison gas cloud, which are a bit overtuned in terms of damage, even once you have the resists. But yeah, I was shocked at just how much difference the relics make, and it seems to be that for the fourth one, you absolutely have to have like maxed on a resist, max out at 75, maybe get some increased max in addition to increasing, and like, because you can stack. So armor works, evasion works. Obviously, energy shield is crazy because you can get like a ridiculous amount of it, and that turns directly into honor. And then the relics that give like less boss damage taken, that works. Block works. And then that stacks with your resistances. So if a boss deals fire damage to you, it has to go through your resist and then through the 75% honor resist. So and then mitigated by any like other types of mitigation that you have, whether it's evade or block or whatever. So there is some very powerful tools there to be able to gear check your way through this stuff, but it's not communicated at all. But I think people are starting to figure that one out at least.
There's some weird stuff with the honor as well, where it really just prefers certain things. Like my character is not particularly tanky. It just has mind over matter, but I spawn with 8,500 honor.
It counts the mana.
Mind over matter.
Which is, that's really clever. I'm glad they did. I'm glad they counted the mana. It's obviously like super overpowered.
But my character's not tanky at all in comparison to like my monk that had like 70 PDR and 70 evasion.
Yeah.
And he spawns in with like 3k. It's like, okay.
So I don't mind the idea that like some builds are just naturally going to be very good at it. Like evasion ranged builds are going to be better, and mind over matter or ES builds are going to be better. But
yeah,
the warriors seem
like
good once
idea.
they get geared. Yeah, I don't mind that distinction. It's obviously not tuned correctly. Like it's too much probably. But those are like fundamental wider issues as well. Probably energy shield is a bit overtuned.
Warriors. It's like the melee boys, they really had a bad time.
Yeah.
I just feel really bad for them because they didn't get much honor, and you know the mechanics are crazy for them. They're just really crazy.
Yeah, they're super vulnerable to being attritioned, right? But do you guys feel like with tuning that this system could work long term?
For me, yes.
I gotta be honest, man. I'm really not a huge fan of this ascendancy thing. So I understand grinding your games has a task in front of them. They have to make a challenging way that scales up to ascend. And yes, currently there's a lot of problems. Like there's a huge imbalance for melee versus ranged, and maybe some tuning things. And it's honestly probably too late. Like we're probably not going to get anything different. I have never seen an implementation of traps in an ARPG that the community likes. In any game, in any league, in any season, for anything. I don't even know if it's possible to make something that works. What I have heard and what I have felt in doing this, I guess I've done it 8 times so far, is people keep saying, I never thought I would miss the PoE 1 lab.
Yes.
But I would rather do the PoE lab
than
these ascendancies. So then I sit back and I think about why would I rather do the lab? Well, what do I do when I do the PoE 1 lab? Well, I shield charge through all the zones very quickly. I'm honestly kind of playing Mario Kart. I just Mario Kart through, and then I'm going to fight a boss, 3 times. And if I'm in the hardcore gauntlet or something, I might go pick up a dark shrine or whatever. I might have to go get a gold key. But in general, I'm just kind of zipping through it. I got to do 3 boss fights and I'm done. And the whole thing of the ultimatum of go down the pillar, click the thing, sit there for a minute and a half, raise this wall, go over here, grab this thing, it's killing you as you bring it back. Now raise this wall and do this. Like, I appreciate the effort there. They clearly spent some time designing something that's supposed to be cool, but God, it does not feel cool to me. It feels tedious. I can't really speed it up in any way. It's literally a minute 30 there of sitting there. And then when I go into the sanctum rooms, it's like, okay, I pray to God I get the room with like the 3 mirrors, because then I just hit 3 mirrors and I'm done.
It's like
versus
so fast, those ones.
Yeah, exactly. Versus some of them take so much longer, like the one with the traps and whatever. And this goes back to like, why isn't movement speed and implicit? If you don't have it, it takes forever. And then of course, another huge problem, which they kind of addressed, is no one could figure out which one do you have to do to ascend? People are doing like a level 61 and they think it will give them their 3rd points. It doesn't, which they've added a tooltip there. So it was also confusing.
Very confusing.
I don't know, like I'm struggling to find a part of the system that I like. I like the points that I get at the end. I like when it's over, but it really does feel like a non-fun chore that I dread doing on every character at every tier. As you said, there's no choice. You have to do this one in Act 2. You have to do this one in Act 3. I know we would lose like some lore there, but I like Zizrin's idea way better of each time you can just choose your path, and maybe like the 3rd one's very favorable to melee. But I would say this is the least fun part of the game for me, and I honestly don't have a lot of great ways to fix it. I don't think traps are fun at all in ARPGs, unfortunately.
So I'm actually, this might be a hot take. I've never disliked lab. I'm a lab enjoyer. Like, so I've always been really confused why people hate lab so much in PoE 1. So like when they removed it in PoE 2, I was like, I don't get why everybody hated it so much. I'm confused.
I think
like actually one of my most enjoyable hardcore leagues was me lab farming for 2 weeks or a week.
Lab is kind of cool.
So what do you like?
It's cool.
What do you like about lab? Like you enter lab, you're happy. Why? Like
It's Path of Exile's version of Mephisto, and I love Mephisto farming. I love beetle farming. Whenever I can reset a zone and farm, like if I can like sit there like slot machine like that and farm the same thing repeatedly, optimize the run, and just go like ding 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 ding. I love that, and lab is that. Like every time I click that font, and it was like a really cool helmet enchant, I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like this is a big part of why I play ARPGs, is that dopamine of hitting something. And I love repetitive stuff, which like, I mean, it's made by grinding gear games, right? Like I love repeating the exact same farm repeatedly. Whenever I go back to play Diablo 2, like every single time that I've played Diablo 2, like the last time I did roughly 280 hours of Mephisto, and then I went to play PD2. Well, it's kind of new and a little bit out of the box for me, but I did roughly like 400 hours of Duriel, which is a completely different boss. I don't moat farm it. So that was weird for me, but you know what? I had a lot of fun. I love shit like that. So that was the closest I got to that in Path of Exile since like 2015. Can't remember if Tuna has played since 2013-15. Actually, yeah. 13, sorry, not 15. But I loved piety farming in early PoE and dominance farming. It was one of my favorite things. Just like maxing out my attack speed, going dunk, 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 running to piety, killing piety, getting the loot, and resetting, going over again. Literally one of my favorite things. And the closest we've had to that is lab.
Okay, so hold on. So what's the difference between that specific farm, like the I get it, the repetitiveness, like you min-max it, and like just having one favorite map that you know the exact layout of, you know where the boss is, and just over and over and over? Wouldn't you rather do the same thing you just described, but in maps without the triple boss and playing the slot machine there?
I think for me, it's the part of that's a great question. I think the part for me there is a little bit about it's something you can't get elsewhere. And PoE 1 didn't have that much of that. It started homogenizing loot super hard, and that was really a pain point for me. Where like ever since Legion, I've kind of hated loot, and I really wanted to go back hard. Like I really like what they're doing in PoE 2. Like Delirium drops Delirium, Breach drops catalysts. I'm not like randomly getting Delirium orbs by doing Breach. If I want that, I want to engage with that mechanic. And Lab did that really well. It's the only place to get enchants, and that was really fun. And I think we should have more and more of that. It should be the only place to get something should be one location. You should not be able to get generic loot anywhere else, in my opinion.
I think that
and Lab did that really well.
As well. That is really important. I agree. I think
the
fact that like you're going to lab and you can get the helmet enchant is just like such a huge appeal.
And maps and farming bosses like that didn't. I don't know. It is different. It's hard for me to pinpoint exactly why. I think a lot of it is just that like that is larger loot for doing like one thing, and it is more repetitive. But yeah, actually, I do like favoriting a map. Also, I could rant for like 2 hours about PoE map layouts in PoE 2.
We'll try and get to that in a minute if we can. But
so yeah, it sounds
Max.
like so sorry. So the main thing that you like is just the the unique rewards and the magnitude of the rewards of running the lab. It might not specifically be tied to the traps and the triple boss
Well,
itself.
well, it is also like it's a very so in a map. I'm trying to articulate exactly why I like it. It's definitely a little bit that it's like a very repetitive thing, and I can feel myself improving on that layout, right? Like eventually, I was doing like 1 minute 10-second runs, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just a my brain thing, but I don't get that feeling in maps where I'm like, oh, I did this strand in 1 minute 10 seconds is different than doing the lab in 1 minute 10 seconds.
The thing is, though, is this isn't about ascending. That's just about farming. You like farming this
Yeah.
content, and
See, that's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
I
for
agree.
sure.
Like Sekhemas, I really want that to be part of the game because I think it's really cool to have that significantly different bit of content to farm. But don't really think it should be the trials. I honestly think the best way to do trials would be that every Ascendancy has a unique boss they fight that's flavored to and mechanically based around what they're getting from their Ascendancy, what they're going to get. So they defeat some, fire demon to ascend into a fire demon. I think that would be
that's a
it's
good
just,
idea.
just the boss
Actually.
fight. You just
I
go
agree.
do the boss fight.
I agree with that.
I feel like that
It's a
would be the
pretty good
best way
idea,
to
actually.
ascend. But it's obviously a lot of work to make 36 bosses. But if anyone could do it, these guys could. But that would, I think, be the least controversial, most fun, and snappiest, and still feel really epic. Because that idea of us doing some challenge to gain power is very cool. I think Ascendancies have been huge for Path of Exile 1. That's like a class identity and a progression. Everybody loves a prestige class, So I think that's that would probably be the ideal. But like you said, Rax, it's probably too late. I don't think they're going to change how we ascend. So it's maybe a case of making the best of this. And I think they probably could get there, but it's really going to depend on that third trial, giving the good spread of things.
Maybe it's just lab. Maybe it's just normal lab again.
Maybe.
They're like changing whatever they were gonna do, and they're putting in lab instead. Like, yep.
You want to know?
got two,
you wanna know
with
an
traps for the trap haters.
So an idea, kind of like Ziggy said, which might be kind of like his idea, but maybe a little bit smaller in scope, is like the whole point of the game currently is to get to the pinnacle boss and do the 4 tiers of the pinnacle boss, right? We could make like, it doesn't have to be literally that boss. They could make a different boss, but have like 4 tiers of that. And it doesn't have to be 36 different bosses. I mean, if anybody can make 36 different bosses, it's grinding gear games. But
Yep.
I don't know if you need to make 36 different bosses. But if you kind of introduced people to this boss tiering system, and you don't have to go through all these traps and raising these walls and this and that and stand there for a minute 30 and you're a melee and you have to walk through these traps and da 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 da. I think that would overall be received better than what we currently have.
Oh, that like, okay, this might be a dumb idea, but what if you have 2 ways to do these trials? That you have, for example, that if you just want to ascend, that's all you care about, you do maybe even a slightly harder version of the boss, but you just go in and you fight the first boss and you kill the boss. And you don't necessarily get like a lot of rewards. You get whatever the boss drops, but you have no keys then. Then you have 2 methods of doing Trial of Sekhemas, right? You can farm it for those that enjoy Trial of Sekhemas. Maybe even buff the reward slightly on that, like drop more keys, like more bronze, more silver, more gold keys. And you can run it similar to Sanctum in PoE 1. But then if you just want to ascend, you fight like maybe even an empowered version of the boss or something, but you go in, you kill the boss, you get your Ascendancy. But you don't necessarily get a lot of rewards. That gives you a lot more choice there.
Someone in chat had a similar idea, which was that if you run out of honor, you don't get kicked out, you just don't get some extra rewards or something, but you could still like finish it and get your Ascendancy. So there's a few ideas like that they could play with potentially to do this. But I feel like if you're changing fundamentally what Trial of Sekhemas is, why not just like make a different way to ascend and have that be its own farmable?
I mean, I think a lot of people
endgame
want
mechanic.
that. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, guys, but what about this one? A completely fresh idea. You're put into a gladiator arena. On the first Ascendancy, it's 1 yellow bird. And then every time that the other 3, it doubles every time. 8 birds. Gladiator arena, final Ascendancy.
And then
Birds?
the
I wanna
Uber,
add,
16 birds. 32 birds.
I
Let's
feel
go.
good.
For
dude.
the I want to add, I kind of feel bad for the content itself because I think the content's pretty good.
Yeah.
But the fact that you have to ascend is what makes people hate it, right?
Yep,
So
exactly.
then
Yeah.
everyone has like this visceral hate towards like Trial of the Sekhemas. But then when you go into Trial of the Sekhemas to farm it, you're like, this is actually kind of sick. Like the bosses are cool.
Yeah.
Aside
Yeah.
from like, I do have some growing pains. Like I really hate the escort mission in Ultimatum, and I think the modifiers are like
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like obviously those are like small issues that would just be like they could fix that just like that, right?
Mhm.
But I think the content itself is cool. It's just the fact that people feel gated.
Feels like a chore.
It's such good optional
Yeah.
content.
Right. Like I would be completely fine with farming it in Endgame.
Yeah.
But if I'm gated to getting this unlock that is so meaningful for your character, and some ascendancies, they have to go through like they have to do the 3 ascendancies to really unlock their power. Looking at Blood Mage, for example, right? Like if you don't get like more than 2 ascendancies, you're worthless. So it's weird to design a system that's kind of
Yeah.
feels like you need the ascendancy to be able to beat it, and you can't beat it because you don't have the ascendancy. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
100%.
Let's try and talk a little bit about Endgame then before we wrap up for the day, since we kind of danced around some of that. But
Oh,
the overall feelings
Okay.
of the Endgame, something you enjoy and has potential about it, like something maybe that's different from Path of Exile 1 here that you like better, and then what needs fixing most urgently. Go on, Ziz. I can see you itching.
yeah. I know.
But I want to hear a positive.
Okay.
I want to hear something you like. Go on.
Okay. It's a positive and a negative, and the same thing. I love the new Delve, but I miss having the map system. I want both. I
Okay.
think this is way better Delve, but I really love the structure and the clear progression of the old map system. I desperately want both. Whenever I've been talking about, and again, I've been whining about this for years, like I want an alternative endgame, like Delve, like a standalone thing that you can run on its own without interacting with like the regular endgame. This is exactly what I had in mind for that, but I want this and maps. That would be peak for me. Because this feels a little bit like, I don't know, it's a little bit, I don't know, I feel like a bit like thalassophobia almost, like I don't have anywhere to stand. I don't know, it's a little bit lost, but I really like it. I really like exploring it. I really like the different systems. I think towers might need a little bit of work. I like it and dislike it at the same time with a lot of these things because it's kind of what I was worried about that I was talking about with it being similar to synthesis. With don't I feel super encouraged, especially at the end game, to like rush to like 6 towers, set up a zone, and then start farming it exactly like in synthesis, which a lot of people didn't like there, and that is the case. I do feel like I want to rush those towers, set up a zone, and then farm it. Add the maps with stuff in them, like a boss, anything with stuff in it. I love doing it, but it feels to me like such a waste for me to run a map that doesn't have anything in it. That's been a kind of weird feeling for me. But yeah, I'm really vibing with mapping now after the changes. I'm really enjoying a lot of it. So I'm very split. I almost have like no exclusively, like just positive. It's like yes, I love this, but also on almost everything. But I am really enjoying it.
So
And
you
I do like that you can really choose your own difficulty with the Waystone system.
Yeah.
Actually, I love the one, like, I can't remember if it's prefixes being positive or suffixes being positive, but I love that, like, very clear distinction. They're
That's
negative,
cool.
they're positive. So sometimes I'm like, you know what, it's a tier 5 map. I'm actually not going to augment this because I just want a positive thing on this. I really like that system. It's a
Very
very clear distinction. I've found like a few rare ones where I have 1 negative and 3 positive, and I'm like, oh, this is a banger. This is such a nice map. So that is probably like the main thing I exclusively like.
When you say you want maps back, what is it that you mean you want back? Like as a separate system? What is separate about maps in PoE 1 that you want back here?
It's like way more clear progression. I'm very progression oriented. That's my favorite thing. Whenever I'm playing PoE 1, And every league where I've had like a very like let's say with gear or anything, I have a very clear step of like what I'm working towards next.
Yeah.
I don't have that in PoE 2. I'm very like, okay, I'm just gonna go in this direction. I'm trying to find expedition, but right now it's all about my gear progression more than my map progression. I don't really have like that like sure, it's the complete 10 maps of a tier, but it's not that nice feeling of like completing your atlas feels so fucking nice. 3 to 1ing maps to get to the next one and filling in that atlas, such a nice feeling. It's such a nice like monkey brain of like, oh, we're it's like placing puzzle pieces, and then you finish the puzzle and you're like, that feels so nice. We don't have that in PoE 2, and I'm very sad about it.
I only just started to like that because it was easy to do now by yourself without trading. As long as it was like that, I'd be okay. But yeah, go ahead, Rex.
So I haven't played the end game much. I've been serial re-rolling like Crouching Tuna. But what I was gonna say actually exactly matches what Zizaran just said. So to articulate it, I guess in my mind, the structure. I love the gotta catch 'em all system that Path of Exile had. It is the structure and the progression through it as Zizaran described. But I love how there's like 125 maps or Pokemon that I'm trying to catch. It's kind of like Zizaran said, like you're kind of like aimlessly wandering off in a direction. And then if a map isn't current, or what I call waystones, I just call everything maps. If it's not connected to something interesting, it's like, well, why exactly would I go do that? But in the old system, everything was valuable. And after years and years and years of iteration and all like the cute little vendor recipes and how not only are you progressing through the difficulty, but you can like choose your own difficulty based upon how you rolled all the maps. All of that stuff was brilliant. It was PoE's Endgame was just way ahead of any other ARPGs for a long time. So I think I am missing a little bit of the magic there, and I wish they would just bring it forward as well in some form and continue building upon it. I was a little bit sad that it's like a separate system. It's kind of like it, but not really. So the way that Zizaran opened there is actually exactly how I felt.
I'm trying to like translate in my mind that completionist, that satisfying like clear goals to this new system, and I think they could do it. I think they probably will. I suspect that the fact that we only have half the story right now doesn't lead into anything more, because right now we just have this nebulous goal of like cleanse the corruption. That's what we're doing apparently on the Atlas. So what if they had something like we went into a map and then we got a clue that we're on the trail of one of the seeds of chaos's offspring or something like that, right? And then we have a direction we can follow to go catch them all, to kill that boss, to cleanse that aspect of the corruption, to progress, unlock new Atlas points, and get that completion. And there's like 10 of those that you check off before you eventually get to fight the beast or something. Like, I feel like they could do that, and that would give you that similar progression with clear goals.
I like that too. I think that would help me a lot with progression. I also wish they did more with the biomes. I feel they're a little bit more, like they're a little bit too many of them all over the place. Like, I really wish it could be like, I just found a huge desert biome. And like I like more like clear distinction on loot and differences with things. But I love like I don't know. I am a big fan. I'm such a big fan of the biome idea. But like, for example, here I have on my right now, I have one lofty summit, right? I have one mountaintop with one map there. But I'm like, it would be so cool for me, like if I'm trying to farm something, to find like, I just found 25 forest maps. Oh my god, this is huge. Like that would be so much more exciting. Like a little bit more like Minecraft, I guess.
Yeah, and if there was a reason to be there, like in forest maps, you get this. Like there's one node that does something like that, but it's just cute. But if there was actually some reason to be there, then you'd be excited because I don't know, you were hunting the wolf, the corrupted wolf or something. So you're in the forest biome. That would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Terraria does this really well. I hate so many of the layouts. I'm making a map tier list, and the amount of maps I put in F tier, like oh my god! Whoever made Augury has its own tier. It's Augury tier.
Augury tier. Yes.
Augury tier.
Agreed.
Classic.
Augury
and
is
I'm just like, this is hateful. Like somebody woke up, read a Reddit post sitting on the game, and was like, "Fuck that guy! I'm designing Augury."
Mate,
I hate that
I've
map
had
so
nothing but
much.
auguries. So I've only done maybe like 30 maps, and I feel like at least maybe 1/3 of them have been auguries. I just don't. Why is it so common as well? Is this some just confirmation bias because the levers take 10 minutes to open? I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
I think so, but I think for me, Augury single-handedly makes me wish that I could help Doriani construct an ion cannon. That if you just don't like a map, you just like, okay, Doriani, this map, take it out.
Destroy it.
And it just like leaves
Exterminatus.
like a black hole, and it says like completed. And I'm like, cool. I didn't want the loot from that. I just wanted to get past it. Thanks, Doriani.
Yeah, I like that. You can just skip over it. Yeah, so Augury is a map that has 3 levers on it. It's that slow lever from the campaign, which is really cool when you do it once in the campaign. But when you have to do it 3 times in a map per map and you keep doing the same map again, it's a bit much. Also, you get locked into the animation where your character's going, and you can't. And if you try to dodge roll, you don't dodge roll, but it bugs.
Yeah.
It bugs, and then you have to do the whole map. You have to like leave the map and come back to like redo the levers again in order to do it. And that opens just like a central area that just has rare monsters in it or a boss.
And the thing is, there's a hidden mechanic here. This is a joke, but there's a hidden mechanic where the game has the sense detector. So I'm like, is it safe to hit the lever? Okay, cool.
Yes, the
Fucking
monsters
out of nowhere, rare mob comes out of nowhere and starts attacking you. I'm like, motherfucker.
Mate, I'm literally throwing nukes in every room adjacent to the lever as my Grenadier, and then it's like, yep, you pull it, and it's just like they come out of the woodwork. They know someone's pulling the levers. Who touched the thermostat? They come, all the dads are coming after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one obviously needs some changing. I think that's a universal experience. Did
and then you get like the beach map, and you're like, oh, I'm home.
Yeah.
It's strand,
Yeah, I
it's
love that
beach,
one.
it's the best thing ever. I will say, I enjoy maps with bosses 100 times more than maps without bosses. I would love to see a rework there.
Yeah, that was gonna be my
think-
biggest complaint, actually.
Yeah, every single map should have a map boss. Every single one.
Crazy idea. Right?
Every map that has the boss icon should only be a boss. There should be nothing else. It should just be like, when you see that boss icon, you go into a pretty hard boss. It could be the campaign bosses. It could be like 20 times harder than anything else. You can be like, well, I actually need a bossing build to do these.
Would you like have a separate waystone item for that? Because it wouldn't really work with the current waystones, I don't feel. You'd have to either have none or maybe a separate item you could roll.
I don't think
a bit
it
like
needs a
invitations
waystone.
or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, there could be like
actually,
a boss modifying thing, maybe.
Well, I think maybe the play for those is that you have to put in a white waystone, so you choose the tier. And that's how you choose the difficulty.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
I had the...
could
Yeah,
just
so
be-
I was...
It's.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I could just ignore the waystone modifiers. Just take
Yeah.
the tier as Zizrin said. Just ignore
Yeah.
the modifiers.
It's a good way to scrap your trash ones.
Yeah, actually, that's I like that.
Because you can't reroll them, right?
Yeah, but it feels very empty for me. It's the same feeling of eating a meal and there's no bacon in the meal. Like, it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, devastating.
So I was very willing to let them cook with this idea when they first explained it. I was like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. So like, I get it because the bosses are much longer. They didn't kind of end up being, maybe they'll tune it so they will end up being a bit longer. It makes more sense to have a system like this, but I was definitely willing to let them cook with this. But after having played it just for a little while, I literally want every boss to have a map. And I thought it was supposed to be 1 in 4, but I don't know. It doesn't seem
Much
like
rare.
it. It seems like 1 in 10 or something have actual
1 in
bosses.
10.
Sometimes you get
One in
like
eight.
4 bosses right next to each other. And that's
Sure,
pretty cool.
yeah, but it mostly seems to be quite a bit rarer, and those are infinitely more satisfying. So I don't think this like rare clear system. I think they're starting to make it work through brute force because you only do like 80% of the map, and it's showing you the rares, and a fair bit of the time that works okay. Sometimes the rares right at the back of the start of the map, and you have to backtrack all the way. So
Yeah.
that's a whole problem that is not that should just never be a thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would infinitely enjoy the game more if rares just showed on the map from the start. Let me just make some sort of like route and like find them, because or they
at least need to show when you engage them, because I fought a rare down to like 1/3, but because they're not visually obvious in PoE2 currently, also needs to change. I walked on because I thought it was just a random bug, and then I go back and it's flagged and it's like, oh, there was this guy that I was fighting that was like left in a corner somewhere.
Because my
You could also
I
seek
totally
you
agree. One of my
towards the
favorite
end of the
leagues
map.
was. Oh, sorry.
They could also seek you towards the end of the map, right? Instead of just like hanging out.
They probably
like,
couldn't
they have-
with the game's tech, because the way the game engine works is 2 screens away from you, everything's frozen.
It doesn't
so-
render at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it probably wouldn't work. But I feel like, so crazy idea, right? All right, let me cook for a second. What about if you go into the boss room, there's no boss because it's not a boss map. Instead, a bunch of monsters you fight. Like you get ambushed by a bunch of waves of monsters or something like that. You have an AoE clear map, and that's the final encounter.
Sure.
Then you get that feeling of the final encounter, which finishes the map. You don't have to do this stupid rare hunting thing they're trying to make work, and you can still like choose to do bosses or not do bosses. I feel like that could work. It could be the mechanic, like it could be the rituals, complete the rituals, and then the map's done. It could be like complete
That's
the breach
fair.
and the map's done. Like they've
Yeah,
got that
for me it
system
is
there.
definitely a big part of the fact that I don't feel like I'm finishing the map. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
leaving the map unfinished, and that's like feels really bad.
I'm actually constantly like, unsure if I finish my maps or not because of that. I have to keep like going back in and checking because I'm like, did I actually complete that map? I look at the atlas and I'm like, oh, I didn't complete it because I just left because I thought I was done. But then there's not that clear distinction. So it's definitely an issue there. But it seems like
And
there's a few ways they
then-
could solve it.
On top of that, I don't know if you're experiencing this in softcore, but especially in Beyond maps, but even in like regular maps, sometimes Rare have what seems like undeath effects that aren't. They're just cosmetic fun things, which are
Yeah.
hateful. And
Yes.
then the game also has the most
Yes.
undeath effects I've ever seen in a game,
many.
which seems very unnecessary for the pace of the game.
So
To the point
Opposite of
where
Path of Exile
I
2
count
combat
to
was supposed
5.
go.
Yeah, I count to 5 before looting right now.
yeah, good
ridiculous.
strategy. I think that this is, and I really, really hope, maybe this is copium. I think that this is just a byproduct of the fact that there had to be a bit of Control-C, Control-V over the Path of Exile 2 here, with them copying, pasting, and that is not done yet, because the game's kind of core promise is that through more meaningful moment-to-moment gameplay, they don't need to be cheap to challenge us, because the way that it works in Path of Exile 1, in order for us to ever be challenged, the monsters have to be threatening after they're dead, because we kill things so fast. So if they can achieve that, then yes, Endgame should also be able to hold true to that promise most of the time, where they don't have to have on-death effects. Things don't have to linger after death. They don't have to hide on-death effects behind loot labels and stuff. So I really hope they can realize that promise long term, but it's 100% not there at the moment.
Endgame is in such a weird state. I think it just doesn't feel like it feels completely out of place because you come out of the campaign and I think the campaign is amazing.
Yeah.
And you jump into Endgame and it just does not feel like I have a hard time being positive about Endgame because I really love killing monsters and I really love getting loot from them. But when I'm thrown into the system of like, as this said, there's no linearity. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what you're doing. You're just kind of like wandering about. And also the weird thing as well is that like you also have no agency because you just feel like you're in an ocean and there's like you don't know what you're doing. And then the developers on top of that dictate what you have to do in the map, which is really weird for Path of Exile because Path of Exile has always been about you choose your own sort of like cheesy way to say it is adventure. But like if I don't want to kill map bosses in Path of Exile 1, I don't do it, right? But I go in and I do my essences or I do my whatevers and I leave the map. And the fact that they're now dictating what I have to do is a serious step backwards, in my opinion, in game design and like in how I feel like I would approach mapping because it just sort of makes it so that like I'm not doing what I want to do, right? Which is what PoE's always been. That's what it's always been about, and that's what it will be about once we get more mechanics and things like that. So
I think,
but I also kind of disagree with this with what he said about this is better Delve because Delve had a clear goal, which is go deeper, and the game
Just
got
go
harder as you
down.
did that. Which I really love that about Delve.
just go out.
You know how
Tina.
much
Just
I
go
love
out.
Delve.
It's the same.
No, I do agree with that though.
You could go
like
down on the
if,
screen
if
if you
this
want.
was Delve, if this was Delve, I would still want more clear goals. By the way, so I do agree with that.
Right. It's
Yeah.
like the goal, and you know where you're going, and you know what you're doing, and it gets harder, and then you
go
overcome
down.
challenges through that. And if it's too hard, you go side. You know, Delve was amazing. It was, I loved everything about Delve, but obviously it's like at the time. Now it's like kind of a little bit overdue for.
I think that's a good point. It's also slightly different because of hardcore. It's like I can't go to 3,000. Yeah, but no, I agree with that. I think that's a good point.
I think just how like obviously far off it is from the vision makes me less worried, because I'm like, this is obviously just placeholder until they can
It feels placeholder.
refine this to the point that they've done the first 3 acts. So
I mean, yeah, what they said leading up to here was a couple of months ago, they had acts 1 through 3 really polished. Then they said, well, they could either finish acts 4, 5, and 6 or make an end game for us to play.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I think they made the right decision, but it absolutely feels like that, like with what Crouching Tuna just said. Acts 1 through 3, even twice, felt really good, really polished, and then it felt like this is literally draft 1 of the end game.
Oh yeah, it's actually so hard to remember as well, just because they like have so much content there, and there's the fact there's like multiple pinnacle bosses and stuff like that makes it feel like it is a finished end game, but it's obviously clearly not. So I think yes, draft 1 is well put, I think. As we're crossing the 2-hour mark, would we like to wrap up maybe with some final thoughts on what are we exploring in the game currently or exploring next? What are the things where you're doing our current goals? And maybe what are you looking forward to in the beta? What's something that they could add soon that would get you really hyped? So go ahead, Ziz.
I mean, yeah. So I'm going for the pinnacle bosses. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah.
And I just want to
SSF?
end with like, this game could have released for any game right now. Like, let's say like Last Epoch or Diablo 4 or any company, they could have released this as a basically full product and be like, this is our game. Enjoy.
Yes.
We're going to be working over it as a live service over time. And people would be like, wow, what an amazing game.
Yeah.
It is insane to me that there are 36 Ascendancies that are going to be in the game total. And that this is like what like the end game they've cooked up on like short notice. I'm so like, I'm negative about a lot of things, but I'm so incredibly positive for the future because I know the state that Path of Exile and Path of Exile 1 launched at in 2013, and the fact that this is our launch date is beyond insane to me. I am so fucking excited for the future of PoE 2 when this is our launch date.
Yeah, it's
And this
such a
is
high
free
bar
at
they
launch.
have, right? Like they've set themselves such a high bar. It's crazy. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably
our
hold them to the
expectations
standard,
are
right?
so like
Right.
out in
Yeah.
orbit.
And
for
it is
sure.
actually a lot freer a game than PoE 1 because you're not finding any items. Your stash tabs are a lot more valuable.
Okay.
So
What about
player
the gem
friendly.
tab, though?
Yeah, I
The
did
gem
buy
tab
the
is
gem
very
tab, but I
mandatory.
feel like I need to now. Yep, that's true.
Yeah,
They're gonna
you
get me with
have
that one.
to. Bro, it's on sale. Quick.
Yeah,
It's going off sale
gotta
tomorrow.
go get some points.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
whenever people
Hurry,
ask me, I'm like, you need the currency tab and the gem tab and maybe some premiums. But like, honestly, like,
Quad.
don't need the delirium tab.
True.
Give me the map tab though, right? We need that here ASAP.
I hope that comes this week.
What about you, Tuna?
I wanna add something in regards to the MTX, which is kind of something that like when I first logged into the game, I was like, oh, you know, it's like it kind of shows where their priorities were. Where like the MTX wasn't working, the shop wasn't working. There's like
Yeah.
a few tabs.
I
I
appreciate
found
that.
to be kind of like
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, my devs feel strong, man. You know. But
Yes.
yeah, I think so. For me, because I think the end game is still like a lot to come, I'm just mostly gonna focus on understanding builds, understanding mechanics, so that I set myself up to know what I want to play, what I enjoy about the game, and that sort of stuff. So I'm gonna be re-rolling a lot. I don't think I'm really gonna be going hard on like currency or any of that sort of stuff, but I do also want to experience the cool items and what possibilities they open up for builds, because
Yeah.
there's some crazy stuff. There's some really crazy stuff out there. So that is what I'm gonna be doing. What I look forward to the most is them just drip feeding us. I just want new stuff. I just want more. I want to see
more.
what they want to do, and I would just like love to hear them talk more openly about just what they want to do and where they want to go and what they want to add and that kind of stuff.
It's tough that they
I
released it
think-
on Christmas holidays, right? Because it means that
Yeah,
they're not going to
no,
be as
obviously they're on
communicative as they normally would
holidays,
be. Because like everyone's gone.
sure. Yeah.
So I expect a
Understandably
lot
so, of
in the new
course,
year.
Like, they deserve a break.
Yeah, for sure. What about you, Rex? What are you working on and what are you looking forward to, mate?
So very, very similar to Crouching Tuna. For me, I don't think I have the experience in PoE 1 that you three have. I've only played it for 1 year. But the amazing part for me on PoE 1 was just the learning. I'm just trying to learn so much, and that really makes gaming for me. So I like playing all the different classes, and kind of like how we talked about earlier, we kind of agreed that this is like the rough draft of the end game. Now I'm gonna dive into the end game, at least moderately. to see exactly how it all works now that I've tried the different archetypes. But again, exactly what Tuna said. The thing that I'm looking forward to the most, I guess I'll add one thing. The first thing is what he said. I want to see more patch notes. I want to see what is grinding your games cooking up, because
Yeah.
I have a feeling like, they're only showing us like 10% of their power, and I would love to see.
Yeah.
I'm very eager for the new things that are coming. And one thing that I am extremely looking forward to as someone with a math background is I can't wait to theory craft all these different archetypes of builds and then open path of building. I will easily sit there for I can't tell you how many hours meticulously calculating and seeing. Honestly, how wrong was I? Like, I'm trying to calculate how much damage could I possibly do, and I'm sure Path of Building is going to tell me that I'm completely wrong. And I actually I'm really looking forward to it and trying to understand why.
It's gonna be wild. The wild west of builds right now. Yep. I think you guys said it really well. I'm most looking forward to, apart from Spears, I'm very hyped for Spears. Apart from that, I'm most looking forward to hearing Jonathan do an interview again. I want to hear that insight, hear that thought process, and hear his reactions to how things have gone so far, right? Be like, yeah, well, this was obviously placeholder. We understand why everyone hates this, and like, we actually thought you guys would like this, and we didn't, and here's why. So, but you've made us rethink it. Like, I think that whole process is going to be really exciting over the next 6 to 12 months. So I'm looking forward to it. And in the meantime, yeah, it's hard to decide what to do, right? Because like when Endgame is like obviously unfinished, do I push deep into it? Do I focus on different things? I think my core goal is going to be to try and help. There's so many new players coming to the game. I want them to stick around. So I'm like, if any of them I can grab and just be like, oh, I couldn't get my Ascendancy, so I quit. I was like, yeah, you come here, I'll show you how to do it. So that's what I'm trying to focus on at the moment, even if it means I don't go super deep in Endgame or whatever. Just to focus on that. It's just like you said earlier, Tuner, as well. It's fun for me to be having all these new things to learn how they work. Yeah, even if they're going to change, that's just going to be good. I'm going to learn them again.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. This has
been
able
to erase your memory and like play PoE again.
Mate, we don't get this very often, do we? Path of Exile 2, how about that? Maybe in a decade we might get it again. So let's enjoy it.
PoE 3.
Yeah. Well, this has been a pleasure, folks. Thanks very much for joining us for some Path of Exile 2 discussions, and all the viewers for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. And, we might see you for the next one soon or on our streams. But hands together for Ziz and Tuna and Rax. Thanks, guys. This is a lot of fun.
Super fun.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me pretend to be
Thank
host.
you guys.
I'll see you fine folks later. Bye-bye.
Have a good night,
Yeah,
guys.
you're great. Bye.
Thanks, folks. That was fun. Ziz is off to go sleep, probably. Oh, I forgot to use Ziz's sleepy cat.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I had a sleepy cat.
Wait, he's off to go sleep. I thought he just
No, he just woke up.
He just
I'm
woke
off to go sleep. It's 4 a.m. here.
He's
I gotta cook
been
dinner.
constantly saying I was so tired. He posted this cat gif, so I had it ready for the podcast, but I forgot to use it. Sad.
Ziggy, what do you think about this? Because you said interview, right, with the
Yeah.
devs, but wouldn't you rather see like a podcast of like just Jonathan and like Neon just talking amongst each other or something like that?
well,
Because I feel like
Hell yeah, but
interviews are always like
that's what I try to
community
do when I have an interview
concerns.
with them, is just make them talk with each other. That's my interview
That's
tactic.
true, but
And-
usually it's a one-to-one where it's just like you and Jonathan, right? But when you were at the office, actually, it was
Yeah.
amazing, like because that was a more of like a conversation with them. But
Yeah,
usually the interviews that I've been experiencing is just like a one-to-one, and it feels like an interrogation almost.
Yeah, it's like a
I would
barrage
love
of
to hear the
questions.
thought process about just
Yeah,
you
I
know-
want to immerse in that, like their discussion of what they,
yeah,
they're
Exactly.
just seeing them cook live. I think is really fun.
exactly.
Which is why the
It's,
Q&A went for
so
2.5
much, So
hours.
much nicer. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause the interviews tend to be like, these are my problems. How are you gonna fix them? And it's like, just I don't know. Like as much as that's important, I would just love to hear the creative process
Yeah.
and just like understand what they do. Like
Yeah, I think
and
people
why
can get
why
too
they
caught up
think
on a
that.
specific problem as well, thinking that like then they have to argue their point that it's going to get changed, when like
Yeah,
in all
yeah.
likelihood a lot of this stuff probably is going to get changed. Like after you've kind
For
of said
sure.
your piece about it, it's like, yeah, but I think at this point everyone said that the zones are too large. They're probably going to change something about that. It's like
Yeah.
we probably don't have to fight tooth and nail for this stuff. We'll wait and see what they say, I suppose. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But,
They play the game too.
yeah.
That's so they're gonna experience the same stuff we experience, I think, over time. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I think Like maybe they have a reason as to why like things need to be a certain way, but I think at the end of the day they're reasonable, and they've always been reasonable. And
I'm
that's why
curious
they're
to see
games
what
go.
things they have a hard stance on, but like, no, we're not absolutely not changing this. I don't think it'll be many things, but it'll be interesting to see what ones they are. Like, because sometimes, you know, that ends up, once they figure it out, it actually is like, oh, I see why they were going for that now.
No, for sure. Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Or maybe not. Maybe it continues to be a point of contention.
I
Yeah.
mean,
You folks on to
sometimes, like, looking
go play
back-
now? What's that?
sometimes looking back at like the things that like a lot of the things that Chris was mentioning about weight, like yeah, you know what, he was right, you know. As much as I hated being told like I can't have
I
like, I can't
still
flip
don't fully
candy
agree on that
all the
one.
time.
Mate, they made us pick up the relics
Chris
again
was
from
genius.
Expedition. Oh my god.
Okay, but that's not the kind of weight that I mean. I mean like the item weight and things
The weight
like
of my
that. Like,
RSI, that's what you mean, don't you?
yeah, like
Yes.
that's just tedious as shit. Like that's the stuff that he wasn't right about. Let's be honest. But I think like what you experience it in PoE 1 where you just now have like Headhunter that's worthless and stuff like that. And you're like, well, I kind of preferred it when things were a little bit
Worthless
harder,
Headhunter.
right?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like you know, it's like where you can just get everything. It felt nicer when things had more weight. I guess items had more weight. So
Yeah. I mean,
But
we do have
that's just
weightier
like a
rares
total
and stuff
random
now.
thing.
That's definitely something that they're cooking that's working, I think.
yeah.
What are you up to now, Rex?
I'm going to the store. We got to go to the store
Yeah.
before we buy food, but I didn't want to
Yeah,
dip
you-
out and be rude.
No, you do.
Are you still
dip
going?
whatever you want.
Are you still going, Ziggy?
Yeah, I'm going to do some Trial of the Sekhemas science today, trying to make that as
Oh,
like
God.
easy as possible for people. That's my
Mm.
plan.
Okay, well,
Throw a raid your way.
So- yeah, I'll throw you a raid as well. Hey,
Oh, thanks, guys.
I don't
might go
know
pee
if I've
and then I'll
ever
do that.
talked to you before. I'm not sure if I ever talked to you before, Ziggy, but it was
I don't
a
think we
pleasure.
have.
Thanks,
It's good to meet
thanks
you,
for having
mate.
me.
Yeah, it's good to meet
Yep.
you. I really like the way you ask follow-up questions, by the way. I was like, dude, you're inspiring me to be like do better and better with podcast hosting and stuff. Like you were asking his follow-up questions in a way that I thought was like really good at digging to the core of what he was trying to say instead of just passing on, which is pretty easy to just kind of like move on to the thing you want to say. I appreciate that. I noted that specifically that you were doing multiple times. It's good
Yeah, I
stuff.
mean,
Good post.
I remember in high school, we had one of the first classes I took was career ed, and they're trying to set you up for the future. And we had a really, really godly teacher, and he said, "You want to know what's the number one thing that employers would love from their employees that they say that they never get? Is employees that are good listeners." Like a lot of times people hear words and in one ear out the other, but then they're just in their mind processing the thing that they were going to say,
Yep.
and they can't actually engage with anything that anybody said, even if they have the communication skills, because they don't have the listening skills. So we spent like a semester sitting there learning how to listen. And I don't know, I'm an old piece of shit. I can't listen for shit anyway. But when I come to these, I'm definitely trying to be engaged in what are they saying and why are they saying. And I wasn't trying to attack Scissorin. I was actually very interested. I want to know more. I'm like, tell me why you like the lab when a lot of people don't like it. I just
No.
just
Yeah,
wanted to
some
know
people
more.
do take that way. Sometimes when you like, when you try to drill down to what someone is actually saying, like when you're really engaged with it. But no, I take it that way. You're engaged, mate. You do an active listening. It's good. It's a rare skill. I appreciate it. It makes for
Thank
fun
you, Miss-
podcasting.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch Thorne from Career Ed. I owe you one, man. Thank you.
Shout outs to Mr. Fitch Thorne. Thanks for the raid, Tuna. Welcome, folks.
Yeah.
How you doing?
All right, I'm
mate?
gonna hop off, guys.
All right,
Tuna,
I'll
it was
see you
a
later,
pleasure.
mate. Thanks
Later,
for the
dude.
chat.
It was a pleasure,
See ya.
guys. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Later, guys.
Have a good night and good blasting in the game. Appreciate
Yeah, let's do it.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
keen. This is the start of my day. Bye. That was very fun, folks. That was very fun. Hold on. I need to reactivate my things. Game cam. Here we go. Just unset up from the podcast. How good was that? That was very fun. Hope you enjoyed the podcast action, folks. Where is my... there it is, camera. Activate. Here I am. Oh, don't you look pretty? How you doing, folks? I hope you enjoyed the podcast. It was very fun. I crave podcasting. I'm very happy that I joined the Maxroll team because it's getting me interacting more with other content creators, like these fine folks here, and doing more podcasts and stuff, because like I don't have the headspace to organize it to get the people together to send the messages and arrange a date. But when other people are doing that, mate, I love it. I love it. So I'm glad. I'm really glad that I did that. I've been having a lot of fun making content for them, but also that that is a really cool and bonus side effect that I'm really thoroughly enjoying. It was good. It was fun. Yeah, I feel like that's the first big kind of podcasty chat we've had since then. It's good to be able to digest, chew on things a little bit, you know? Gets me to think about some other perspectives. It's cool to hear like some of the differences in opinions there. A lot of us were pretty similar on like overall feeling, I think, towards the game. Everyone seemed positive, but to have like specific issues, but to still be very positive in light of that stuff. It's just the way that I've been feeling. Like I definitely have some huge issues that I'd like want to see him fix, and some things I'm a little scared about, but still enjoying it so much despite those things. Flying Hawaiian, thanks for the gift subs, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Can you tell me how bad is the death toll in Sanctum? Take 902 fizz damage after 8 rooms? How bad is death toll in Sanctum? 902 fizz damage after 8 rooms. Oh, you mean the damage per room completion one, where you just take a flat amount? I actually want to see, because I haven't tested that one yet, whether that is affected by honor resistance and reduced damage taken and stuff like that. If that's affected by honor resistance, it's probably not too bad. Yeah, so we're gonna, for the rest of our day today, I can probably change the title on Twitch now as well, away from the podcast. I'm gonna be focusing on, at least for the near future here, the Trial of Sekhemas. So like I said on the podcast, I did do my final Ascendancy point here. I did do it already off stream. Very naughty, I know, but I really wanted to do it before the podcast. But I did record it, and it's probably going to be part of a video anyway, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to do more of it today anyway, because that's the thing I'm pretty interested in exploring right now. What are you using a second weapon slot? I'm not actually currently actively using it right now. Before, I was just using it for Leap Slam. I should really get like attack speed maces for that, but I don't actually have enough skill gem sockets right now unless I get an unset ring to do that. Or if I dropped gas grenade or something, which I don't really want to do. I could, but right now I dropped Leap Slam for scavenge plating, believe it or not. It is nice to have it when you do want it. When you're jumping over a ledge or something, you feel pretty clever, but most of the time it's not strictly needed. Are you going to reset progress? Are they going to reset progress for full beta? It'll be a kind of reset in the sense that you'll be able to start completely fresh in the new standard or in the new league, as Path of Exile does. But these characters and everything here they've said, will be available as like a part of a vintage legacy standard thing that you can log into. So you'll be able to log into and see your stash and your old beta characters, which is just cool. It'll be there as a legacy sort of thing. But it won't be part of the core most actively played game. It'll just be a fun extra thing that are like saved long term, you know, for your quiet enjoyment. Obviously it'll be super broken and there'll be all sorts of mangled items and characters on there that just like don't function or whatever. Curious to know what stats you focus on for relics first? Yeah, I can show you my current setup, and this is a little bit better after improving it just after that third run. So it was probably like 1 fewer relic, roughly. It was like not this one. So this is what I had that I did the third trial with. That was super easy. I can show you footage of that in a bit too. So we have honor resistance and increased max honor. This is the one I got yesterday. That's really, really well rolled. So this is kind of ideal. And I just got this one as well. Movement speed and double sacred water, which this one is not the core stuff you'd focus on. This is just a nice extra thing I'm adding in right now. These ones here are probably the core ones. Increased max life and honor resistance. So honor resistance is straight up like less damage taken, just like regular resistances, right? You have honor resistance, you take that much less damage. Hey Rax viewers, welcome folks. Welcome. Thanks for popping on by. Thanks for joining us for the podcast. It was a lot of fun to be able to just chew on things a bit more and hear some alternative opinions and hear how other people are taking it. I've not had that chance yet, so that was really, really cool. I really like how Rax expressed himself and everything too. It's super cool. Welcome folks. Like I was saying, today my focus is on the Trial of Sekhemas and trying to nail down just how like potentially easily it can be done, or how to make it more approachable for people, or just like kind of what goes into it. I'm trying to figure out GG's mindset, right? Like I said, I think they didn't communicate the importance of relics. Turns out they make a huge difference, right? Way more than I would have thought. Because relics were like kind of minor, but good at boosting your currency gains in PoE 1 for Sanctum. But here in this one, you get ones like this, right? 30% to honor resistance. So that if in isolation, this by itself makes you take 30% less damage to your honor, right? Max honor resist should be 75, but there is also a modifier that increases max honor resist. So once you get to cap, you want to try and get that as well. 23% increased maximum honor. So if I just convert my life and energy shield, I have 2070 honor, right? 2070 honor. So that's just 20% more of that. So that's another 400 more, 500-ish. And I'm taking 30% less damage. So just from the one relic alone makes it like the whole thing probably more than 30% easier, right? So this is what I ran the third set of Ascendancy points that I just did. I have some footage of that we could like showcase a little bit as well, or I just do a fresh one and talk through it. Increased max life, same thing, scales your life. Effectively, if my math is correct, multiplicative with the idea of maximum honor, right? Because you're like multiplying your life and then this is multiplying that amount. Even if not, it's like, so that's, if that's, let's round down to 10%, that's 200 extra life, which is then scaled up by this. So then that's increased by 23% again. So those two things stack together. You got your honor resist here. Increase max honor and honor resist again. Increase max honor and honor resist. And do you want to know the craziest thing? I got all of these and a lot more because I got other good ones here too. Like this one that reveals a room in max honor, and I got these. I had this one quantity, 9% increased quantity of relics dropped, but even without that, I got all of those in one run at level 50. So I took one of these level 50 trials that I got at the end of the campaign, like this, and I ran the 2 floors. You don't even have to beat it. If you failed at the boss, that's fine. You might get a couple relics less. But you do like these level 50 ones, because I don't really think levels matter so much for this. I don't, like, there's no mod tiers, see? See, maximum honor to the right of it, it's a bit hard to see on stream, but it says U, which just means like that there's no other mod tiers of that. It's just, that's just what the mod is. It's a bit like jewels. So like a low level relic is just as good as a high level relic as far as I can tell. Universal, right? It means universal, is that what it means? Yeah. So there might be some things that are only available at certain mod tiers, maybe, like possibly. Any mods say U and still have tiers? Oh, it might be that they're different, counted as different modifiers that become unlocked at higher levels. Okay. This isn't true for Flask, that's for sure. Good to know, good to know. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the U means that or if it means something else. So it sounds like the U means that it's a unique modifier. That's probably what the U's for, right? Unique modifier? Or something like that. Maybe it is universal, I don't know. Is that made up or a real word? So is there actually tiers for this? Well, we could probably see on PoEDB. Let's have a look. Sorry for making a statement that sounded like I knew when I was just hypothesizing there. I should be more clear about that. PoEDB 2. Relic. Let's see if there's any data mine for that currently. There's a lot of PoE 1 results here. If I go to the actual PoEDB 2, there's a PoE 2 DB. There it is. Yeah, there is max relic ones as well. Max honor ones. Oh, you got 2 to 3s and 4 to 5s. So there's different tiers of that. Are they tagged as U as well? Unique modifier tier also shows U on items. Okay. Relic. Relics. Relic mods. Here we go. Yeah, no, there is just straight up tiers, isn't there? Okay, so that's maybe just a display issue then that led me to believe that. Alright, so there is straight up tiers. So it looks like these might be based on specific relic types too. I imagine the bigger relics can have larger amounts, probably. So if we're doing them at 50, we're not able to get all of the tiers, but it looks like... Well, hold on. So what one is... That one's 57, 57, 57. So I did that. I did these probably in a 59. Sorry, in a 50, 55 or a 56 or something, because you can get +2 when they drop, right? They drop from a rare monster, which is mostly where they come from. So they probably came from a 55, it looks like. And maybe this one came from a different one. What was some that I just got in the one that I did? This was the 3 run. 23, 67. So like the 23 here is 17 to 20 max honor. Where's the resistance one that's low? So this one's item level 3, and that's the 15 to 20 range. Okay. So it seems like you could, so literally you can farm the quest one and you're actually going to get some good starting relics. But the problem is you don't have much space at that point. So you want to do the 2-floor one to build up to the 3-floor one. Even though that's not immediately obvious. You think that you could just skip it, but it's very helpful because of getting these guys. So it looks like you could do 52, but you probably miss out on some of these tiers a little bit. So ideally, and we'll make a note of this. Consult with my notes. Close. Trial of Ascendancy is here. Okay. Hold on, let me just bring my notes over. Trial of Ascendancies. Do I have a relic section? Let's add a relic section. Relics. So 55 is a breakpoint for most of these modifiers, it looks like. So that means you want to do like a 53 to 55. Yeah. So there's some at 50, like increased defenses, which is probably pretty strong too, if you actually have them. Looks like 55, and then there's maybe another boot at the break. The rest are kind of mixed. So item level 55 breakpoint for gearing for honor, resist, max honor, etc. to get ready for third points. Which means you want to do it in a 2-floor trials to level 53 would be fine, to 55 roughly. Because if you do it in 53, a lot of them drop from rares, so you'll get 55s from those still. Some of them will be under 55, but a lot of them will still be 55s. So the higher the better, but you could do it in as low as 53. Where would you get the level 55 keys? You get them as drops in the campaign. I ended up getting quite a few of them. If you don't, you can always trade for them as well. To trade for them, you would do... I might have a trade tab open. Maybe not. Yeah, let me open a trade tab. Hobo Shoddy, thanks for the gift subs, mate. Appreciate ya. And dude, Ziggy wants spears so badly. I freaking love spears, and I freaking love spears with shields especially. Oh, yes! Let me do my hoplite cosplay in Path of Exile. I'm very excited for spears. Do few games do spears and do cool things with them? I just feel like spears are so under... Considering how, like... how used they were throughout history, they're, like, so underrepresented. Maybe because they're a peasant weapon or something, I guess. Spears are kind of a peasant weapon, I suppose, so... maybe that's why they were never, like, as cool as swords, so they don't get as much attention, but... When spears are done well, I'm very excited. Spears are OP in history, right? Why get close to person to poke them with pointy thing when you can poke them from all the way over there? Coincidentally, why bows are so good. Poke them from very far away, but bows require a bit more skill. Coincidentally, why crossbows were so good. Didn't need as much skill. Could poke knight from far away without without needing much skill. A game changer, right? What am I looking for again? Relic. So if we just type in, it's a little weird, I found. So if we just type in relic and search, we should, wait, hold on. Oh, maybe we do it via category. Yeah, we'll do it via category. There we go. So we just search via category for relic. We want to probably just do item level. Wait, no, well, I'm not looking at relics, am I? What was I looking at? The Jin barriers. Whoops. Hold on, I forgot. Jin barrier. I got sidetracked. Yes, you could buy relics, but you could also farm them yourself. So there's 52, but it's, can we I don't know if there's an area level search. You can't do a copy paste here. See if there's an area level. No, the new stuff's not fully on the site. There is this one here. Maybe, yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, great. So then what we do is we go 52. Well, probably what we want actually is we'll just do 55 and we'll do it to area level match 60. Or, you know, whatever level we're comfortable. Anything up to 65 or whatever is probably pretty easy, but you want to just do the trial 2 ones probably for farming. So any of these is going to drop good relics. And there's many of them for an Exalt, because they're common and no one really wants to use them for anything. It'd be good if these were tradable on the currency exchange, but I don't think they are. Doggy Para, thanks for the gift subs, mate. Same with flails. Yeah, flails are sick too, actually. You don't see a lot of flails usually, do you? And they're not, and when they're not just like a reskin of maces, the fact they're going to be a different thing that functions differently is pretty exciting. Look forward to seeing what sort of skills we get with them. Yeah, I haven't looked at what the good resistance relics are, but I'm sure like perfectly rolled ones are expensive, but probably moderate rolled ones are probably quite cheap, because it seems like there's not actually a ton of different mods here, and it's pretty easy to get them. Like I said, so I did one run at 55 yesterday. I did that on stream, and I found maybe like 4 or 5 good relics, which is more than enough to fill out a puzzle here, right? I will do a run at 67 with 3 trials with these gaps here. That's what I'll do. So I'll do that with these ones that I had. Honor Resistance, Max Honor Resistance Life, etc, etc. I'll do that here, you know, making things like nice and easy for yourself with good relics, being a bit over leveled, and the other thing you can do is buy some higher level gems, but you're a bit level limited on that. I took some notes on that as well, by the way. I was like curious about that, so I actually had to buy the gems to check. But so level 14 gems 58, level 15 is 64, and then it's 16 or 66, but then there's a big jump. So level 17 is 72 and 18 is 78. So you can't just jump to like level 18 gems. You have to actually level your character quite a bit to get there. And 19 is probably like a big jump again, because this is, that's a jump of 6 and 6. So it's probably 84 for 19s. I don't know what 20s would be. That might be the limit, right? Maybe they're just 84 as well. Maybe they're 90. But the stat requirements go up as well too. So, you know, 97 on hybrid, or 178 if you like pure dexterity, for example. 20 is 90, you think? Oh yeah, wow. 20 is 205 stat requirements. So you need some serious stats to equip those gems. So yeah, you can power boost yourself by spending 1 exalt to get like a 16, 17, or 18 gem. They're all like an exalt. And you could buy those for your main skills and get a little power boost that way. We will pop these ones over here, and I'll do a run of the 3-floor one. So this is a 3-floor level 67, but I need to go to the bathroom real quick. So I'll be back in a moment. That is Obsidian, that software. It is free note-taking software. Customizable, very customizable. When you get it, it won't look like mine. You have to customize it to your tastes. It's a rabbit hole. It's good though. Didn't they change the trial keys to show which ones give you ascendancy points? They did, yeah. But it only works when you're in the zone. There's like some bugs with it. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I'll see you very soon. Also, today and in general, I'm brought to you by my beautiful sponsors. And playing Path of Exile 2, I got to experience it for the first time in 4K with my comically oversized and ridiculously over the top monitor that they sent me. It's too much. Probably just get like the 2K one. That's probably a bit more reasonable. But if you want to treat yourself, the 4K one's pretty legit. So thanks MSI for that one. I'll leave you with Ziggy E while I take a short break. I'll be right back, folks.
G'day folks, Ziggy D here. I make content about clicking and looting. I'm here at the MSI booth, PAX Australia 2024. Let's check it out. They're letting me be one of the first people in Australia to touch the Z890 releasing later this year. This is MSI's 27-inch QD OLED, the most affordable in their range of quantum dot organic light-emitting diodes. Don't settle for any other type of light-emitting diode. I'm going to be playing Path of Exile 2 on one of these later this year, a bigger one. This is MSI's crown jewel, the top of the line, the GeForce RTX 4090. They won't even let me touch this one. It's running Black Myth Wukong in giga widescreen flawlessly. If you like what you've seen, check out MSI's website for more info.
Hello, folks. Hello. Give me 1 second here. Oh, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I think I've given away most of my keys at this point. Sorry. Oh, you know what I'll do as well? I'll respec my Ascendancy points for this run too, so that I'm kind of doing it as if I did it on stream. Sorry, I didn't do it on stream. I just really wanted to do it before the podcast, so I could speak with a bit more authority about that experience. Let's go to our hideout. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Thanks very much for hanging out. I took a short break, got myself a drink. I'd been sitting still for 2 hours and then some. Respec points. Dude, no, wrong ones.
Speak.
These ones. Oh god, it costs so much. My poor gold. Oh, but I'm doing this for the legitimacy of the science, okay? Oh. Like, oh, you know, I gotta make sure that it's not like, oh well, Ziggy, it's easy to do the level 3 trial when you already have the Ascendancy points from it. Oh god, 50k gold. That's so much.
I got a different idea.
What level should you be getting your 3rd thing of Ascendancy? It really depends on how powerful you are. When they add the extra axe, it's going to be probably quite easy to do. But right now, I think you probably want to do it. So that needs to be a level 60 key. So you'll have to go get a level 60 key first, at least 60, with number of trials 3. I'm just speaking as if you're just doing it with Sekhemas right now, which I think is probably the way to go, honestly. They really need to make race specs cheaper, right? So I'll do more ultimatum testing in the future, but for now we're focusing on the Sekhemas, the Jin barrier. So you need at least a level 60 Jin barrier with number of trials 3. So you probably want to be at least around that level. But I don't think there's anything wrong with waiting till 65, late 60s, 70, when you feel like you're starting to get powerful. But there's also nothing wrong with, if you have more than one key, doing it and failing. If you get 2.5 floors in and fail, but you come out with a bunch of relics, your next run's going to be so much easier. And that's basically kind of what I'm sciencing, what I'm taking notes on, what I'm trying to showcase and explore today. So I did one run of this, 50, like a 50 something number of trials 2, like this one, and farmed a few relics in it. So ideally, I probably did it suboptimally, but we just looked, and ideally you do that at level 55 plus. 53 technically could be okay. Where do we put this node in? Down in here. Trials of Ascendancy, relics, yeah. So 53 to 55 plus is kind of where you want to be for getting some good modifiers to those guys. So we'll go do this run now. And then, yeah, and any of the bad relics you get that are no good, this is what you can do with them. So I got these ones here, right? So these are kind of meh. Double Sacred Water start of the trials. It's like, okay, but really what you want initially is honor resistance and stuff. This is the sort of thing you might do after you've maxed out everything else. So that one, slowing debuff with max life, and trap steel, reduced damage, and some extra Sacred Water. So we can take those 3 and reforge them. And then do also remember that you can augment them. All right, we can just talk to Doriani. So increased defenses, potentially actually good if you have high defenses, because they do work, right? So if I have 40% chance to a 40% mitigation on Fizz, yeah, on average, I'm going to take less damage from that. Obviously, getting the rest of your character sorted, being more powerful, having good resistant defenses are going to make a difference. Mine are decent, not crazy, but decent. I haven't really gotten too much here. The augment didn't really do too much. These 5% chance to hit things are like kind of profit boosting ones. So you'd put this in maybe like the farming category. So if you can get like quantity of relic drop ones, you could use those for a little bit to farm. Run a couple of those. So these are like my farming relics here. Relics I'd use if I were doing more farming oriented runs to try and get relic drops and other valuable things. But what you want is stuff like this. Bosses deal reduced damage, honor resistance, increased maximum honor, increased max life, or energy shield if that's your build. And there is some stuff for rare monsters and stuff as well, which I think probably aren't as important. The bosses are probably going to be the thing that kill you, but you'll have to decide based on what you're struggling with. But we'll go to the Trial of Sekhemas now. You can't reforge the 3 to 4 wild relics. I haven't run into any I couldn't yet, but someone said you couldn't reforge the carpets, which is funny and strange that you can't do that. I'll try it later, but yeah, a few people said that. So apparently you can't do... you can't probably do these big ones like this. Right? Can you do these ones? I swear I did do these ones. Can't reforge the carpets or pipes. You can reforge the big urns. So that's maybe a bug then? Because that wouldn't be... the fact that you can't do these like 4 wide ones is probably just a bug. I reckon the way that bench works is it has like 3 slots or something. And they just... because they've never had items really that wide before, I don't think. I can't think of any items like this. Most items are too wide in PoE, so it's probably just a bug. I assume they'll fix that then. Yeah, gear's normally only 2 slots wide. So maybe these and these aren't working just because they're too wide. So they'll probably fix that. So here's what we're running with. Ones that I farmed in a level 50 zone. We're going to do a 67 number of trials 3, which is the one that ascends. Oops,
This better be worth it.
I don't know why I couldn't see my relics then. That was a weird bug. I showed them earlier though. We had a few slots empty and I was using the ones I farmed earlier. We can see them on the map though. Alright, so I'll talk through like everything and just kind of think about tips and mechanics and stuff as much as I can here, but certainly if you have any questions, let me know. Resistance honor to stack. Yep, resistance to honor does stack. Probably up to 75. I'm going to take a look at the map screen because apparently that has some info on it. So the way these traps work is after they come up, you can actually just walk into them. So you can walk into them safely like that. So even when they're turmoiling like that, they're actually not dangerous at all. So you want to just kind of walk into them right as they come up. Like right after they come up, I should say. More specifically. And another thing, you can actually roll through the flame without taking any damage. The dodge has pretty generous iframes for rolling through traps, so you can actually do that with all the traps. All the monsters on the first floor and most of the rest of the monsters I've encountered so far have pretty big wind-ups, so what you want to be doing is mostly doing perpendicular running after you've activated a monster. So when a monster becomes... pretend this is a monster. When this cricket becomes aggroed on me, there'll be like a delay, and then it'll fire a dangerous thing. So you just want to be like, engage, it sees me, and then I go to the side. Just as general practice, right, to not get hit. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I don't need to go this way. Whee! Whee! Oops. Oh, I didn't get hit though. Do I actually need to go back down there? Or was that just I think that's just a treasure room down there. Which the treasure rooms can drop extra relics as well, so when you're farming, you may want to hit those. It seems like most relics drop from rare monsters, and then you get a fair amount from like the boss at the end and the chests at the end. You can get them from there. So I found those were like the biggest sources of them. Nice. So if you want to basically guarantee you'll get your points, you want to do like a run or two to get some good relics. And I can show you those again later. And then, you know, overlevel a bit. There's a few specific things you may want to do, like use like a slow resistance relic, or potentially make sure you got like good resistance, fire resist for the boss. Second boss is a fire and cold. Third boss is chaos. Not that you can get chaos damage, but you can use a relic for it. So down here you can see what I have. So I actually have reached 73 honor resistance, which is probably 2 off the cap. I got 55 max honor and 14% increased max life. So you can see I normally have 2k life. We're at 2.3. My honor is 3.6, 3,600. And then I take only 27? Yeah, I take only 27% of the damage I would otherwise take. And that's before we get any boons or anything like that, right? So it's obviously, it's obviously a pretty big deal. So early on, this is a kind of a bad start. It's all bronze keys, which is hilarious. But early on, generally, we want to avoid bad afflictions and get some sacred water. So any large sacred waters are good. So that we can have stuff to spend at the merchants and other things down the line. You're still using the same sports for clusters? Right now, my cluster is long shot, immolate, and magnified effect. I don't get too much use out of it. So right now what we're going to be looking at is just trying to minimize the impact of these ones. So reduced movement speed is really bad. Rewards are unknown is honestly pretty bad early on. Later on, we could take that without too many issues. Enfeeble is what? Lessens damage dealt by 15%. So 15% less damage dealt. It's not too bad. We can probably deal with that. Rewards are an unknown. Rewards are unknown. Movement speed, less sacred water. Less sacred water is not too bad later on, but pretty bad early on, especially combined with less merchant, like more expensive merchants. Less water means we're going to be like down 1 or 2 boons potentially, and less potential to buy good relics if we come across them from the merchant, which is another way of getting them. So right now we'd be doing this one for sure, going through the Enfeeble. I'll try and do a mixture of the rooms so I can talk about them, but like I do try to skip the gauntlets where I can, not because they're particularly dangerous, just because they're a bit time consuming. The A+ tier is ritual trials generally. They're quite fast and easy. The hourglass can be a bit dangerous. It's pure combat. What else? The escape rooms I think are pretty easy. You just have to run and click things. You don't really have to do anything else.
Take a wish!
So they're basically freebies. I would start with those options. I mean, it does cost a key, but I also want to like not necessarily show fishing for an ideal layout, because yeah, you might get a run where you get screwed by just by RNG and getting bad curses and whatnot, but a lot of these things can be corrected as well. Like, who's to say that we don't get one of the shrines down the line that removes I got, was it the Fickle Winds, I think it was, earlier, and it removes an affliction, gives you a random boon, and heals you for like 700 honor or something. Pretty good. So if you have any stun or freeze or electrocute or anything like that you can lead with when engaging packs, that is really, really good in here. Some little tricky little traps in here trying to catch us off guard. Think about anything you can do to like kind of burst mobs before they can do anything to you, or to like pre-stack damage against them. So like most of them are on like, they're hidden away and take some time to become dangerous. So like these little rock guys have to animate and then they have to wind up an attack. So you can do stuff to them. You can freeze them, you can stun them in that time. So flashbang's really good obviously, because you know, just flash them and then they're not dangerous. They're no longer a threat. But also just going for the outright kill, or building up some freeze or something like that while they're animating is going to be good too. Chalice is my favorite rooms. Chalice is good for relic farming actually. I probably will make some notes on that too. I should probably pause, but relic farming strategy. Oh my god, Caps is on. Wow, Ziggy, so random. Relic farming strategy. Here we go. So coincidentally, no wait, no, what is it? The Chalice. Chalice spawns rares. Good for farming relic drops. Sacred water for merchant in rooms and at the end. The merchant sells relics at the end as well. Like at the end of each floor. At the end of each floor, relics with increased relic drop rate. This should be in here probably, honestly. Relic farming strategy. Let's put this in here. Relics with increased relic drop rate. The time trial ones are pretty good. So it's probably not that good for spawning rares, honestly. I think it's probably mostly that one. And you can cheese in the hourglass room, just cover one spawn and the other monsters will not attack you. I haven't tried that, I'll mess around with that. How are you flashing the big bad monsters? Wait, you. Boss and chess at end can drop 2. But it's not really like a specific strategic element to that, it's just a place to get relics from. I'll also make a note of like any big tips just as I remember them or as they come up. So let's say, make some space here. Relics. There's specific notes there. Let me do my just a big tips section. Big tips. You can not take reward room rewards. This is a big one. You can just choose to not take them. You can do that. Quite often have an affliction or pledge may... So pledge to Kohai or Kochai or whatever it is. Pledge is generally great, or potentially great, maybe is more accurate. Potentially great, like it's a room worth visiting. But sometimes the options are an unnecessary gamble. So that may come up, but generally it's like, you've actually got a bunch of good boons, your afflictions are manageable, taking a random affliction might end your run, you know, if you land a wrong one, if you land a really bad one. Especially if you're an ES build, where currently the one that removes energy shield, you know, it's updated live, so your honor goes down too. So if you're like, if you're CI, you'll just go down to 1 honor. Yeah, so don't do that. Hourglasses are great for relic farm, focus on killing the rares there. Yeah, the hourglasses do spawn a fair few of them, but it's not always super easy to actually hunt them. I'll make a note of it though. Hourglass spawns a few rares, but can be dangerous. Whereas the chalice is quite easy because the rares are spread around and pretty manageable. They're like specifically spawn in different locations. So your curse with enfeeble leads into sacred water. So we'll go just probably do one of those, but we'll consider what the next rooms are. We don't want unknown reward types at the start because we want to use the rewards as we go to build out an unbeatable strategy. But we've taken enfeeble curse, which lowers that damage. But honestly, 15% reduced damage, it's less bad than one of the other afflictions, which is like 25 or 30% or 40% less or something. Having trouble finishing my first ascension, level 25 monk. Honor is only 615. Any advice? It's okay. You can do that one as many times as you want in a row, and you fail, and you don't, like, you can just do it again right away. So if you want, you can do it and farm good relics with resistances and things on them, and then use those relics to make it really easy for you. Or you just go do some more levels, get a couple upgrades, get a little bit more power, upgrade your gems a bit, and come back and crush it, because it's a set level, right? That quest is a set level, so you will be more powerful than it in a couple levels. So you can do either of those things, or both. In fewer levels, you will have more tools, you'll have more skills, you'll have more support gems, you'll be much more powerful. So this is the relic one. Someone was saying if we just stay in one area, it's not going to really, like, the other ones are not going to aggro on us. Oops, put a little bit of poison there. So I took a hit from a mob, which was poison, which is like one of the worst things you can do. And I only took like 20-something damage. You might be able to like camp in an area, but generally I find it safer to run around. Also, I want to kill things. The relic drops and stuff. I've actually found the loot to be quite good in Sekhemas so far. And yeah, if you're moving and just making sure that you're maintaining like directional changes perpendicular to the mobs, so that you're not running like, you know, directly towards them or directly away from them. Don't do the, what is it, the Prometheus school of running away from things. Where you just run in a straight line away from the thing that's coming towards you. Run sideways. Perpendicular. Zigzag, serpentine. Proximal tangibility is like one of the worst things we could get in here. Because it forces us to like stand still, basically, to deal with something. But we can also just try and hit and run. The good thing about this time trial, and probably the biggest tip for the time trial, maybe I'll take some specific notes on this, is you don't have to kill them. You don't actually have to kill this guy. If I just leave him and wait 10 seconds, he'll actually just die. He'll disappear, right? In fact, I could kill nothing from here on out if I wanted to, and they will die anyway. There they go. So you can actually just outlast them.
Swift magnificence.
Oh my god, Chryson. Hello, my chat just exploded. Chryson, thank you very much. Single Infinity might have snuck in there. Thanks very much, Single, for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. And Chryson, thank you for the 25 gift subs. You appreciate it, mate. Thank you. It's very generous of you. Should have kept up the practice. I think you're very well practiced at gifting subs and subbing now. Killing res does shorten the timer. Does it actually? I didn't actually notice that. Thank you for pointing that out. I had no idea. Let's go big tips. And then I'll say like room specific. So let's go. So that one is hourglass. Spawns. There's survival timer, just to describe what it is. Killing res shortens. Is it killing everything shortens timer and just res do more? I didn't actually know that. Thank you. Not usually looking at the timer, I guess. But you don't have to kill them to beat it if they are too dangerous. Bad, you know, if they have bad rare modifiers especially. They disappear when timer expires. Run circles, and change directions to run perpendicular to monsters. Like this. Like so. Or find an area with fewer spawns and avoid aggroing rest of room. Disappear. It's a good thing about having your own personal obsidian notes is the spelling doesn't matter if it doesn't matter to you. Except you folks see it. So we got rewards a shrine that restores honor and grants a boon. These ones are great because they just straight up give you a boon. Where compared to these ones that greatly restore your honor but burden you with an affliction, you should basically never want to take one of these unless you're completely desperate. So we'll probably go through Shallow's Trial into Gauntlet Trial here. Order of priority for rooms, I think, is room reward. Well, no, affliction. Avoid bad affliction. And maybe I can do this. Should probably pause. Room picking strat. Apart from, you know, contextual situations, avoid bad afflictions. And then into get good boons. So merchant included is included in that as high priority. Into get more water. Into avoid bad room types. Like that's honestly a priority, but it's the lowest priority under these ones in my opinion. You may be able to justify a particularly bad room being above getting more water. Obviously changes contextually if you need healing or if the final boss approaches. So for example, e.g. more water in final room won't help you win, but will get you more loot though, because you can convert the water into keys at the end, or you can buy more relics and stuff for next time. Probably another good one is you can buy boons / relics at end of each floor. Don't need to spend water on meh boons or heals at earlier merchants. That's nice spelling right there. Very good. Yeah, you don't have to just spend all your water to spend it, because if you save it until the end of the floor, you will be able to spend it at the end probably. Look, plan a hand? Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's probably good thing to just say under here. But room picking strats. Look ahead. Plan ahead. The afflictions that prevent planning are pretty bad. They're generally hard avoids unless it's like the end of the trial, unless you're basically at the end. Traps are easy with acid. Some of the traps are easy with acid, some are probably easy to click to move. The ones that require a bit more accuracy, a bit easier to click to move, because you can just say like, I need to stand right here, and you just click there and you go there. Whereas WASD, you kind of have to like try and stop there with like little jitters. I love the spiders being thrown across the screen like that. So funny. A lot of the monsters' effects are actually not damage dealing effects. Learning to tell which ones is probably a good tip to try and do. So, let's separate these a little bit. Learn which monster attacks actually deal damage. Many just slow or shock, etc. And are okay to tank if needed. Like, you'd rather eat a web that slows you than, like, you know, dodge roll into a fireball. So learning what not to be afraid of is a good thing you can kind of do long term to feel a bit more confident here. Like, I know there's little spiders I'm just not too worried about, because the first thing they always do is spit web at you. Like that doesn't hurt. Still better to avoid it, but only if it's not putting you in more danger.
A great challenge overcome.
Incense relic. It's a big one. A wide relic. If in doubt, avoid all, of course. Of course. What unlocks more relic space for this up? Literally just completing the floors. Grant sacred water.
I would give anything for a sip.
Towards a shrine that restores honor. And then we've got shrine that restores honor, shrine with affliction. So you can actually, if let's say this room's really bad, you can actually go here and just not click this. You don't have to take the affliction, right? I feel like people miss that. Do you have scatter and explosive shot? Yeah, mostly just for fun. It doesn't like increase the effectiveness too much, but I don't really have another place where I want it so much right now. I could have rolled a little bit earlier then, because once they're already up, they're safe. Yeah, like, your initial instinct is to like not roll into the ones that have popped up. Or not walk into them, but you can. They only deal damage when they first pop up. They have to stab you, right? Otherwise, they're just a little wall. Frame started there for some reason. We got some. The scorpions, however, with their... So there are actually some enemies that have a more dangerous attack the first time they engage you. These guys with their, like, big green ball on their tail are a good example of that. After they've thrown that, they're not very dangerous. But the first time they throw that, it spreads out and poisons you. And that one's pretty dangerous. But yeah, for these guys, you just walk into them, right? The thing that always gets me hit by the spikes is, like, panicking and second-guessing myself. Right? You just walk into them once they've already appeared. And stand on the turmoil ones. Whoops, 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 whoops. Whoops. Okay, so in that situation, obviously go back into the fire. Don't keep running with it. Like I said, panicking. Panicking. Number one cause of trap damage taken. But as you can see, the honor resistance plus fire resistance makes things pretty safe. And you don't have to run all the way around with those ones as well. You can just dodge through them like we did there. I didn't actually take any damage dodging through it that second time. Nice example of panicking. Yeah, I was just showing you what not to do exactly. I prefer my Ziggy. Well done. You can roll under the fire. Yeah, you can roll through it, yeah. Restore and boon. There's a good room for making some mistakes, you know. Restore honor on entering a boss room. Not a particularly good one, but Because, like, I don't know what that scales with, but it seems kind of meh. So this one has the Pledge to Kohai, which is potentially very good. And the curse on there is Reduce Honor Restored, which I don't really think I'll need that much. So that's a pretty good one for us to take. Whereas take physical damage on room completion is pretty bad. Because you think we're going to get through 2 more levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 800 per floor. That's pretty bad. I don't know if mitigation works for that. If this was at the end, I would test it maybe. But generally, that's going to be one to avoid. So we'd probably go through Chalice into this boon here. That reflection's not so bad. Yeah, the resistance cap is probably 75 like normal. But there is max resist increasing, which is going to be pretty good, but not better than getting it and getting max honor and stuff in the first place. I think it shares a mod slot with honor resist. Oh god. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't have any advice for this particular situation when this happens. Yup. So did they make it that you can resume back into the trial you're in, or do you lose the trial? Because ideally their like whole pause system lets you just log back into the trial, right? But I think you get kicked out of it currently. I think you lose the trial. But yeah, their pausing system is supposed to allow you to kind of log back in. You should be in it, you keep it. It says I'm in the Trial of Sekhemas, but I might be in the entrance. We might be able to rejoin. I think we might be able to rejoin from the key. Let's see. If you're quick enough about it, I think if you wait too long, stand at the entrance. I think if we go to the altar, we can rejoin. Yeah, cool. So we can just click enter and it'll put us back where we were. So that's really good at least.
This better be worth it.
But if you take too long to log in, I don't know if that will work. That should still work because it's not instance. It's not instance. That's fine. Got to see in the reward area and I didn't get to go back in. Oh, maybe something checked, like flagged when you completed it. So it said it completed, so it wouldn't let you back in. That's unfortunate. Yeah, how good is that quality of life though, right? Certainly makes it hurt, like sting a lot less. Might have been a bugged rare modifier or something, maybe crash.
Here it comes!
It's good that it like recreates the instance. It doesn't actually have to preserve it, which is really good. Because like that's not the same as if you get booted out of a map and then the instance times out, you'll lose the map. But here you can actually, it's saved, so that's really good. So in most cases, you should be able to get back in. Look how many relics these things can drop, right? We'll see how many relics I end up getting from this run. It'll be a lot. It will be a lot. I don't even have like increased relic drop rate equipped or anything. What's better to pick between 50% increased max life affliction and you deal 40% less damage? Increased max life doesn't sound like infliction. Oh, on enemies. I don't know what the math is on that. If enemies have 150% life and no other modifiers, then you're dealing 50% less damage effectively. So it sounds like 40% less is probably better. Life is better? How is life? Wouldn't the math literally be... Oh, I guess because you're other more modifiers? Well, no, shouldn't that make it better? Or multiplicative scaling, maybe. Life is 33%? 150 life is only 33% more HP? Wait, isn't it 50% more? Because it's 50% of 100? This is where some of you who joined us today learn that Ziggy is bad at some fundamental aspects of math. That's good, I've got chat to hold my hand through this stuff. Oh, because you'd have to do this 100 divided by 150? Math, man, this is the shit, because it just doesn't seem logical to me a lot of the time. The way that I view it in my head, that doesn't make sense. 50% is 33 of 150? Okay, so in my head, the way I look at it is like 50% is 100 is 50% of 100, right? So you're adding 50%, it's 50%. But apparently not. Like in my mind, if they had 1,000% and you added 500, it would be a 50% increase, but it's not. It's a 33% increase. It's right, but like the wrong framing for considering our damage, how our damage applies to it, right? So I'm like kind of right, but not. It's not the right answer we're looking for. Yeah, okay. So it sounds like the life is better then. Thanks, chat. So this one's the reduced honor restored. One of the better afflictions we could get, effectively. Unless we're actively trying to restore our honor right now, which we're not. So we have less damage taken and less honor restored. This one was Hourglass. I'll try and pay attention to the timer and see if it goes down when you kill stuff. I think rares are the only thing that really matter. It looks like it doesn't go down for regular kills.
Bye-bye!
If it does, it's very small. Yeah, it's going down consistently as I kill packs, so it might only be Raz. There's that Raz there. Let's see how much we get for a rare. Yeah, it was like 12 seconds or something? Maybe 15? 15. I'll see if it's 15 again on this one if I can. If I kill it fast enough. The temporal bubble's causing me a lot of grief. Okay, bro. Oh, it's, what is it? Proximal or something as well? No? It is. It's proximal and temporal. Okay, gross. So that's just one you'd skip, isn't it? Actually surprised I hit that when I did. Never mind. Proximal temporal. That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example. Where is it? Hourglass. Bad rare modifiers like proximal plus temporal. Yep. Lol. Killing rare shortens timer. 15 seconds it looks like. Don't really need 15s. Best place to farm in Act 3? It depends on where you're at in Act 3. Are you just anywhere in Act 3? The best place to farm in Act 3 is the vendors. The hidden vendors. And not even joking. So, Apex of Filth has jewelry at the Hag. Infested Barrens has weapons. And Jungle Ruins has armor. And those vendors are quite good. They are locked to their zone levels though, so eventually they'll start to drop behind you a little bit. Otherwise, it's probably, you know, doing like Drowned City or Apex of Filth, I imagine. Or earlier on would be doing maybe like Chimera Wetlands or something. Pledge to Kochai. So we can always check the Pledge to Kochai. I believe it costs us something to check it. Does it cost when you check? Yeah, it costs when you check. So you do spend 5 to check, which is worth doing. That doesn't cost each time you click it. Just making sure. And then we don't have to take these, right? Can open 1 reward chest in each room without using a key. I wonder if that counts the rooms that just have a single chest. Take 350 physical damage on opening a chest without a key. I mean, that sounds like you could do it in the end room just fine. That's kind of cool. Restore some honor, remove adrenaline vial. Gain Fountain of Youth. But you also gain increased damage taken on low life. So that should actually scale the damage you take to your honor as well if your life gets low. In that situation, it's pretty dire either way. And that trade-off's not really super worth. I might actually take this treasure one. I can always just not use it early on, right? Doesn't... You can do it in the end room. I've done it. Yeah, it seems really good in the end room. Let's say... Bonus tips. It's not even really a boon, but the pledge option that lets you open chests without keys but take damage. Great and safe pick. Can just use carefully in final room. Something I want to check with this is this form of damage affected by... Oh no, resist. That's something I want to pay attention to, so I'll actually test it and note how much damage we take. And whether it's like 25% of the listed amount. What was the amount it actually said though? I'll have to check on the map.
The foe ahead is formidable.
Here's our first boss. Fire damage. Obviously have good fire resistance, helps a lot, especially because the majority of the damage is probably going to hurt you. Is zoning effects, so it does slams that put little cremations down, as well as at the end of its like last 30% of its life bar, it'll do a big slam that drops fire rain. If you're in melee, you just kind of go to the other side of it and try, if you can, to stand against a wall so that when it slams, it puts the lava against the wall and not in the middle of the arena. It generally will go to the edge of a wall, but it can spread around in ways that you don't really want. You'll see he's not really doing too many abilities right now because he's at full life. Cute little slumpy boy. This is a good thing to do, honestly, with bosses, is if you're not like too fussed about winning right away, is to actually just spend some time seeing their mechanics in a controlled fashion. Because we can see that, like, okay, so his slams right now, these are his basic slams. He'll get fancier as he goes. But we can see kind of exactly what is needed to dodge this is literally just going to the other side of him, right? And that is actually a good time to DPS him, honestly. It's 350 fizz it was. Thanks, I'm making note of that. It should get affected by... We'll see if it gets affected by armor and or resiste.
Where'd I go?
He's a pretty big boy, so any overlapping explosions and stuns and stuff like that are really good for dealing damage. I'll just do a little bit so I can see his other abilities. Let's see. So here's a slam that puts down the cremations. So if you're standing against a wall, it won't do this as much. This is pretty bad. This is what you want to avoid. So ideally, we want to be like over here so that he does his slam into the wall there. As you can see, like, I've been testing this whole time. I haven't taken any damage yet.
Stand clear.
See if we can get starting out of the explosion. Oh, I took a little bit of damage from a fireball there. Most bosses that have a stagger immune phase will keep their stagger bar at like 99%, and you can just hit them with anything and it will stagger them, so you can use that to your advantage to know when you're going to be able to damage. But apart from the fire rain, that's all his mechanics. He doesn't actually have any, do anything else. It's a pretty simple guy in the end.
Look out for the slam.
Oh yeah, and the opening explosion, which Balbal always warns you about that as well, by the way. So here's the fire rain. It does have little, I don't know what these little windies are about. They happen as well? Do they slow you, or? I actually don't know what those do. They don't seem to be doing anything. I'm trying to test them, but... Do they just signal where it's going to come down? Because that one didn't. Honestly, the fire is hard to see where it's going to land, so you just kind of want to keep moving. It tends to follow you kind of around the arena. As like a big AoE where it can fall. Indicator of the falling rock, but is it though? Because like, they're not actually falling on them. Is it just maybe the general area where it's happening, perhaps? Yeah, it might be more of just a signaling of the general area in which things are falling. So when he's in his last spot, this is obviously the most dangerous part of this fight, because you've got the cremations, you've got the fire rain, but it does go away after a minute, I believe it is. So after a minute, the fire rain stops.
Beware of what falls.
So you can kind of outlast it a bit if you want, but he can do that attack when it's back off cooldown again, which he just did there. It's just very delayed. Yeah, I think it's not falling exactly on the whirlywinds, but rather it falls around the whirly rings. So it tells you that this is a dangerous area. I think that's the one that makes you recoup or something.
I shall aid you.
So Barbala, and you want to pre-buy scrolls because there's no way to identify in here, or you know, just have a dump tab. I need to actually do that. Have a scroll. It is Wandering Reliquary. Yeah, the Recoup Life one. Cute. Check my relics mostly at the end. Maybe I'll make a separate dump tab for relics here to check at the end. You do actually want to clear your inventory because it might be a bit hard to actually stash things, or like you'll get too much to stash on the next floor. You can get quite a bit of loot in here. In all of that boss testing, I took 15 damage. 3 bronze keys, gloves, mysterious. Mysterious is random. Relics, so you can use these to try and farm good relics. Even the little ones can be quite good. This one's not. But, you know, that's how it goes. Gold Arcanist, that should be currency. Ooh. Nice.
Nice!
Nice! I'm literally this guy, the mercenary. Gloves is what it says on the tin. Mysterious is random. These ones, bronze ones are pretty mad generally. So if we don't click that one, I always am tempted to do that. Let's not do that. Stash these ones for later. Is it better to save keys? You can and try and use them in the rooms that come up, but I think there's no real reason to do that. You'd rather just avoid those rooms and get better rooms, in my opinion. You can try and use the keys, like try and save the keys to the end, but I haven't really seen too much. Like, I don't know if the later room has inherently better loot or something. Test the boon. Oh, whoops, I forgot. Yep, I'll do it on the next one. Sorry, I forgot about testing the boon. Lose all sacred water on floor completion. That's alright, we probably want to spend it here anyway. Higher level mobs, chests are named different. Yeah, I'll pay attention to that. It's a good question though. We'll pose a question to ourselves. Room specific, big tips, bonus tips. Bonus tips like loot stuff. Should we save keys for later floors? Higher level / better loot on later floors? That's kind of that's the supposition, the thing that we want to test. So merchants, generally pretty good. You want at least 320 or 420-ish, I think, is where some of the better ones are. So we got 540, which is enough. You have no energy shield. This one's quite dangerous if you have a lot of it because it scales dynamically. I don't know if they'll change that. Kind of makes sense the way it works, but it's also really punishing to certain builds. Makes random afflictions very dangerous. Big tips. Let's say affliction removes energy shield. Very dangerous for CI. Yes, stack. I mean, it's obvious, right? Like, it sounds obvious when you say it. But I think it catches people by surprise that, oh, my honor's gone too. There's also just like a boon here that won't cost us anything, but there's also pledge. So we've got merchant into pledge is very good. But honor and boons are good too. And less sacred water taken is not too bad. These are all fine, honestly. We could do any of those. You're selling third Ascendancy carries, Ziggy? Better yet, I'm teaching people how to do them themselves. Way better. What's item in your opinion? 3, 4 Sekhemas or 10 Wave Ultimate? I haven't really tested that one yet. I could probably test and repair a little bit. At the moment, I'm just focusing on Sekhemas and figuring out how easily that can be done, potentially. There's not too many on death effects in here, but there are some like rare modifiers and stuff that can do things like that. Like the little purple orbus that chase you around. So it's not a bad idea if there's a bunch of loot labels when a rare dies to just wait or disable the loot labels and check if there's anything behind them first. These ones are quite dangerous as well. But those have a really long delay on them. Okay, we do it without the spec? Yeah, Mercenary is definitely one of the easiest ones to do it on. For ranged characters in general, have a bit of an advantage earlier on. But it seems like once you get, like, say, good protection, resistance, and armor, and block, etc. on a warrior, and then also get good relics, it's probably going to be quite easy, especially to do the 3 floor. I think literally anyone can do this. I think this is build agnostic. If you go into a level 68 trial, like 10 levels over, this isn't even 10 levels, this is like 5 levels over. If you go in 5 levels over, 5 to 10 levels over, certainly, with good relics, I think you're going to be able to do it in any build, even if you're really bad at it. There will be a few specific things that will still be dangerous, like poison on the ground, but those are pretty specific where they occur. Next 10 non-boss monsters you hit are killed instantly. It's kind of meh, because it's going to get used on trash most of the time. Increase honor restored. Restore honor when you venerate a Mariketh shrine. So these ones are all pretty meh. In this situation, I would actually skip, because the little bits of restore or restore scaling or whatever, not a big deal. If your next enemy was a boss, you'd take this.
We will succeed.
But we'll just save it, especially because there's a merchant here. So in that situation, it's even good to check. We'll make that as a... We'll do that as a strategy one. Let's say, like, part of planning ahead. Maybe, where was this? You don't have to take room rewards. Let's say, if a merchant looks cruddy, then don't spend and save for end of floor. Or check the map to see if there's another option. Just appeared. Like another merchant, for example. Like what just happened. Levels don't matter, it scales and gets much worse. The level of the zone is based on the key you put in. So if you get a level 60 key, which is where you can get the 3 floors, it will always be level 60. So you can do it over leveled. Otherwise, if it scales, it wouldn't be scaled. It would be scaled to me right now, wouldn't it? This would be, you know, presumably a level 73 zone or higher. But it's not. It's level 68. The water carries over between floors, yeah, but you can also spend it at the end of the floor on things that are going to help you. You still want to spend your water. You don't, you know, if it's going to help you get to the end. Yeah, I'm not looking at floor 4 just yet. Floor 4 just yet. Floor 4 is, I think, much longer term, but I think everyone should be able to get their 3rd set of points pretty early. Another pledge to culture. 361 physical, it says, actually. Interesting. What do we type down? 350? It actually says up the top there for us. 361. Gain, monsters deal less damage. Very good, but random affliction I take very seriously, because it could be something pretty devastating. You are cursed with enfeeble, remove that one. Gain a random minor affliction. I can honestly handle that one. You and your minions deal 50% more damage, pretty good. You take 541 now. This will be a good one. I might actually do this because we can test how much damage we actually take. So we're at 3615. Where is this? Bonus tips? Let's do it here, maybe. Take X physical damage test. So the option is take... We're at 3615. 3615. Honor. With... We have... 40% armor, which is not actually 40%, like it changes based on the hit size, so could be more or less. And we have 73 on a resist. Take 541. Thanks for the sub, Toxic Crown. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Take 541, so we'll just see if we take 541. We did not take 541, not even close. Oh my god, that one's basically free. Look at this. Oh my god. We went to 3540. Went to 3540. 3615 minus 3540 because 75 damage. Amazing. Amazing. Is that actually right? It's actually right, Jesus. So that is 3. Which way do we do this one again? 3540 divided by 3615 equals, we took 2.1% damage. Wait, no. Yeah, 2.1% of our health, of our honor is damage. Is that the figure I'm trying to work out, though? I'm trying to figure out how much damage we took. Oh, no, I might figure out how much it was reduced by. Let's do it that way. So it was, we took 75 and it was supposed to be 541. So 75 divided by 541 is, we only took 13.8% of the damage. AKA, what's the, I think if I just do the math the other way around, it works, doesn't it? If I go 541 divided by 73. Wait, no, right, wrong. 541 divided by 75. Does that do that right? No, that doesn't seem right. What am I trying to work out here? I'm trying to work out... I think the way it probably works is the honor resist happens first and then the armor, so the armor's probably really effective. 541 minus 75 divided by 541. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, brackets. Probably have to go into advanced. Oops, oh no, it's there. 541 minus 75, close bracket, divided by 541. Wait, isn't that just what I did already? It's just the other way around, I guess. So it was reduced by 86%. So we have 73 honor resist, and then the armor reduced the remaining amount by 86. So it looks like the armor and the honor resist both working. AKA 86.1 mitigation. Both armor and honor resist working. Probably honor resist first, based on the mitigation that the armor seemed to give. About 40% probably. Reese, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. That's very cool. So this should work as well then. But that means, yeah, that means those like trade-offs are not as bad as they sound. The, take X damage for Y boon trade-offs are not as bad as they first seem. Might even be a big tip, honestly. It's pretty good. Shell's Trial for a Merchant. So what did we get for that one? We got Ornate Dagger, 50% more damage. Because that's I think that's a major boon. So
Take this!
it's a major boon for basically taking no damage. Again, another way in which those relics are making a huge difference, right?
Oh, better than coin.
I also feel like I've been getting pretty good loot in here too. Hold on, Sacred Water, come here. Theme you're using for Obsidian? I think I'm using Obsidian Grove Box for that one. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the PoE wiki, so it feels Path of Exile-esque to me. And check how much armor you have opposed to percent. 2144. 2144. Iron Dagger is minor, so is move speed. So they don't feel minor though. They might be counted as minor, but they're not minor to the player. Woo!
Where'd I go?
Do you want me to like mostly play in melee? For people who are like, try doing that on a warrior. I know it's not quite the same, but will it help?
Overcome.
Wild Yogi, thanks for the 5 gift subs, mate. Appreciate it. Obviously, melee character shouldn't just sit there and stand in front of the enemies. Being melee doesn't mean doing that, but I'll try to be in close range with them. Random shots ridiculous. Yeah, I can probably turn it down a bit. Where'd I go?
I shall aid you.
Mercenary is hilarious. Your next purchase from the merchant has no cost. This is good when the other ones are more expensive. We will do that. You have 25% more max honor. Reduce merchant prices. Chain those together into each other. I might, honestly. You can see an additional room ahead. Very good. You have more max honor. Monsters have less max life. These are all really good. Should I go this one into this one and then these? You can probably do the math on that, but I'm going to do it.
You will succeed. Go with strength.
160 and then 140. Nice. Monsters have less max life. You have more max honor. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. There's a pledge there and Sacred Water Fountain. We're going to go for the pledge. I have 4,400 on them now. What support gem do you have on Flashbang? Flashbang is Overpower, Heft, which is support gem level 3, it's very good, and Devastate currently, although Scattershot or something else may be a little better if you're using Gas Grenade to break armor. I'm using both currently, but I'm also using the Aura Scavenge Plating. That gives armor when I break armor of enemies. YouTube watching, but since you're active here, I subbed you here. Thanks, Wild Yogi. I also read YouTube chat too, though. Doing the third? Yep, we're doing the third. So these ones you can dodge roll through as well, but it's another trap where it's like remain calm. These ones though, you want to avoid at all costs. Like I think you can't dodge roll over them. Like if you try and dodge roll over them, I might do it just for science for you. I'm going to kill the enemies first. Let me do some testing. I'm pretty sure I can handle the damage. Okay, so if we just try and dodge roll over it, we get hit. Because it's exactly like your immunity frame is wasted. They're designed, I think, for that to not be the case. I think if you accidentally run on one, then you dodge, I think maybe then you're okay. Did I take damage? Let's see. I think, okay, if you do it as soon as you hear the click, you're okay. Yeah. Otherwise, these ones are pretty dangerous, generally. Hard to avoid on those. I wouldn't encourage dodge rolling through them like I would with the other traps. Second didn't hit. Relic might help too. Yeah, so it seems like as long as you dodge after you activate them, you're okay. If you try and dodge roll through them, not gonna work. They're designed to punish you trying to cheese them with dodge roll, basically. I took some damage there, so I think you have to do it like right away, and you also have to be kind of not rolling over it. I think you have to probably like hit it and then roll away. If you hit it and then roll, you're probably still gonna get hit. Unless you have like the dodge roll range increase amulet. Long dodge, yeah, the long dodge. Oh, there's also a relic I think that does that too, isn't there? Yeah, anything that increases your dodge is probably gonna help a lot. I have that amulet, but and I would use it in here. I think it is a good help, but I don't think I didn't want to like be like you have to use this unique to ascend. Yeah, shield charge probably be fine. Pledge to Kolchai. Let's see what the options are. Don't have to commit. Reduced honor restored. Removed for reduced merchant prices. Meh. I mean, we could do that because we've kind of already taken advantage of it. Gain Hairfoot. Lose 20 Sacred Water when you take damage from an enemy hit. That one's pretty bad early on, but this is probably a good trade right now. think I take that. I actually am a little concerned that it's going to be too much movement speed, and I almost want to not take it because I don't want to be like, it's so easy when you get movement speed. I feel like I would just might not. Honestly, I think it is unnecessary. You would take it though. In a under normal circumstances, you should take it. I could do the what was the other one? I could do the other one. Remove the reduced honor, restored, and merchant prices. There is a merchant coming up though, so I'll keep the merchant one. Yeah, you do actually have to watch the traps and stuff if you go there. Increase move speed. But yeah, I don't want to crutch on move speed. I don't think it's necessary. It's a nice to have, not a need to have. You do want move speed on boots though. Definitely make that happen.
Eat this!
For this room, just make sure you prioritize like clicking at least 2 or 3 of these before you do too much else. And you can actually go and loot the treasure after the fact, at least unless they change unless they do change that. I feel like they probably should change that. But it's pretty easy to just yeah, we're gonna go this way first. Even if it tells you one thing, you just want to like explore the map ultimately. Yeah, once you click 2 or 3 back to back, you pretty much have time to do whatever you want. Unless you're rocking 0 move speed or something. Or, you know, the move speed affliction, of course. That might make things a bit tighter.
Stand tall.
Is 15% the max move? Can I get higher? There's not really a maximum move speed you're going to reach. You can get 35% on really high level boots, I believe. I have 25%.
Relish your mortality.
Ritual trial with merchant into monsters remove life energy shield on kill. So this one is mostly fine until you maybe get barraged by a bunch of stuff all at once. Haven't really seen that come up yet, but in theory it's possible. You know, like one of those little poison spits that does like a couple small hits is pretty dangerous. But even then, if you get hit by 5, it's still only 25% of your life in addition to whatever damage you take, so it's probably fine. It doesn't affect your honor. The biggest takeaway above all the other tips though is just get those relics. Farm or trade for those relics. It's actually really easy to do. They're probably really cheap, honestly, but you know, not perfect ones. Ritual trials again, so easy. I can see them like buffing these ones. They seem way easier than the others.
Let's plan.
Sacred water found on this floor is doubled. Be late for that. Next time you go below 20% max life, restore the life, energy, shield, and honor. It's a good one, and 50% of honor. Next purchase from the merchant has no cost. Doesn't really make sense to do that when it costs more, honestly, but... what have I got? I might actually take none of these because I don't think I'll need them.
Well.
But you would take the revive orb if you're worried about not winning. You cannot restore honor removed after killing a boss. That one's basically a freebie, so we'd obviously take that one here and get the silver key. Because at that point, when we're about to fight the boss anyway, there's no real downside to that one. Restore honor? I don't think I'll need to. Save the sacred water for the end room.
Here it comes!
I think the floor 2 boss is the scariest of the 3 first bosses, honestly. Found the floor 3 boss to be harder. Oh yeah, I was going to try and stay in melee, wasn't I? Still a good idea to dip away from them for a bit after you kill them. Blowing orbs feel like bait since it's easy to die with honor loss. With high HP, it just doesn't trigger. Yeah, so it triggers on low hit points, doesn't it? Yeah, if you've got honor resistant stuff like that, it's probably never going to trigger, is it? Well, actually, I don't know. It might trigger before your honor goes down, I suppose. Yeah, I wouldn't take it over other buffs that are going to help you win, but it's a nice option if there's not much else to take as like a failsafe. You can life tap down to trigger it. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Probably not intended. Pretty funny though. I just got my dog out. Do. Worst thing about WASD is whenever I click back to the game from being tabbed out, I fire a flashbang. Contains the Terracotta Sentinels. Here we go. These guys, to me, are the scariest. Scariest things are... Okay, so there's two of them, twin Terracotta Sentinels. You ideally want to kill them together at the same time or shortly after each other. You have a 10-second grace period after you kill one to kill the other. If you take longer than that, it will heal to full and the fight will be much more dangerous. Once you kill one, after 10 seconds, their orb goes to the edge of the arena and starts shooting projectiles at you. Really hard to win after that point. So you want to kill them both at the same time. They were brought into this world together. You got to take them out of it together as well. And the other thing to watch out for is probably, they both do a big slam, but the fire slam in particular, it has little notches out of it you can go between, or you just want to dodge roll through it. But it's quite chunky. I'll try and stay kind of close to him so we can sim melee it, but we'll try and get them onto each other here if we can. As you can see, those hurt. But the honor resist means I can tank most of it just fine. Felt like it could have been more melee, sorry. Definitely could have been more melee. But the slam is massive and we still only took like a couple hundred damage though. I have 73 on a resist now, which I got in one farming run of level 50 trial, which I might have got a little lucky, but you know, you might have to do it in two. It seems pretty easy to do. So relic caches to get more. And relic here. 25 honor resistance. So you just want ones like that. And then max honor. That's literally the exact relics you want. See? Done. Use the free boon. Yeah, I will use the free boons actually. Good call. So that's literally what you're just farming for, like those ones there. I have 2 bronze keys, bronze boot, belt, go belt, a fine belt. I take those. Warriors, bronze boots, bronze boots. Ba ba da ba. Let's try the damage taken. So the damage taken was supposed to be. This should work if the other one did. It was supposed to be 361. We're at 3937. 3937 honor. Minus 361 equals... And we'll do the royal cash here. Yep, I'm pretty sure it works. 3891. Which is... Pretty sure it's the same. Oops. 361. Wait. Doing the wrong thing here. I'm supposed to do 3... Whoop. This is difficult for some reason for my brain. Minus 3891. 46. I don't know, it took 46. Only 46 damage to open a gold chest. Honestly, I'm going to open them all. Whoop, whoop. Wait, you can only do it once? Can open one reward chest in each room. Okay, I can only do it once. I'd do all of them. Smart move, GGG. Smart move. Dump tab over here. That one is good already. We know that. Well, I do the others at the end. So these are the relics I've gotten just from this one run, right? Not even done yet. I'm on floor 2. Still one more floor to go. But if I were doing 2 floors, you know, we'd have that many relics to ID. And then you can do the 3 to 1. I'm pretty sure to get like 1 or 2 or more usable ones out of that. We'll do the other dump tab here. I'll have some loot. We'll have a little ID/crafty session at the end of this too. We can get a good currency too. Maybe I should have been stashing the currency in there to show how much currency we got, but I found the loot to be quite good. We can check Barbala, because we're going to lose our water at the end anyway. I believe we have an affliction for that. Lose all sacred water on floor completion, so that's when we actually leave. We still have it now. Monsters have 7% drop sacred water. You want to check these relics too. That one's bad. That boy, Edward. Thanks very much for the sub, mate. The gents on the podcast talking about farming white items. This seems like a method of getting bases. The bronze chests might actually be a good way of getting base items. Maybe, yeah, because you can choose what base type and they do drop a lot of white items. You know, you might be onto something there. Where's my notes gone? Oh, they're right here. Bonus tips. Bronze chests may be a good way of deterministically farming bases. Keck. That's pretty funny. Sorry, in lab. I'm in lab. So I guess here we'd probably just take this one, but I might actually take Sacred Water because I'm not too worried about traps.
Fight with intent, may
And then we can build up our water again on the next floor for some extra buffs. What do you currently do with bases? Depends on what I'm trying to do. So Transorg, Regal, or Essence. Augment, Super Essence. Exalt spam if it goes good. Shrine that restores honor and grants you a boon. Great. Or Pledge to Kochai is good. Merchant's right there, but we won't have any money for it when we get there. So, you know, this doesn't give money. We'll have like 30 water or something. So there's not really any reason to go there. So probably the safest one is just to take the free boon and go into Sacred Water. Third floor has a few new monsters, but also a fair few repeats. So there's Devourers, and these are traps. So we can see what that does. That opens the darts, which damage over times in particular seem a little scary.
Here it comes!
The Devourers are pretty easy to deal with because they're quite slow before they actually do anything. Sorry, I'll try and do melee, so just stay off these, eh? Pretty simple. These ones slow you down. The longer you spend in it, the more they slow you. Just going off it for a while purges that debuff. Merchant price discounts stack. They should. I don't see why they wouldn't. It's interesting. This is like a gauntlet room, but like the gauntlet room here is quite different to the earlier gauntlet rooms because these traps are pretty optional. Do I have to activate this to do this? Is that how we do a switch, is it? Ah, okay. So that's a switch. I don't imagine minions set off the traps. I shouldn't do. So for the gauntlets in here, we actually want to look for the ones with gems on them. There's also just normal levers, it looks like. So to experience true melee, you need to move towards monster as you attack, not backpedal. I think you can also do some backpedaling as melee, but I'll try and pretend I'm melee a bit more. You're still gonna dodge roll to the other side of them a lot though. That's core strategy. I'm, like I was saying on the podcast, I'm tempted to like roll a warrior next just so I can kind of experience the flip side of things. I suspect GG's gonna make stuff a bit easier, but it might be a good thing to do for documentation. Because my point isn't to try and be like, look, it's fine, but just to be like, okay, it's not good, but here's some things you can do to fix it. Restore some honor and get a random boon. Can't go wrong for 5 water, eh? I think we have like reduced restored. Yeah, so we only get 250 from that, but it's fine. What do we get as our buff? Don't know, honestly. I don't know. Something. I have too many. Is the mobility more fluid using WASD instead of mouse? There are pros and cons. Twin stick style shoot, move and shoot is better. You don't have to orb walk. Orb walk's when you like click to shoot and then click here to move and then click to shoot and then click here to move and then click and do this. They call it, I think they call it orb walking because you're like doing this or something. I don't know. Making like an orb. I don't actually know why it's called that. It's probably a reference to something specific from an early RTS or something. Yeah, so it's less taxing on the mouse hand in that regard. The Dota 1 thing, is it? Is it referring to a specific mechanic, was it? So we have Sacred Water into less max honor. That's obviously when you want to try and avoid. And there's gold keys over here. Monsters remove some of your life. Lose Sacred Water when you take hits. Those ones seem kind of fine. You can do either of those. I should have babied that fight with the bosses like I did the first one. I'll do that for you on the next one, so I can show the mechanics more. I think I rushed the second bosses a bit too fast. I didn't mean to. They actually have a bit less health than the other bosses tend to. Seems like as long as you roll, you're okay there. Oh, hold on. Roll into melee. That was a bit dopey, to be honest. From Warcraft 3, orbs are alternate basic attacks, and you can animation cancel to do it faster. Ah, I see. So it's about that kind of animation cancelling part of it. Whoops. It's pretty hard to break playstyle habits. To try and pretend to be melee. Cosplay as a melee character. Whoops. I was impatient. Do I have to run through here? May do. Yeah. The other thing about LARPing as a melee character is I don't have the tools the melee character would have, like shield charge to engage and stuff. Because that's what I'd use, isn't it? I'd be engaging with shield charge. To be honest, I think I can probably just roll through these traps and not care if I take damage at this point. With this amount of honor and honor resistance. I think it's pretty easy. I could probably close my eyes. Gold key into large sacred restore, or we can go. Oh, that's a bronze key. Boo, gold key it is. All the way, all back. Hide loot labels. Key strategy: hide loot labels in combat.
Ritual has been disrupted.
I'm not trying to give you any melee specific advice. I'm just trying to like make it as hard as possible for myself to show how much difference the honor resistance and such makes. Just like intentionally take as much damage as I can to try and pretend to be a warrior, at least somewhat. I'll tell you what won't help you succeed in getting your third points. Excuses. That won't help you.
Reloading.
Do 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 do. This guy's in a pretty bad spot, and he's a pretty bad rare, so this is a somewhat difficult engagement. Beep, boop, boop. You want to see my makeshift shield charge ability? You ready? Let me find someone to shield charge. Here it is. Ready? I go flashbang and dodge roll into them. I'm pretty sure I just took damage doing that. Flashbang and dodge roll into them. Look, it's basically shield charge. Flashbang, dodge roll into them. Flashbang and dodge roll. There's nowhere in game that shows distance from character, but since it's mentioned and other things are pretty well explained right now, it would be nice to have, wouldn't it? That text should just have like a little pop-up image that shows you. 7 meters is your entire screen. That might change based on your if you're stretching it with widescreen or something, though, right? Inside, try its entire screen which way, because there's less in the up than there is in the left or right. So I'm guessing to the top of the screen is 7 meters. So that take physical damage on room completions, probably only like 20 damage, not even. Still not great, not as bad as it seems though. Left to right, really? 7 meters. That'd be like 1, 2, 3. That may make the like 3 meter things really wide. Oh wait, no, more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. 3 meters to be about here. Interesting. Better than I thought.
You're done.
Where is this one? The best strategy for here is, instead of like melee or not, is just run past them. It's a good strategy. Don't have to kill these guys. If you're really calming, you want to. Ba 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 ba. Fancy rare one, eh? They sniped me. So rude. I'll take that Amber Amulet, thank you. Oh wait, I still got one more to go. Wonder what you actually take damage type from here. It just says damage, so probably not reduced by like fizz or fizz resist or anything. Overwhelming Presence have a 6 meter radius? That's true, I could just test with Overwhelming Presence, couldn't I? If they have that effect. That's at 6 meters. It's a bit hard with this guy. This guy's a little goober. Surprise! Grant Sacred War.
I would give anything for a sip.
Just a little sip. Are you over here? It's gonna come get me, isn't it? Increased merchant prices. That will actually affect the end of it, but escape trial 1 here is free. See 1 fewer room right at the very end is obviously a freebie. Ba ba ba. Blood Chalice. Ba 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 ba. Does your second weapon stats count towards main stats? Only when it's equipped. The point is that, like, your different weapons will apply to whatever skills you have bound to them because you'll physically swap your weapons. But the game has favorable snapshotting in the sense that, like, let's say you have something that boosts your curse on your second weapon slot. You swap to it, you cast your curse, and then swap back. The increased curse effect is still happening, even when you swapped away. So snapshotting is fully a thing. Ow. Being in melee sucks. You guys should get ranged weapons. Put a crossbow on your melee character. That's my suggestion. Takes so much more damage around than melee. Yeah, it seems like you could have a totem on a weapon swap that has plus gems, but doesn't have any damage on it. And then have a damage dealing weapon for your main weapon. You see one fewer head with Restore Honor, or we can take an extra silver key for some merchant prices, which will cost us something in the end, but yeah, it's fine.
Where'd I go?
Oh, stuck. Stuck in a corner. One death crystal remaining. Yoink.
Impressive endurance.
There we go. I'm 10 levels over the monster level for this trial. I still lose all honor before 3rd floor boss. How much honor resistance do you have? An increased max honor. And what are your like regular resistances and defenses? These things all contribute in a massive way. Very important. Here we go. Final boss contains a Shah. I'll try and slow roller so that we can look at the mechanics. So these guys disrupt her in some way. But they actually just activate traps, so it seems like a bad idea to use them, honestly. The layout of them is different each time. Chaos damage, poison slams, and projectiles. One of them summons beetles. The other one does like poison darts. This one's the beetle one that we just stepped on there. That poison goop that she leaves on the ground there does damage you. So I think to get her to stop doing a diving that she's doing, you step on a trap. I don't know the specific rules of it. Those are the slowing effects. Slash. Punch. Punch. More punches. Let's get closer and get a feel for it. Okay, we can dodge roll through that. Oof. Oh my god. Yeah, thanks to not having any chaos throws, that hits a bit of a rundown potentially. That poison will hurt. That could be a little brighter, couldn't it? So it seems like if we do this, that stops her. But it does activate traps. It's like the darts here, which kind of suck. Alright. Lower her health a bit and see what else she does.
Where did I go?
Alright, that should put her on a low health for a scarier attack, whatever that is. Let's see what that is.
You ready?
Okay, so we just hit the trap and that gets rid of her? Seems like... Okay, I think the traps do consistent things, so if you find the dart one, you probably don't want to do that again, because the dart one sucks. I think she actually lost us for a second there. Whoops. She hasn't done anything different so far. Oops. I got stuck on her. Stuck on the front of her. So you gotta be a bit careful with those dodge rolls, it looks like. Yep. Okay, she hasn't really done anything else. Seems like this... Maybe she doesn't have an extra thing she does. Just going, doing her dives again.
The sands fall.
Where's the sands fall? Scarabs?
This was the end of the
I still think she's easier than the second bosses, but she is a bit tankier. She might be a bit...
Perhaps you can challenge them.
She's a bit tankier, but she's a bit more predictable, I guess. Whereas the second floor bosses, there's 2 to keep track of, is a bit harder, I think. What do we got? 1 gold key, belt cash, gold royal, gold royal. Oh yeah, and we get to do 1 free one too. I'll take that emerald. Feels like this boss is easier as melee than boss 2. I reckon it probably is, yeah. Just because boss 2 you're dealing with 2 of them at the same time. I got 2 silver keys, body armor gloves, ring cash. Ooh. And let's go the gold belt. No wait, we already did that one. Silver shield, silver gloves. Let's do gloves. Ooh. Unique gloves. Got some tier 2 gloves here too. We'll have to put some in the stash. I'll need another dump tab, I guess. These are the relics we got from 1 run. We'll ID those at the end. And we'll also ID dump tabs. I did stash all the currency though. Alright. Let's ID our gloves.
Well, well.
Painter's Servant. We got another one too. Elemental converted to cold, elemental converted to fire, elemental converted to lightning. So it's to intentionally split your damage several ways. Interesting. This is probably some, I'm guessing there's some like sorceress effects or something that care about you doing different elemental damage types. Otherwise they're tri-res level 1 gloves. Where does the last percentage point go? That's a good question. You folks can go in there. Put the currency away. Let's get some more stuff. I got a bronze as well. We can do another relic. And then we can check Balbala. She has reduced damage and honor resist, so you'd probably buy that one if you didn't have good ones already. That one's pretty alright. If boss is the main trouble you're having, another 5% reduced damage taken after you've already got resist and stuff. And then otherwise we'll do the Keth Forge and get ourselves another silver key, eh? Looks like we have to do the silver shield cache. Not one I care about too much. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And then we are done! Let's go have a look at the spoils. Thanks for the most recent video. Loved the guide. Was getting bored of warrior and started to play mercenary. Awesome, Diffiad. Hope you enjoy it, mate. I'm sure you will. I have thoroughly. Let's put you in there. Whoop, wrong one. Alright, so we'll first look at the relics that we picked up from this 1 run. I'm going to need to go to my hideout to ID these. Can I just slash hideout? No, not from here. Those gloves are an MTG reference? Are they? Monk's very cool. Monk is very cool. Monk would be my next pick, but I might want to do warrior for challenge mode, campaign / trials. Oh, you can get quality on rubies. I guess that makes sense. What does it do? Duration? Nice. Okay. Where's my stash of these things? Here we go. Alright, we'll look at the relics first. So these are the relics we got from 1 3-floor run. So you can probably cut that in roughly a third for a 2-floor run.
Speak. Go on.
And you wanna go through and just augment everything, because why wouldn't you, right? Maybe I'll be more picky if I start to run out of augments. Honor resistance, increase honor restored. Increase honor restored is like not very good. The honor resistance on the level 2 slot's pretty good. We'll go to over to stash and I'll stash any good ones and the other ones we can like grind up. So these ones can't be ground up at the moment. Large one is monsters have reduced attack, cast, move speed. That's probably quite strong, honestly. Still 17 on room completion. Yeah. Avoid gaining an affliction. I don't really vibe with those gamble ones, to be honest. 5% for each of your keys to upgrade on completing a floor. Okay, so that mod there, that mod might make it worth doing the keeping your keys. Where was the question that I had for that one? Was it in here maybe? Should we save keys? So there is Relic mod. This mod. So that one's relevant to our interests here. That one probably makes it. If you stack a few of those, then yeah, you want to keep your keys to the end. Fountains have a chance for double sacred water. That's probably a grind up one. Life, double sacred water. Max on it. Quantity of keys dropped by monsters. That's a farming one. That's a really good farming one. Trap still reduce damage. Fountain double water. Grind up. Hits against you. Reduce crit. Honor resist. Increased honor restored. Probably not quite good enough. Quantity of relics. Honor restored. It's honor restored. Just put it in there for farming. Fountains have 7% chance to grant double. No. Max life. Quantity of keys. That's a good farming one. I've got some good farming ones now. Bosses taking 11% increased damage, 28 honor resist. That one's really good. I think that one's really good. Rare monsters do reduce damage. Yada yada. Not so good. Honor resist maximum honor. That one's insane. Chance for each key. Each of your keys to upgrade and completing blah blah blah. Restore honor on picking up a key. So eventually we might be able to grind those up, but can't right now. When you gain a key, chance of picking up another. Restore honor and picking up a key. So I mean that seems like a good farming one too, I suppose. Right now, I might just vendor these ones, to be honest. So, we managed to get... Let me just sell these ones. Wait. I think that one was a keep, maybe. As a farming one. So, we managed to get 3 really, really good ones. Boss damage and honor resist. Honor resist and max honor. That one's insanely good. And honor resist and the honor restored one. That one doesn't seem that good. Oh, that was the one I was going to grind up, wasn't it? Oops. Alright, I'll have to take a short break. We'll just grind these ones up in the reforging bench. Beep, boop, boop, like so. And then we can ID and augment if needed to try and get another chance at a good one. And this one, I'll check when I get back. I'll be right back. Short break. See you soon. Hello, hello, welcome back, folks. Okay, so what was in this one here? Life and quantity of keys drop, really good farming one. Max honor, chance for double sacred water. That one's not as good, so this will probably get ground up again at some point. And this one's a good farming one. Our farming stash continues to grow. And we've likely improved our actual relics as well out of that run. So I'll show you the relics I was running that run we just did with. Because I didn't even actually fill them up. I was just simulating what I had when I did it the first time for testing. Why Ziggy's inventory look like long lines there? Was like you weren't seeing the up and down or something? That's usually like a streaming artifact. Something to do with compression, not showing the lines. So, we need a key to open it though. Okay, so this is what I was using. I was using honor resist max honor. So I was at 73 honor resist, 17 honor resist, 20 max honor, 11 honor resist max honor, 14 max life, and honor resistance. So if we can increase just one of those a smidgen, that would probably be the go, huh? So this one is 11 honor resist. This would overcap our honor resist just here. Quantity of keys, sacred water side trial, farming one. Honor resist and max honor. Move speed, chance for double sacred water. Quantity of keys, max honor. Maybe that's what I'd do. So this will be overcapped resist. But looks pretty strong. Alright, now let's do it with relics that I have access to on my current highest, which is a 66. Let's see how we go. I wish you could see your total res here without needing to use a calculator, but it seems like that's probably the go. So we're going to be a bit overcapped, but that's honestly fine.
I continue to serve.
This better be worth it.
Now I will go all out. Just this once, I'm sorry, master. How do you unlock more space? By completing the floors. So it's a good idea to do a 2-floor trial to increase the quality of your relics and the amount of space you have. So I now have 4,147 honor. This is a lot. And we also have overcapped honor resist. So what I probably need to try and get next is some of that maximum honor resist increasing relics. If I really want to get super tanky. But I can also start to use relics that give other things now. Like good farming ones. Chaos damage seems a lot more common in PoE 2. I mean, it's pretty common in PoE 1 as well. You're just probably noticing it more because you don't have as much chaos resist. It's harder to get. So it's hurting you more and you're noticing it. Straight up confirmation bias action going on. A bit of jittering here, stuttering. Not ideal, suboptimal, one could say. There's more chaos damage early in PoE 2. I mean, Act 3 has a fair bit of it. It wasn't too much before that, I don't think. But, I mean, some of the early acts in PoE have some too. Like, Act 2 has chaos. Like I said, I just don't think... I think it's just tuned up a bit more and you don't have any chaos res. I didn't find it a problem until, like, Act 3 Crawl, though. That was the only time that I actually felt like it was doing any damage that was worth noting. So, Sacred Water Fountain, Silver Key, Curse with Enfeeble, Merchant only offers one choice, that one's quite bad. Less Sacred Water found, not ideal early on. So we pretty much want to go through the Silver Key and Enfeeble, or at least the water and then water. Normally I'd probably take 2 waters, that's maybe the correct choice, just for a stronger run overall, but I also don't think I'll need it. So I'll take the extra key. We'll see if I regret missing that water. Oh, someone wants to buy a Spirit Gem. I thought it was on D&D. Do you like pause in chat? I didn't do my loot IDing. We'll do it at the end of this one then, I guess. Mobbed and Thraithorn do chaos? Oh yeah, true, true. But yeah, like I said, it's balanced around you having 0 at that point. Take 102 on room completion, so I could honestly do that. But it's probably not worth it. I mean, it's only going to be like 10 damage a room. The spitters and hunting grounds are... Yeah, those spitters are just dangerous wherever you run into them. Like the fire ones on the beach at the start are pretty dangerous, honestly. They're just like quite accurate, aren't they? They really barrage you. And they shotgun? Oh yeah. A bit scary. Precursor tablet. Nice. Building up my map a little bit. Yeah, I honestly get so many relic drops. It's kind of crazy. I expect it'll be not too hard to farm up good relics. And only really perfectly rolled ones will be valuable. Like Maxroll no res with, you know, maximum honor or something's probably going to be really quite valuable, but it seems like basic ones are probably going to be quite cheap. Do 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 do. Click. So the next class you're looking forward to playing would be all of them. So being released. Ooh, it's toss up between Templar and Huntress. I really like Spears, but also kind of just really love Templar, and Flails also seem wicked, so it's a bit of a tough choice, that one. I don't need the Honor Restore, but I don't really want the other one either. Don't want the Affliction from the other one, I should say. Do 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 do. No damage taken so far. Room complete. You think Monk and Huntress will be too similar? Nah, I don't think so. They'll both be kind of like evasive pseudo melee, I guess. But the vibe and style of them seems very different though, doesn't it? Sacred water into a large sacred water. Looks like we're stockpiling some sacred water here. Death crystal. Yeah, it'd be good if they start implementing over time some like cross weapon type skills. Like, here's a skill that works on quarterstaff or spear. Like, maybe it's a vault skill, for example, and it works on quarterstaff or spear. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Like, I think they should keep most skills as, you know, weapon specific and keep those identities strong. But have a few here and there, like, that would be quite cool. Have a little bit of cross-classing skills there. I don't know where they put them in the weapon categories, just both, I guess. Put them in both. I suppose that'd be fun. Can you help me get third Ascendancy? Absolutely. I'm planning on making a guide, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have in the meantime.
A moment.
Do 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 do. Reduce honor restored, but there is a boon in there. Otherwise, monsters deal more damage. Afflictions are unknown. It's pretty bad, that one. Less damage is honestly pretty acceptable, especially with the pledge to coach high there, but I think reduce honor restored for a boon is a pretty good trade-off. We can't get the large sacred water fountain for that one though. We could do double large, which would be afflictions unknown, but it's not great. It's really not too bad, but I think we'll go the boon. Will you see the Templar's bottom if MTX screen is loading? You'll see it even if it isn't. as it just dangles out the bottom of the robe. Oh, the bottom, and well, I assumed you meant Wang. I meant Wang. It's a key drop. Nice. But I might be getting confused with what was my character's name that was based on a temple? Rockwell McGuckner. With the D100 roll. If you haven't been around since the early days of Path of Exile and Ziggy Stream, back in the day, a long time ago, we had a show called Path of Paper, which was a Dungeons and Dragons style game set in the Path of Exile universe. I played a Templar named Rockwell, and we had to do the obligatory roll for Wang length, and I rolled a D100, and because in advance the DM felt bad for making me do this, because I was worried I was going to roll a number, so they gave me like a +20 modifier, and I rolled a 100 on a D100. So Rockwell has a 120% length Wang. It's good times, good times.
In the desert.
Wild moment roll. That one. Well endowed endowment roll. 100. 120% increase, 120% more, like 120% of maximum. So 100% is the maximum Wang size, and he's 120. Like it's literally as big as you possibly go, right? Poor guy. Honestly, sounds problematic at that point. It'd be hard to wield your staff when you also have to wield another staff. That's how I met Amy. I mean, we played that game together. You're another proximal? Of course you are. So if we pre-stack our grenades, then go in and shoot it, we can kill it that way, I suppose. Meat Eye the Grotesque. That was also Rockwell's nickname.
That was close.
Wee. Longbolt. Path of Paper is really enjoyable to watch. It's a shame it suffered the fate of most Dungeons and Dragons campaigns, as did Path of Paper 2. Gain a random boon. So any small amount of favor honor I lost, which was like less than 100, has been restored. Restore honor on entering a boss room. Well, that's gonna keep me topped up, I guess.
The foe ahead is formidable.
Shall we go for maximum speed kill on this guy?
Stand clear.
Here it comes!
Beware of what falls.
Oh, I forgot to reallocate my Ascendancy points. I can do that now, right? I did my test run without. Now we can take our decimating strike and have some fun with that.
I knew you would succeed.
Got a big relic for me. Nice flashy build, Ziggy. Oh yeah, a lot of flashing. Was she back saving? But she has saved me from getting hit by the explosion a couple times, so I'll allow her to do that. Next minor boon you gain is converted into a major boon. Hard to say how good that one is actually, because some of the minor boons are actually really good. Increased effect of your non-unique relics. So we're already capped resist, so I guess that's not going to do too much. It will increase our maximum honor and some of our magic findy stuff as well, though. So honestly, seems pretty lit. Also, I have 1100 sacred water, so I guess I can take
Onwards.
all of them.
Always.
if I want. Probably don't really need that one though.
Onwards.
Oh, but I can take this one and convert it, right?
Will succeed.
Restore 29 of your honor on room completion. That's like, I guess, a little better. Royal cache. 2 royal caches. Nice. Where's my timeless ones? Yo, how am I not getting any timeless ones? Stashing. Oops. These ones go in here. Relics from first floor. Items to sort down the line. Precursor tablet. I think I figured out as an escape trial, when you reach the end all the traps turn off, but you can still go back and loot the chests. Yeah, I feel like they should change that, honestly. Because otherwise it's going to have people just like backtracking and wasting time like that. It's not very fun. What even in Maraketh shrines? That's like the ones you restore honor at. So our resistance is 87. It says plus 87. Surely the cap is 75 there, right? Like surely it's actually capped. Doesn't actually say that it's capped. I don't think we can see that on a character screen or anything. Yes, I don't see anything there. 14% increased life, 6% move speed, 16 quantity of keys, 10% chance to double sacred water, 87. I don't think this is actually the scaled amount. That's not showing the boon scaling. 77 max honor. We do have 4,800 honor now, so pretty good. Pretty good. Silver key into a silver chest. Or I still have a lot of water, don't I? So I could get water into a merchant. The 5% remove life isn't ideal, but... Oh, what was on the merchant, actually? Should have checked that first. Honor res is capped at 90% of as usual res? Isn't usual res capped 75? You mean caps with maximum increases? I don't have any maximum increases of honor res. That's what I'm wondering about the honor res. Surely you need maximum to go from 75 to 90.
Here it comes!
Do 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 do. Oh, so this seems like a great farm. Also fun. I'm sure not as fun on a warrior, but I'm kind of really loving it. It's immensely more chill now that I have this much like honor and resistance. I guess it's time to science take damage on floor completion node again. Yeah, I did those earlier and they're actually nowhere near as bad as you'd think if you're an armor-based character, especially. But if you have good honor resistance, they're barely anything then. So if it's 100 damage and you've got your honor resist cap, you should only be taking 25. Then multiply that amount by whatever armor you've got. So if you got like 40%, yeah. At that point, you probably will take 40% less. Whee! Bronze key. Oh, I got a level too. Sweet. What was I respec into some ailment resiliency. I want to just go back into my attack speed. Could take like feel no pain for in here, but or just some attack speed nodes. It actually would probably make sense to just get attack speed nodes for now and then respec them over into this later. Or is there anything else that's gonna be useful? Blind effect. Increased attack damage. That one's just general attack damage, isn't it? While you have an ally in your presence for that last one there. 16% attack while you have an ally, yeah. Not much good to us. Can you use the silver key to open bronze chest? No, you can't seem to. I did actually test that. Yeah, we'll just get our strength. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Looks like we're done in here. I think so. Yes. Found the crossbow bugs out a lot and just won't reload fire. I've almost never had any issues with that. I had a couple of issues yesterday with some skills not activating, but I don't know if it was that. I think it might have been my mouse. Lose 30 sacred water on room completion. That one kind of sucks. But it's probably worth doing... I could skip this merchant, take the key, and then maybe get another one later. Do that maybe.
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye! The crossbow... I have heard people saying... I'm not saying it's not a thing. I just say I haven't had it. Yeah. I can't help if I haven't had a bug. It might only occur with more of the crossbow actual skills. I've been using mostly grenades. People have been playing bolt skills and enjoying them, especially the lightning-based ones, but the grenades are definitely more people have gravitated to those early on. You have no evasion, so that one's a bit of a cost. 100% increased damage taken on low life. I could probably go these 2 pledges through that one. Gold key would be nice, but that one may be a bit too much of a trade-off, maybe. I don't know, I'm probably okay with just the armor, honestly. Although, if I lose my evasion, I might lose my armor too, because it's scale based on evasion. It probably hits both, actually, come to think of it. You have an opinion on the trials after you? So I kind of am liking Marrakech. What is it? Trial of the Sekhemas more and more as I do it. And the key that unlocked that was very much realizing just how strong the relics were and also how easy they were to get. I do think they are in need of tuning, and I also, like what I said on the podcast today was that I like the content, but I think it should be optional. I don't think it should be how you ascend. I think you should ascend by doing boss fights. It should just be a cool boss fight for your Ascendancy, in my opinion. It's the strongest part of the game. It should be how you ascend, in my opinion. How's the rewards been from the trial? Honestly, very good, yeah. I feel like I've been getting very good loot from these. And that's even without factoring in that maybe I could be selling some relics to people who are struggling to get their Ascendancies. How do you have so much honor? Relics, my friend. Like I was literally just saying, relics are powerful. Relics are very powerful. Increased max honor, increased max life relics, and honor resistance relics make you extremely tanky in here. There are still a few things that are dangerous, mostly like chaos damage because we just don't have any chaos res, for example. But we learned some very good things today. So this is a good example here, right? Gain ornate dagger for 525 physical damage. It sounds really good. Like that siren's really bad. Sorry, like you'd never take that right. Like 525. It'll actually only be like 40 or 50 damage. We did one earlier. It was, and my stats are better now. So I was supposed to take 541. I only took 75 damage. So it'll actually be better now because I have a bit better resist than I had. It's a little higher, so I guess it'll be... No, it's actually about the same. So this must scale based on level or something. But yeah, so I have 4,888. We'll take this one. And I only lost... For 50% more damage, mind you. I only lost 68 honor. Look, you can barely see the honor bar moved. Right? So, pretty good. So that's basically a freebie. So like even this room completion one would only be like 10 damage or something per room. It's probably pretty doable, honestly. So we could do that for some large water if we wanted to. We could just take the silver key there. Gonna take the increased damage on low life. Yeah, like Sekhemas is 100% based around relics in a big way that I think could have been communicated better. Oops. The ultimatum one is, there's no real way you can like get better at the ultimatum one outside of your character just getting better at it. So ultimatum's probably, there's not really like probably an answer to ultimatum. Like I don't think I could like run a bunch of ultimatum and do anything more than just give some specific tips for like, you know, this thing's bad, this thing's pretty good. Definitely avoid this one at all costs. You know, here's a tip for how to do this specific encounter a little bit. Just little stuff, probably. Whereas this is, like, probably hard solvable. I'm just using the NeverSync, the basic NeverSync filter that he put out. Ba 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 ba. When a hard time dealing with length of campaign, as in you're not enjoying it that much. Ultimately, you should be playing games to enjoy them, so you have to ask yourself if maybe you just need to do something differently, or if it's just, you know, time to not, if you're not enjoying yourself. Move speed boots. You don't have to kill everything. Like, I can give you some general advice like that, but ultimately, you know, just ask yourself if you're having fun. Act 3 is the worst offender. Your sacred water found is increased by 10% on room completion, removed when you purchase something from the merchant. Gain a random minor affliction. Gain a random minor boon. Random minor, lose a random minor, lose a random... Not too worried about the ones we have. And I love the positive ones we have for the most part, so... I reckon we don't need to do any of those. Sacred water one, what was the trade-off for that? Is that like might be get a random minor affliction? I don't trust random minor affliction. I don't actually know if there's many I could take that would be a problem, but we can go into the large one with the damage taken, or let's go through the silver key into that one. That's probably the more sane choice. It also gives us more options. Ba ba. Where there's a silver key, there must be a silver door. The mercenary literally has a lion making fun of that, like memeing on that one.
Reload.
Where there's a soul core, there must be a soul door. I think that's the one, yeah. That's so good. I was like, how does he know that line? He shouldn't know that line. What has he been? He hasn't been in that trial.
Impressive endurance.
Holy, that was a big hit. Didn't do any damage to my honor, but did like half my health though. I actually probably need to be more worried about dying to regular damage now. Like honor is actually, I could probably tank everything for the rest of the run and be okay. But dying to actual damage could be a risk. So we can go large sacred water into a merchant here, or we can go pledge into a merchant. Large sacred into a merchant sounds pretty good. Also, there's just a free boon there, so we can do that instead. Save the water for later. Good options here. Doing these trials for loot, only worth it at a certain level upwards. I got a lot of 40 to 50 opening stones. So that's a really good way for you to make your future runs easier by running some of those, getting the unlock by completing the second boss to get more relics equipped and get yourself some good relics to make it a lot easier. And will they give you some loot still? Yeah, I ran a level 51 and I got pretty good loot from it, honestly.
Give anything for a sip.
Free boon or potentially a couple of boons. If we keep it, we can spend it afterwards. I don't think I have a lose-all thing, do I? I lose a bit per room or something? Actually, I don't think I even have that, do I? How much have I got? 900? It's probably worth a merchant visit. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Out of my way. Already got the 3-4 done and my relic stash is very full. Ah, yeah, then you wouldn't probably run your 50 level 1s. You'd maybe just see if other people want to buy them or something. Stash them for future character, that sort of thing. I don't know. Actually, I don't even know if you have... You probably don't even have to do the unlocks on a future character, do you? So the second floor one would just be... You could probably vendor it or try and trade it. What relics would you use to help get the last Ascendancy? You would want to cap your honor resistance, get as much max honor and max life or energy shield as you can. Maybe some reduced boss damage taken. And maximum honor resistance increase likely as well for the 4th floor. I would imagine that would be a good idea. Try and stack that as well.
Rest a while.
Monsters deal 20% less damage. Monsters have 30% less max life. Shall I get some of those?
The choice is made. You will made that serve you. 2 ancient guardians await you ahead.
How quick do you reckon I can kill him? I am enfeebled, but we did just get some increased damage to counteract that somewhat.
Be light on your feet.
Oh, I might have let this guy heal here. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, he's probably going to heal, is he? Oh, no, we just got him. Actually, did he even heal? Didn't look like he even healed. Might have just not been there yet. Might have just got it just in time. The gold key. I botched it a bit. I went too hard on the bottom guy. Almost. Don't know what I almost, but, you know, could have done better. Arcanist cache. Gold. Superior gold Arcanist chest. So there's a superior version? Interesting. I didn't notice that. Presumably just gives better loot on average, huh? No more. Silver Royal? So superior Silver Royal. Let's do a comparison between the two. Obviously RNG is going to play a factor, but I got more from this one than I did from this one. Actually, I have so many jewels now. Hopefully we make some nice jewels after this. Boots. Gotta do some stashing. We're gonna have a big loot IDing session in a minute, folks, when I finish this. Looks good. Forgot to check Baba. Next 10 monsters are killed instantly. You can see 1 additional room ahead. Cannot be damaged until you complete the next room. Increase honor restored. I'll take Scrying Crystal, but the rest of them.
Always.
Seeing a room ahead is very powerful. Yeah, all the expedition NPCs do Rog crafting now. Tujin does jewelry, Gwenin does weapons, and Rog does armor. And they all use the coins as well, so they'll use the same coin to reroll. I got a relic that lets me permanently see a room ahead. That feels very strong. That is very strong. That must be a really rare one. You are not always taking the room you select. That one's very bad. Monsters have 50% max life, 25% less max honor. I can probably handle that one. That would let me go Silver Keen to Merchant. I did just spend most of my juice though. Not always taken to the room you select is pretty bad though. I don't really want to give them max life either. Equivalent of 33% less damage taken, as we worked out earlier. Restores honor and grants you a boon. Less max honor into silver key into the escape trial, I guess, this one here. Looks like a good one. 25% less max honor puts me out. I was at 4,800. Now, 3,600. Oh my god, it hits harder than I would have expected. I guess because it's the only more multiplier and all the other ones are increased. So it actually is just straight up 25%. Or however much that was. 25% less, yeah. That's how multipliers work. Yow. Ouch. Not that it will matter. I'm pretty sure I can do this with 2k. I think I did the first time. You said use the coin out of the stash? Yeah, that whole system is obviously not implemented fully currently. Oops. 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 Yeah, they're supposed to have their own stash, and it's supposed to pull from it. But I think it's not currently working. Okay, not this way, the other way. Hey, playground, how you doing? My brother got that you cannot be damaged in the next room for the 4-3 boss who's invincible. Yeah, there's that, and there's like an insta-kill the next 10 monsters. That would work if the boss is the next one. Or if you like run through and don't kill anything until you get to the boss. Both of those are very fun if you get those for the boss. I assume none of those work for like the pinnacle boss at the end, but if they do, I guess you could fish until you got that. Don't really need to do the honor restore. Silver key into this, into a gold key with merchant only offers one choice. It's unfortunate, but maybe okay. 50% fewer choices. You could stack those two together with no problem as well. I guess I could go silver into merchant. And then there's monster turbo, which is not ideal. That one really makes the bosses quite a bit harder. How much juice have I got? 204? It's not a lot. Probably just do the random boon. It's non-boss monsters, that one? Oh, that one doesn't work? It's non-boss? I did not read that one. Good reading comprehension, Ziggy. Good catch. Okay, so it's only the immunity one then that you can cheese with.
You're done.
Ziggy can read? I can, I just don't apply myself. My teachers would always tell me that. Ziggy, if only you would apply yourself. Do. Ouch. Nice moves. This way. I thought Ziz doesn't read and you keep telling people you aren't Ziz. You are Ziz. I'm Ziz, I admit it. And again, didn't you see us both on the podcast earlier today? So shouldn't you be able to verify that I'm not Ziz? Surely. Surely. I knew it. Woo whoop. Ziggy is calm. Ziz is mad. Maybe this is just how I get my my feelings out. Through my alter ego. Reduce movement speed. Boo. Escape trial. AI deepfake? That makes sense. Probably that. That's probably the answer. I'll take this. Yoink. Ooh, so far. Don't mind if I do. Whoop. we doing next? Oh, that's fine. It's good that they made the time stack. This would be much harder if they didn't. Especially because if you went and got one on the wrong side of the room and then went all the way over to the other. That would be very sketchy. That's the exit. Oops. Almost thought I was about to go through then.
Stand tall.
Thinking of doing a mercenary or monk for my next character? They both look amazing, honestly. I played both, and I played monk in a previous hands-on before release, but I was really impressed with it. But mercenary is incredible. I can definitely recommend. One big note about loot, high-level Sekhemas can drop maps of their level as well. Yeah, I've been getting like tier 5 maps and stuff from here, which is really good. What did I get from that, by the way? Don't even know. One of those many buffs. I don't see my Titan Warrior going far in maps with how crazy the damage ramps up. I have seen Warriors doing very good in higher level content, but it is a bit maybe narrow. I don't know. I definitely saw some though. Do I want the gold key? Maybe through the thing over here. That's reduced move speed though. I don't want that. There's a merchant that way with merchant fewer choices. It's kind of mad though. Give me my gold key. It's time to sacrifice the merchant.
Fire in the hole!
I think the Monk Bell's gonna get visioned soon. Gonna get some nerfs. I'd be surprised if at some point we see some hopefully mild stun and freeze nerfs, which will affect the mercs and the monks. Since we're doing a lot with our stuns and monks are doing a lot with their freeze from looks of things. But hopefully they keep it still very powerful, but I think it probably is a bit overpowered. But not the emergency nerf sort of stuff though that they have been doing. It's probably more of a longer term, like, okay, so we've sat with like the state of ailments for a while here, and we think they need to be about 20% weaker or something. Yeah, I think more likely, unless there's some emergency nerfs needed again, probably the next thing will be a mixture of, you know, changes, nerfs and buffs. Don't forget we have had buffs. People have been acting like we haven't had any buffs. We've had immense buffs. Dodge roll is a huge buff. Gold key. Well, we could just stack some water for the end. Go through a merchant. These shrines are kind of whatever. Oh, we could go through the. It's just a bronze key. Boo. Don't really want the reduced movement speed. It's probably we could probably deal with it. For a gold key. Go this way. I think it matters too much. What buffs? Massive currency drop buffs. Massive like loot buffs, and dodge roll was a huge survivability and mobility buff. Apparently you can actually roll out from the bone prisons on the cemetery bosses. You know, they put up the bone prison to block you in. Apparently you can actually just roll out of that now, which is hilarious. Obviously probably not intended. You were supposed to have to fight your way out of that one. You see now that you can use the bell and other items multiple times. Well, yeah, the video, you can drop like 6 or 7 bills. You just equip multiple gems of bell and it gets charges. Wait, what? Okay, that's not what I would have expected. How has no one figured that one out and talked about that until now? I mean, maybe I'm hearing about it late, but that's kind of wild. It's probably not intended. I could see that getting emergency nerfed. There's a weird little extra room there. It must have been a bonus loot room if you flicked a switch somewhere.
moment
Ha! A big chase.
of respite.
Rude. Works with emergency reload as well, so you can keep emergency reloading. Might see some people making focused, probably somewhat exploitative builds out of that sort of stuff. What's actually worth emergency reloading? I guess like there's one that's like hot clip or fresh clip or something. That with emergency reload, I guess it'd be spam would probably be pretty powerful. One would assume. I think we need 50% increased damage across the board for all classes? Oh my lord. I mean, I definitely think like, Warrior needs some buffs to their skills. Maybe like make the skills a little faster in the first 2 acts or something. But just everybody getting 50% more damage? That's, might be good that you're not on the balancing team. That's all I'm gonna say. Might be a little heavy-handed, possibly. Hey, Excessive, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Good to see ya.
Let's plan.
What do you got for me? Nothing. I'm not going to buy any of those. We do not need the emergency heal. We'll take this large water and maybe get something at the end. I mean, if nothing else, we get keys, right? 50% damage buff. You know what I think we need though? That doesn't sound like enough, honestly. I feel like we need something so every time we take a step, an explosion occurs. That just like kills the monsters. Actually, I saw the devs have this command they can type in that just like kill all in a radius around their characters so they can run and things die around them. We probably just need like a slightly weaker version of that. I don't know, maybe just make it like a small radius or something. So, so it's balanced. So you have to get into melee range. Help the melee characters a bit. Auto kill everything in a 1 meter radius, so it's only for melee. I mean Righteous Fire. Yeah, just a bit faster, that's all. Basically Righteous Fire. Just a little faster. Whee! I will take this, and I will take that silver key. Thank you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait, hold on. What are you doing? Stop that. That's the new cyclone. Oh. I look forward to seeing that one. Look at this gigantic pipe. Oh my god, I can... Take a hit of that relic. That's some increased honor I got right there. Maximum honor going up. It's not gonna get banned from I just realized like it's actually like size appropriate, right? Like actually the right size scaled to me. A large amount of sacred water. I'm always chucking flashbangs in the sacred water pools. Do you think they mind?
In the desert.
Here we go, boss time. I don't have any scrolls to tell you what I actually just took a hit of, but I bet it was good. You wait and see. Here we go. All right, Scorpion Lady. She's quite cool, right? Like the design of her is pretty epic. The like upside. When she turns upside down like this, it's pretty hard to get a look at her when you're terrified that she's gonna kill you. But she kind of like contorts her body in a really unnatural way, and it's very creepy and awesome. Whoa! Okay, mate. Oh yeah, we gotta do the trap. I don't see if there's any way to distinguish the traps. I don't think there is. Hey, come here, you. Here we go. It's time.
Take this!
I'll leave that slam if we can avoid it. Whoa! Am I just... Oh man, the poison hurts so much though.
The sands fall.
Oh. I'm doing this fight so badly. Not gonna matter though. If it wasn't for the poison pool, I could probably face tanker. With those relics. Oh, that's why they always say, you know, kids definitely do incense relics. Oh, it's the good stuff. That's how you get your Ascendancy.
You can find them.
That's how you get that Ascendancy, mate. That's the secret. Hey, you Zealot Bow, what do you got for me? Oh, I don't have any scrolls. Boop. Hey, Chazo, thanks very much for the gift subs, mate. Appreciate it. When I do this, I only get 2 statue bosses. That's floor 2. This is floor 3. Floor 3 has terrifying Scorpion Lady. Alright, let's see what we got here. Prime Gold Body Armor. Prime. So I've seen Superior and now Prime. I had not noticed those before. Maybe they only appear on deeper levels. Alright, let's see what we get from Prime. Oh my god, it's a bunch of Prime subs! I assume it's just more well-rolled loot. Although we didn't end up with any tier 2s there, did we? But we got 2 silvers. Let's maybe see what Barbella has first. Quantity of keys dropped. It's almost worth buying to augment, but let's just do keys. Ooh. Didn't actually get a gold though. Superior helmet. Rangers. Alright, I guess I'll open them all. Got one more. Helmet or shield? Helmet. Man, I'm gonna have to do some stashing in a moment here. Prime bronze helmet. Prime boots. I guess try some prime boots. Let's do some stashing. Got some loot to identify here in a minute. Good heavens. Have I got some loot? Relics. The relics. More relics. I think that's all the relics. And don't know why you're here. Show me what you got. I'll take some of that. I'll take the boots. I'll take these ones. And I'll take that. Does quality even do anything on this? Probably doesn't, does it? Quality. 1% more physical. Nope. I probably should change that. Alright, we're done. That was a good run. That was a good run. I was pretty messy in that last boss fight, but we got there. Thanks to the Opiope relics. We didn't want to see the relics we're running here. We were capped at, I believe, the cap 75 on a resist. It doesn't actually say that it's capped, but I'm pretty sure it is. On a resist max honor, on a resist max honor. Quantity of keys max honor. On a resist max honor. So I'm a bit overcapped. 6 move speed. Fountains grant double sacred water sometimes. Don't know if that triggered ever. Life and honor resist. I probably should change this one, but I kind of just like the movement speed. This increased defenses one is probably better defensively. What else have we got? Life, double sacred water. I guess that also works too. Max honor there as well. Sounds quite good. Life with quantity of keys. You know, that might be better, but movement speed's pretty nice, isn't it? That one's quite good though. Doing an update for your Maxroll for mapping? Oh, for this build? That build guide is ostensibly for leveling a grenade mercenary. That's what I wanted to set out to make with that. I may do an endgame guide as well, but it'll be a separate one. That like links to it. What's the point of rerunning the trials? They give lots of loot and you can unlock and get better relics so that you can do deeper ones. In addition to getting your ascendancies, obviously. Do you think PoE will change mana color based on character like D4? They have some like that. There is the Infernalist can make their mana become living fire. So they only do it if there's a good reason to. Not just as a, you know, alternate colors for alternate colors' sake. What is the res cap honor? It should be 75 like any others, but it's not communicated, so we have to just kind of assume. And based on the fact that there has been some honor increasing ones, that seems like that is likely. It's a pretty high armor one. If we exalted life on that sucker, it should be pretty valuable. 20 movement speed with some other decent stats, probably sellable. We'll do a big ID and evaluation, item evaluation in a second, since we've done a couple runs without Looking at our loot, we've got a few stash tabs of it. We got this one, we got this one, and we got this one. So there'll be some Exalt slams and stuff to happen in a moment after I take a short break. Yes. Oh. See if I missed any questions before I go though. Should we stack and move speed for 4th trial boss? I don't know the 4th trial boss yet. I will probably do some testing on that later. I think just getting people their 3rd set of Ascendancy points is the immediate priority, which is what I'm probably going to make first. Guide to that. And update my trial guide. That would be a nice endgame guide. Currently want to improve my buffs auras. What you're currently running. Started mapping and 50 extra spirit for the new chest. I added on... Yeah, so I got extra spirit too, and I added scavenged plating. If you get enough, if you get 60 extra spirit, you could run... I can't remember what it's called. It's one that adds more damage per second you've been fighting a rare or a boss. That would be a good one to go. Alright, I gotta take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. Also, shout outs to my sponsors, MSI, for supporting the stream, giving me a glorious 4K monitor for my first Path of Exile 2 experiences from home have been... It looks so good. It looks so good. Let's take it away, Ziggy E.
G'day folks, Ziggy D here. I make content about clicking and
Attrition.
looting. I'm here at the MSI booth, PAX Australia 2024. Let's check it out. They're letting me be one of the first people in Australia to touch the Z890 releasing later this year. This is MSI's 27-inch QD OLED, the most affordable in their range of quantum dot organic light-emitting diodes. Don't settle for any other type of light-emitting diode. I'm going to be playing Path of Exile 2 on one of these later this year, a bigger one. This is MSI's crown jewel, the top of the line, the GeForce RTX 4090. They won't even let me touch this one. It's running Black Myth Wukong in giga widescreen flawlessly. If you like what you've seen, check out MSI's website for more info.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Everything I can own from MSI is already MSI's. What can we do then? You have... Are we all clothing MSI? Maybe you could get some MSI merch. Maybe you should buy some MSI paraphernalia, like for example, a little MSI badge that you can put on your MSI merch. How about that? I think there's more you could do. There's more you could be doing. It's not enough. Oh shit, I don't have that yet. Good, here we go. Alright, let's start our loot IDing and slamming session. We have a nice potential armor chest here. Oh. Gonna slam life, ready? I did slam life. It is tier 2 life though, unfortunately. That is a bit unfortunate. Dang. MSI loincloth. I'll contact them and ask them about that one. Let's see if I can get my Exiled back. It's got pretty good resist though. We do have to appreciate that in the high armor. Look, maybe I can get two for it. Let's see. Alright, let's take out these things first. Let's see what it was that I ingested earlier without even knowing. Do you really even know what is in those, you know, those lit drugs that you're taking? Do you even really know? Let's find out. Avoid gaining an affliction. That actually, I mean, that sounds good. This must be pure stuff. Cool. I had it, or maybe you could look at it the other way. It was only an 8% chance of avoiding gaining affliction, so a 92% chance I gained an affliction. Uh-oh. That sounds significantly worse when you put it that way. Let's see what our relic haul was like from this one. 31 defenses with honor resistance. Low honor resist roll. High defenses might be worth keeping to, like, if our resist is capped, or that helps us cap, and we can then scale defenses maybe. When you gain a key, chance to gain another. Chance to avoid gaining an affliction. I think I'll only do the farming ones if the second mod is good at this point. Honor resist, sacred water at the start. Defenses with double sacred water drop, maybe? Boss deals reduced damage, honor on killing a boss. Fountains have a chance to gain double sacred. Sacred at the start. Sacred at the start. We missed you somehow. Honor resist with sacred at the start. Sacred water. Sacred water. Got some serious sacred water farming ones here. Okay, movement speed, quantity of relics. Oh, now we're talking. There's a farming one right there. That is definitely a good farming one. Keep putting, if the middle fills up, then I'm gonna obviously have to stop having some farming ones. Water and monsters take 16% increased damage. That's a big multiplier if we don't have any other sources of that. That one may be worth keeping. The other mod on there is a bit bare though. Oh wait, gain 14 sacred water when you complete a room. Per room. So 100 and something sacred across the floor. It's not that good. The increased damage taken though seems a little intriguing. We can actually 3-to-1 these ones as well, so that's the other alternative. I could take 3 of them and gamble them together, which I might do that actually. Let's gamble those 3 together. Deal bosses deal reduced damage, restore on killing a boss. I think I'll grind those up. And honor resist, restore honor. Honor resist, sacred water at the start. These ones seem like ones to grind up. You seem like one to keep. Sacred water at the start, seemed like a decent farming one. Alright, so let's mostly just grind these 2 sets up. They stay, they are permanent, they are not single use. I don't know why everyone feels like a single... I know exactly why people feel like they're single use, because GGG, for some reason, thought it would be fun to show the unique that does that. So people thought that's what relics do. That's just the unique relics that do that. When you gain a key, 12% to gain another. Honor on picking up a key. Okay. Maybe. Honor resist with 30% defenses. Oh, okay. That one looks quite good. All Alright, we definitely got maybe at least 2 upgrades in there. I'll have to see how they fit into the puzzle though. Okay, that's cleared out. Let's have a look at some of this trash. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it won't be trash.
Yes.
What do we got here? Crit for spells, chance to ignite spell damage. Meh. Look for good armor, yes, or good life resist, or block. None of those. Nothing there. Advanced cultist. Nah. Nothing. Bramblejack. 250% of melee fizz taken reflected to attackers. Sick. Ooh, big rarity roll. Cold and accuracy. Low resist though. Bit of a long shot on that one, I think.
LBU.
Stash my Bramblejack in my unique collection.
Go on.
Wasn't expecting an earn collecting meta, but here we are. You have to earn your right to ascend, don't you? Oh my god, precious chaos resistance. 5%. 5%. It's actually... Oh man, it's like almost good. It's almost good. Life roll is like a little low. High mana. Strength. The strength brings the life up a bit. Could it be saved? If it rolled a really good resist, it would maybe be okay. Probably not really worth it. 374 ES. Okay. That's got to be worth something. Rarity, strength, life. A bit too low on the life roll, I think. Is this like... Why are you in here like this? Nothing? Nothing? I don't know what... Let's find out what energy shield starts to be worth something. Body armor. So... I don't have Control D to tell me. It's got full prefixes, unfortunately, thanks to that thorns. Oh god, thorns. Wonder if it'd be worth a chaos gamble. No resists. Poison, I heard that actually is potentially a problem, so I guess the duration might be okay. I don't know how to evaluate that one. Let's just look at the energy shield. So we'll assume it's like 390. We'll put in like 380 energy shield. Equipment filters, energy shield, 380, assuming some quality. It looks like 400 plus starts it at Exalt, so probably not. Unless you got super lucky on it with the, and these have some resists. Damn. Energy shield gear looks lit. Energy shield gear looks so good. Can go my 1x tab. What do we got? Some things to craft here as well. Looking forward to looking at my jewels. Oh, yeah, there's all these ones too. Let's do the big stuff first. What do you got? Missing prefixes, isn't it? We'll chuck something on those subtons. Didn't I just tell you to ID these?
Go on.
You want to try that again, buddy? Max lighting res, nothing else. You had spirit, but otherwise nothing. Those are some high elemental damages. And then like leech, which only works with physical. Resists. I might just put that in a stash tab. That one's quality for
Time is of the essence.
salvaging. Give me my things. You can go in here. Exploit mail sabatons. Let's go. What have I got on terms of essences? Defense, mana, life, lightning, chaos. Should I try to go big, make some chaos res boots? No way. It'll never happen. 11% chaos res. It's like the only chaos mod that can roll in there, probably. Maybe poison. 94 mana. Gotta just nail move speed on the Regal now. Ready? Life regen. Nope. Not gonna happen. All I gotta do is exalt move speed and then, like, life and resist. Surely that's easy. Is this from 2 trials? Crazy.
What is it?
219 life. Nah. Garbo. Fizz and cold, accuracy, cold res. It's okay. You got very high evasion armor flat, don't you? And then wait, what's that? Oh my lord. Wait, what? That's a... What is that prefix? It's like flat armor evasion and then armor evasion. And then there's flat armor evasion hybrid as well. I guess that's a thing, huh? Wild. So it's only 2 prefixes? It's probably worth an exalt. Chaos damage, cast speed, not much else. 25 move speed, 143 life. Ooh, hello. Wonderful fizz. Giggle. Another 25 move speed with 112 life. 28 fire res. Those are good boots. Couple winners in this inventory load. Holy heck. Let's have a look what we got here. I'm going to exalt you for life. Ready? Excuse me. Was that Thorns? I just did Thorns, didn't I? Uh-huh. Okay, you're going to get wounded. This has open suffix. I don't think I want to put an exalt on that one. Do I want to use that? I probably need the resist. Some boots to gamble on. Terrible. Okay, vendor vendor. And then 225 move speed pairs. So I've got 25, 59, and then like not much else going on. Okay. I could maybe work with this. So I'm not going to do those ones, but maybe these. Sucks about losing the evasion, but I was really hoping to go to 30 move speed next. But these are a substantial life increase and fire res, which I'm already overcapped. What's in here? Life? Too bad I can't change my runes around. That'd be good right now. Oh my god, it's literally what Ziz was talking about. You didn't just do thorns, you did minimum thorns as well. It's the worst possible thorns roll too. Is it? Looks pretty high. Tier 5? No, I think you're right. It's probably still worth changing over. I gain so much life. Lose a bit of evasion. Probably worth. Have you got an open anything? No. But we can put your socket on you, can't we? See if I regret losing the freeze duration, but I don't think I will. So resistance-wise, we need some lightning if I can. This ring's too good to change. Both my rings are pretty good at this point. And my amulet. My jewelry is actually quite good. I think all my jewelry is quite good now. I've actually really managed to luck into some good jewelry. It's starting to look pretty good for pseudo SSF gear. I haven't actually bought any gear. I probably should buy a crossbow or something. It's just stuff I've crafted or found. Heard Thorns builds are popular in trials. Could you imagine? Wait, you're not being serious, right? Surely not. Stun, armor evasion, energy shields. We probably just do want to do the resist we're missing. Lightning res. I feel like I may regret it later, but capping it now seems like a good idea. There's no chaos res, right? If there is, it's rare. Looks pretty good. Potentially worth qualitying. And then we got this 143 life ones here with an open prefix, but I don't think we really want to exalt for that. It's not going to add much value. Do. You can go in there. These ones are going to get vendored.
On with the work.
See what else we got here. Oh yeah, we got that unique. Teehee.
Go on.
Okie dokie. You can get loads and additional bolts. Cool suffix. 18% quality. I feel like I... Wait, so it's rolled increased spirit. That's probably not a very high roll though, but 160 spirit, oh my god. Just not used to the numbers that they get on these ones. Allies have 7% attack speed. I don't know if that's good enough to regal or not. Guess that's like a low roll. Hey, summoners. Is that regalable or is that spirit too low? I actually have no idea on that one. High evasion, not much else. Oh my god. Oh, that's worth something for sure. It's an ES base with bad ES, but it's a corker of a life helmet with chaos res. Surely. Yes, he's making a video, but the TLDR is when you do lower sanctums, you get relics with honor resistance, max honor, which makes it easy to compete the higher tiers. Yeah, that's the, if you want just one takeaway, that's it. There's a ton of smaller tips I can give you, but that's the main one. You said in the podcast you should be playing lower sanctum to get better results. Yep. When I make my 3rd and 4th attempt, can you explain, or are you making video soon? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, if you do the 2-floor sanctum, you'll unlock more relic slots, and in like 1 or 2 runs, you can get some really good relics. I'd take 3 scraps. Yeah, I'll take the 3 scraps. Sounds like a plan. Lightning res. Armor and evasion. Try a regal. Rarity. Like, they're good, but they're not the base stats you'd want to build off of, are they? So it'd be full gamble to try and land like physical damage and life, basically. If you had physical damage and life and you regaled and exalted into those, you'd be happy. Yeah. I'd give 1 regal for that helmet. A whole regal. I mean, the vendor will give me two regal shards, so you're only giving 8 more regal shards. I guess that's a pretty good deal if I look at it like that. Transcendent. Ultimate. Why are we getting Transcendent still?
Yes.
Question mark?
Go.
Can I exalt your current gloves? I could and maybe I should, honestly. They're probably good enough to. I don't know why I haven't. Lightning damage to attacks? I mean, it doesn't hurt. Hurts the enemies a little bit, I suppose. Okay, I'm glad I did that. Oh my god, those just got amazing. Like the lightning by itself, okay. Lightning with the attack speed, oh my god, just the attack speed alone for me. Oh, that's so much attack speed. That's like 4 passives worth of attack speed. 3, 6, 9, 12, yeah, basically. Oh my god. Okay, well I'm stuck with these gloves for a while probably now. Gee, thanks. Painter's Servant, try conversion, leveling glove things. Strange little ones. Kind of cute. So there's something good you can do with those. 170 life. Oh my god. You gotta account for runes too, don't you? Okay, so I'm gonna search like 160 life with Chaos Res. Helmets. Let's try that. Helmet. How much life? 170? That's because you can rune it presumably for a bit more, right? So I guess we look for like... We gotta account for runes. No, we need pseudo. Excuse me? Is there no pseudo total life anymore? What? What the? I have to do explicit modifiers? That's literally not gonna work. Because it's multiple modifiers together. There's no pseudos anything right now. Obviously the trade site needs a bit of work. That's unfortunate. So I gotta look for 130 and then a hybrid roll or something. Ugh, that's rough. That makes searching so much harder. How much chaos res is it? 17? Do like 14, try that. Start there. Okay, so that's pretty easy as it is. We may want to search pure energy shield bases to begin with. Let's put this up to 140 and then add the other life modifier, I guess. So it's like... What is it? Hybrid Life and energy shield. It's getting too specific though, that's the problem. Energy shield and life. Life, energy. Is this mod even here? I don't think this mod's even here. Searching for 170 still gives results even when I do? Really? Maybe it is being effectively pseudo life. Or maybe they've changed it and it just searches for that amount of life on gear. Huh, you're right. Because that's combined for sure. Okay, these are cheaper than I expected. Apparently that's pretty cheap. There's others with resist there. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what we got. Even a bit better because it could be exalted. It's got accuracy, but this one's got 32 rarity, 19 chaos res. That's a crazy good helmet. How much you buy this one? 20 chaos res, 170 life, 30 rarity. That's a crazy like farming helmet. Oh my god, I feel like I should buy some gear. I'm still solo self-founding my gear when I probably should not be. Yeah, I think we're not used to the life amount on gear or something. Like, how high does it go then? You just get like 180 life on gear? Okay, search by max. 217. Okay, so we start to get to 200 life. Then we're getting pretty serious, I guess. Damn. I guess there's no percentage life, right? Yeah, there's lots of crazy 1 exalt gear. Like, as good as I think some of this gear is, it feels like I could upgrade it pretty easily, honestly. Like the chest armor especially. What's 30% move speed boots like? That's probably expensive. Is there a limit on Sanctum relics? Nope. They're infinite. They're permanent. You just use them until you find better ones and put them in a different way. Movement speed. 30 move speed boots. 30 move speed boots. So give me move speed with a decent chunk of life. We're overcapped enough that we don't even decap if I take those off, really. Let's try like 90 life. And evasion or evasion armor, maybe. Yep. Looks like we can get some decent little booties this way. Get some little rarity booties here. Evasion energy shield. I think we will go energy shield. None. Max 1 energy shield, please. Do. Gear's so cheap. Good gear's so cheap. Oh my god. 32 dexterity. Wow. Yeah, I'll just change all my nodes over with that. Look, I don't want to get some rarity boots. What do we... So we get up to like 140 on these? Even if I search max like these, it's only 8 exalts. It's definitely not high on that one. 30 move speed, rarity, and life for 1x. Yeah, it's some crazy good gear on here. It's possible there's just like so much stuff getting produced and not as much stuff getting bought up. When we move to 35 movement speed, we get very expensive though. Those are probably quite rare. What about if we turn light off? So literally just 35 move speed boots. Yeah, so they start at a minimum of 8. So it's very top end heavy, which to me says high supply, and then the very rare modifiers are only being brought up by the top players. So I think there's a lot of supply going on, but not as much people buying up all these like mid-tier items. We also need to make sure we can actually equip them. Gotta remember that. What level am I? I'm level 74. Do I want to break the seal on the SSF action? I mean, I've already been using currency I've been making. Item level. Level requirements. 76. Make sure we only get those ones. What's the highest rarity rolls? 30 rarity, 99 exalts? Hell yeah. As if you wouldn't exalt slam that, sucker. Maybe they... Oh, you know, maybe they want to do omen crafting for them or something. Mid-level for the 35 move speeds? High? Yeah, probably I wouldn't even be able to equip them or something, eh? Let's try 20 rarity. 4 exalts. So that's about the point where it goes up then. 15 is like 2. Okay, what's the point then? It must be around 10 where it's just 1. It's only this pair. It doesn't know what the affixes are. It says they're all suffixes. How much currency do I actually have? 2 exalts. That's exactly how much I have. Evasion 218. Those are pretty hot, those ones, for 2 exalts there. Yeah, I'm gonna buy these ones. 25 minutes ago. Let's see if I can buy these boots. Whee. Excuse me. Whee. That's better. Now I got sidetracked. We were identifying gear, weren't we? Before I got sidetracked. We'll take anything that needs crafting first, outside of the jewels. I'm gonna do all the jewels together. Let's check all these ones. Gemeralds. Should probably get that gem tab, eh? I think it's gonna be off sale tomorrow. Doriani. No response on my trade message. No. What are we dealing with here? Any of these ones we want to drop an alch on or something? Not really. The alchs are a bit precious, aren't they? Thorns damage, nice. Chaos res. Ooh. Spell damage. Giant Regal Fear. Mana. Yeah, I'm not going to craft that further, but someone else can. What we got here? Lightning and Chaos damage. It's primed for Voltaxic, except that wouldn't work in PoE 2, the conversion thing. Got another one here. Terrible. 26 rarity. Oh man. That's a lot of rarity. You gotta get regaled for sure. +1 all projectile skills? Okay. Intriguing. Has potential for sure. Garbage, garbage.
What is it?
Yeah, you can have all this jewelry.
Move along now.
Yes. Yes. I wouldn't be too upset about dropping my current aura. 1 aura and 1 support dropped. Would it be worth it on my current one? If I exalted into some decent affixes, maybe. We could lose the fire, that would be okay. The lightning would bring us a little low, but so we'd maybe have to try and get lightning somewhere. Might depend on if we get lucky with some exalts, and that also might depend on if we use those exalts to buy boots first. We might also just change these ones around. I'll lose my 21 ES? I will lose my 21 ES. Probably handle that. Excuse me, someone's spinning in here? So my car mirror is spinning around. Are these the ones I messaged earlier? Zio? Zizo? Cold res. I think I'll leave them for now. Which means I can exalt slam this. Bam! Mana? Ew. Ew. Gross. I need another exalt though. We might be able to get another exalt for that one. I've still got my double rarity amethyst ring here as well, which is probably a bit too low roll on the rarities. 26 I see now is the equivalent of 1 mod, so probably a no deal on that one. It's only level 23 though. 2 mods primed for chaos. Yeah, maybe I'll do it now before I exalt slam. What do you reckon? Gamble? Go on, let's go. Watch the +1 projectiles go away. Okay, so save the resist, rarity, and projectiles. Move the top ones, please. Oh! Oh, 10% all res! Oh, it worked! This is crafting! This is crafting. We're crafting now. I need another exalt. We may just be able to use that. Now we're crafting. That was a beautiful chaos orb, wasn't it? You know what I haven't even looked at yet is the whole anointing thing. This one might be worth anointing if I can get it going. For once my tempting worked. Oh yeah. I was like, 2 out of 5 chance of hitting something. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I need oh, you know, there's this whole currency exchange. I can maybe get an exalt. I want 1 exalt. What can I trade for it? I could trade a chaos. I got some bile orbs. 5 to 1? 5 to 1? Alright. What are they actually? Yeah, about 5 to 1. Excuse me, I want 1. 1 to 57. 6 to 1, actually. There we go. Final exalt. Give me a big life roll. Come on, or spirit, I guess, would be good too. I'm not looking, I'm not looking. Oh. Big life. Excuse me, you missed the big part? Did I not say that part loud enough? 2-1, lowest possible life. It's almost min roll too. 12 life. I guess I got what I asked for. I said big. Big. I was very clear. It was very clear. It tried. It definitely tried, didn't it? Honestly, it's more life than I have on this one currently. Is it worth losing scavenged plating and cannibalism for? Rarity +1 skills. Probably. Might actually be. So I have to take scavenged plating off. Can I actually do cannibalism? No, I turned off Wind Dancer. I can probably do without cannibalism for a while. I might keep this amulet. It's quite good. +1 skills, eh? That's pretty hot. That makes my flash grenade level 18 now. Holy heckadoo. 96 mana cost. It's pretty spicy. Chick. Wind Dancer, Overwhelming Presence. You can just right click, turn them off. The gem? The support gem? Surely not. No, that just takes it out. You must be talking about to someone else or something. Okay, you guys can go over here. I have some of these 18s too. Can I actually use these yet? Not yet. Level 78. Yeah, they're a while away, those ones. Thanks for your tips on the Maxroll podcast today. I was able to ascend again really easily after a couple quick farming runs. So good! That's really good to hear, Swatterman. That's why I was thinking about making a video about it too, because it seems like it's potentially going to help people. That's awesome, mate. Really good to hear. Glad I was able to have that impact there. Yeah, so we have some jewels to do. I'll probably put my rarity one back on. Keep this one handy. You can go in here. And we have mostly jewels, yeah. The old jewels. Sweet. Show me some sweet jewels. My self-found, self-crafted ones are actually decent though. But I don't even know what's really possible on these yet. Let's find out. Energy shield freeze build up. I think you can actually get pretty high energy shield values, like 20 there. Oh my lord. That seems like a good combo though. Freeze build up, energy shield. Bleed ignite. That seems like a one for the grinder. Armor and leech, probably grinder. Fire pen with stun build up. Maybe grinder for that one as well. Chance to ignite melee damage. Don't know about that one. I may just grind it though. Totem placement damage with war criers. That one may be good, I don't actually know. Fire pen, warcry cooldown, damage with war criers. That one seems very good. That one's probably insanely good because I'm sure there's some fire warcry stuff going on, right? Surely. AoE. You get augmented. Knockback distance. Crit damage. Seems quite good. You get augment. Cold pen crit. It's probably quite good, that one. Shock duration, blind on hit, damage while you have an active charm. I don't think this one even it has a 1 second duration. Use when you kill a rare or unique enemy. Presumably that works on the activating rare or unique kill. I should hope so. That one seems like a keep for the grind, maybe. Chance to shock. Damage with quarter staves. Mining damage. Stun threshold if you haven't been stunned recently. Low damage, low roll on that too. Area of effect. Mana regen. Seems good. Shock triggered spells increase spell damage. Probably would have been worth more the other day. Melee damage. 1 rage when hit by an enemy. May be good. Okay. Can't grind those until I make like a, say, jewels tab here. Chance to ignite melee armor. These ones can get reforged maybe. We can have Venom maps 3 to 1. Here, the reforging bunch. You have to unlock that by killing the big goldsmith guy.
Speak.
Thorns damage. Righto. Let's do another set. Grind, grind, grind. Hey.
Yes.
Oops. Sorry, everybody. 15% elemental. Ooh. Promising. Chance to ignite. Not really what I need, but it might be worth a regal. Totem life? Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm not about to go through the steps of pricing a jewel, so I'm just gonna toss it up for an amount and see if it sells, eh? Probably have to reprice some of those later. That's a later thing. Melee damage, rage when hit by an enemy. I guess rage when it hit's probably not the greatest way to gain rage, especially if it's got such a short duration. Is there one that I would prefer to regal? For me, maybe? Area of effect of curses, area of effect, mana regen. Sure. Almost wanted to use that one, but seems like a no. Don't know about these ones. We might do it, make it public. One for the grinder, maybe. These ones seem pretty good. But they're only blue. Yeah, nothing for me too bad, though. Nothing for Ziggy. What are my jewels like, still? Like elemental damage, attack speed. Seems like I can probably buy some better ones. If I can even find them. Elemental damage, attack speed. That one should be easy to upgrade. Fire damage, fire pen. Definitely only rocking 1 to 2 stat jewels. This one's, I would consider a 1 stat even. Can I beat that one then? With one of the ones I have? Because didn't I have fire pen here somewhere? Shock triggered, critical, fire cold pen. No, none of those ones in the for sales. Fire pen, war cries, alright. Mana regen area for curses. Nah, those don't win, I don't think. Isn't crossbow damage better as fire? Physical is pretty much the winner, because it actually scales properly and has proper damage numbers. But converting to fire is very good for grenades, yeah. There's just a lot more scaling for that, and most of the grenades just inherently convert to fire anyway, so I don't really get much of a choice in the matter. Alright. We don't have enough time for another run, but I wouldn't mind just going for a little zoom in a map or something, though. Complete tier 3 maps. Show me some of that action here, mate. Increase pack size. Go on, make it harder. Monster damage. Haven't done any maps today. Gotta at least do one. Well, especially because we have Expedition here. Oh! Love Expedition. 15% weapon damage. Fix her. I feel like it's not good enough to put blacksmiths on. They're honestly pretty expensive. I think. Well, armorers are like 4 to 1 exalt. I expect blacksmiths are probably similar. Got my new 26 rarity amulet. Bit more damage from the projectile. Oh my god. Ouch. Finally damaging's not quite capped. I want boss maps. I swear I've had so few boss maps, and the ones I've had have all been that like mushroom boss. Like I've fought that mushroom boss multiple times. I don't know if I've had any other ones. Like it's only been the mushroom guy. What is going on with that? This map's a little weird. Whenever you throw a flashbang in this map, look at the flash. It's like really bright. Way brighter than usual. I think it's something to do with like the elevation map, the height map on this. It's causing the flashbang to be like closer to the camera or something. It's very bright. So I try not to use it too much on this map. It's giga bright. Oh, sorry, have another. Doesn't look like PoE 1, especially Grenadier, but you wait till you see like a Flicker Strike build or something, or some of the trigger builds people were doing. Like, I can't believe you nerfed my Path of Exile 1 endgame build in PoE 2. I can believe it. It's very fun running Trial of Sekhemas today. I've enjoyed that. I'm looking forward to taking on the next 4. So I think that's 70. That's 75. So no, we're not even 75 ourselves. So we'll be able to push up some map tiers before we do our 4th floor. But I'm kind of looking forward to that actually. I expect it's going to be a whole other story though. That final boss is apparently ridiculous. Tuna was saying like he thinks only 0.1% of players are going to do the 4th Ascendancy there. So we'll have to see how right he is. Hopefully he's not too right about that. I don't know about that one. Sounds a little iffy. Flash is reflecting off the Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, localized entirely in my step. May I see it? I'm not allowed to because I can't shift the camera upwards to look at the Aurora. Unfortunately, I may only see grass on ground. I actually just blow things up with this explosive shot. Do the weaker things I can. Imagine an explosive shot build's probably pretty satisfying, honestly. Fun little. Does Red Cluster even have a sky? I mean, we have no proof that it does. Might explain some things. Grenadier build not using Grenadier. Inside of my monitor is the sky. Does that mean if the Exile looks up, will they see me? It's like staring down at them like this. I assume so. This pleases me. Does the Red Class have steamed hams? Nah, I think it's an Albany only thing, right? I appreciate your steamed hamming with me. I've watched way too many of those videos. Additional projectiles are more multiplier for grenades? Yeah, effectively. They have a penalty to attack speed and damage, but more than made up for the fact that you add 2 extra grenades that can and do overlap and explode. If I have a boss map, I'm going to do that. If not, I'm going to go have dinner. I want boss maps. I mean, this is good too. Hello, Danig. Wait, I thought you weren't here. Danig's here?
Hail, hero! I knew I'd find you here.
Wait, how do you know me?
You've made it this far. Clearly you must have some talent. Care to lend your skills to a matter of honor?
Huh?
We are on a grand quest through time. We'll have to save the explanations for another time, however. All I can say is we purposefully came back to this city, EXILE, before our ancestors arrived on Rayclast. Will arrive on Rayclast, I mean. We've got less than a year to achieve our aims. We have to be gone before they get here. Or my historical sagas will get very complicated very quickly.
That's not what Gwennon was suggesting. They're trying to precede their history.
Been an honor.
That's some advanced meta history
Don't
engineering.
make that mistake.
Immune to cold, number of rare monsters. Seems like a good starting point.
Fire in the hole!
Monsters hits like a crits. Rarity of excavations. Quantity of logbooks. Oh, might have to go do logbooks. I don't get killed by things in the meantime. Boop, boop. Hits can't be evaded with quantity. Okay, so if we go... Number of rare monsters first still maybe is the go though. But we do it as far over this way as we can. 100 is extra cold. Good heavens. Do both those then. Don't know if we'll get enough monsters here, but we'll try. Oh, hello, hello. Safe Chameleon, thank you very much for the sub, mate. These guys are going to be very deadly. It's pretty hard to make out where the runic monsters are now. I assume the flags, but those little flags are only the bigger flags. I don't even know if I got any. Screw it, let's go. See how we go. I did not even know there was a thing. I thought it was only the other three. Like, they do all the items. I wonder what he does then. Don't tell me, let it be a surprise. Gonna have to turn those loot labels off, aren't we? Would be very lucky if I got a logbook on this first one, but seems like that's probably not gonna happen. Bah! Bah! I agree. Bah! Yum 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 yum. Boop. Boop. Very hard to spot those chests.
Well met.
Well, okay. They're all there to make time loops? Time loops. Oh, my favorite cereal. oh. Scary. Oh. Death effects. Purple stuff. Purple group. Mr. Sun artifact back there. Ugh. Why do we have to pick him up again? Why? GGG, why? Why do you make me do this? I don't want to go back. Maybe I'll loop around. My favorite temporal cereal. Much better than all those other temporal cereals. Yep. I guess I won't be going back. Unseeable under loot label behind a tree. Behind a big red explosion. Sounds about right. Can undercut skill gems drop with quality? I've never seen it happen. I don't think it's a thing. Could be wrong though. Damage with bows. Nah.
Time is not on our
There you
side.
go, you can have those ones. Got quite a few waystones in there at least. Let's go talk to Danig then, eh? Danig! Can't believe you're here, mate. No way. I am shocked. Shocked. Yeah, come over here. You're management, so you don't get to fraternize with the employees on their lunch break. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Ettenfrosh. Appreciate it, mate. Oh, here's where you put the logbooks in. Anything else? Oh, and you can swap the artifacts around. Just at 1-to-1? That's strange. No, you just use his to buy more. Okay, I see.
Survive.
I see. Ah, Dead Chills. How you doing, mate? And Anon, thank you for gifting some more subs. Appreciate ya. That armor is looking like it has some potential. We could do some ROG crafting. How much currency do... that's enough of that. Stop that, please. I have more for Gwenin, but I don't think I have any rerolls for her. We take ROG's currency here. Pretty sure I don't have any rerolls. Yeah. Yeah. You.
Welcome.
Sell me these things so I can do some ROG crafting.
I'll sing of you.
Dang it, Tujin, what's your problem? Why are you pushing me around like this for? Stop it. Radiant Energy Shield. Hat. What level are these guys? Item level 60? Why are they so low? Didn't I reroll you once? I was going to maybe try these boots to see if he puts move speed on them. Seems unlikely, but...
Got a special stash of
reroll the entirety of the prefix modifiers? Ooh, I mean... I'm not trying to do all of them, though.
Back end could do with
Reroll the suffixes? Go on. And again? Go on.
I could refurbish the front.
Stop trying to do it this way! What are you doing?
Of a rare acid that could have
Well,
an interesting effect
that didn't
on
work.
this.
That did not work. Do 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 do. What are you gonna do with this one, huh?
Feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front, something
Yep.
quite interesting happens when
Add
you
a
apply
prefix.
drop of golden
Alright, I'll be
card.
back for you later. Stuff and stuff and stuff. Thanks for gifting a sub to Bogvrak. Appreciate you,
What
mate.
is it?
Boots get vended.
It'll be you.
Bye.
Waiting.
Rog producing some fine regal shards there. Well done, Rog. Clap, clap, clap. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. Monsters are evasive. Additional packs of bramble monsters. Is there any bosses? I never want to do the one that's like had its bonuses stripped away, huh? Any bosses I can get to? So blue, blue, blue. This one? Is that a boss? No, that's but that's Delirium, and I haven't done Delirium yet, so I might do that. Does evasive matter for AoE and grenades? So I was originally wondering that as well, because they did say that whole thing about explosions not being evadable or whatever.
In places like this.
But it doesn't seem to be the case, because you can, at least on the as per the character sheet, and this is the only thing I've been able to find any information on it about, you can actually see lowered evasion here. And if I flashbang myself, you only really start to see it at endgame. Actually, it looks like I need some more now. I am blinding enemies though, which helps. Is the boss 2 maps after the one you're going for now?
Creepy mirrors be
It's 2 for you, man.
Is that really what I look like in this gear?
Whoa! Getting pushed around.
Oh, where'd I go?
So why are they pushing me around like that for? They're just like running into me and face checking me and pushing me around. Stop bullying me! Why are we bullying like this?
Bloody beautiful.
Bloody beautiful. Hold on, pause. There we go. Love that we can pause there. What's with these crystals? They do anything? Monsters come out of them? Cool. It's the old Delirium music. It's here. They look extra delirious with my dominating presence aura effect on them, eh? Now we're part of Exile 1 mapping. Clear speed meta is here. Stop pushing me though. These guys keep pushing me. The heck? They need to turn down the pushiness on those guys. It's not even like a charge attack. Like I get it when it's like a charge attack or something. Those guys are just walking into me and pushing me around. Like I have, you know. Like I don't even matter, man. They don't respect me. So much bullying. Three... What is that symbol, I wonder? I don't recognize that symbol. 3 transmutes? Is that what I'm gonna get? 3 transmutes? No, it's probably like a delirium symbol. Maybe I'll get 3 delirium currencies. Three emotions? 3 whole emotions? In this economy? No way. Too much. Too many emotions. Also, I'm a man. We're not allowed 3 emotions. That exceeds our quota. Must remain stoic and unemotional and unavailable. Feel emotions. Bloodstone Amulet, 35 life. I'll take you. You're that one. Glass blowers. Ooh. Is there something up here? It kind of looks like... Nope. Okay. Look at these creepy stones all judging me. Stop judging me! It's possible I'm going a little delirious in the delirium fog. Fog, I feel like the fog would have cleared by now. PoE1, so they've definitely slowed it down a bit, which is good. I like the big bits of glass that they break out of instead of the random ground goop. That's a nice improvement. I think I like the look of Delirium a little better. He's gone mad with madness. Uh-oh, I caught the madness. Oh, cool. It's going to be hard to push that 5th reward tier. It's going up slowly. If you haven't played Path of Exile 1 Delirium in the past, basically you step on a mirror and that opens up this kind of like depression dimension, let's call it. And it puts a fog out over the map that expands outwards from the mirror and then contracts behind you. So the idea is to like stay in the fog and kill stuff for bonuses, for stacking bonus loot at the end. And then like behind you, the kind of like the fog will eventually disappear and then it will come to an end. Looks like it lasts a really long time here.
Here it comes!
Yes, welcome to the depression dimension. It was very good for loot and very good for like speed farming tactics, which made it very popular in Path of Exile 1. The problem is it makes all of your maps grey. So it actually can be a bit depressing over time when you're like, every single map from now on looks like grey. Because you make a strategy that always runs Delirium. So just everything always looks grey. Like you've got all these different map tile sets and then they're all grey. They're all depression dimension. How tanky is this build? Reasonably, especially for a ranged character that has like the ability to move while shooting and has very good crowd control. Big part of our survivability comes from being able to stun things extremely well. The un-ID'd tiers mean that those items will be better on average, so they have a higher chance of being better stats. They probably culls some of the bottom tiers of modifiers away, makes it more likely to roll good modifiers together, things like that. The specifics, I don't know if we know exactly. Delirium precursor tablets, that adds Delirium to the map set. Presumably. Cool. I can't believe it's still going. Is it actually just not run out? You can just keep going as long as you want? I thought it'd be on a timer, but like PoE1, but maybe it's, maybe you can kind of just keep going, eh? It's more like a Delirium orb. It sometimes bugs? You reckon it's bugged? It's very extended, but not infinite? Oh, okay. Definitely, because I'm back at the start of the map now where I activated it, so it should be gone from here. Unless it works a bit differently on like the timer or something. Or I guess if it's bugged. After the first one, it felt like PoE1? Oh, you reckon maybe the first one has like a buff to be a little more forgiving or something? That's interesting. It will set some false expectations, potentially. Oh, no killy, please.
Lather up!
Now completed, Savannah. Nice. Pop you. Another rare monster. A Regal. Alright, let's end it. 2 distilled greed, 2 distilled guilt, and distilled ire. So this is how we do our anoints. So no other loot. I wonder if I can spawn other symbols or if it's just always distilled emotions. I mean, we're gonna want some of those to do some anointing, but probably I imagine we'll trade for the ones we need. Where do you actually do it? Where do you even, like, put them on the amulet? Right, click it to open the instilling weapon. Oh, it's just got a right click. Oh, that's cool. What can I make? Let's find out. This permutation of distilled emotion has no result. Oh. Flashy deflection. Block chance. Nope, that's not what I want. This one. Increased stun recovery. No. What about this one? Attack damage. Hey, that's actually pretty good. I could do that. 25% increased attack damage. Kinda lit. The order matters? Wait, the order matters? Okay. Oh my god. Alright. That's a little wild. That wasn't a thing before, was it? I don't think that was a thing. Area of effect and cooldown recovery? Volatile Catalyst? No, that's my starting node. I already have that. I can't do that one. Combat Alchemy. Chance for flasks you use to not consume charges. So you normally wouldn't do it like this, by the way. I'm just going to anoint something from the ones I collected myself because that's fun. Normally you would go to your nodes. I wonder what happens with that amulet right now. Okay. Ooh, it's still in there. Good. It's gone forever. Normally you would go to a node, so you'd find a node you want. You're like, I really like the look of this one. And you can hold Alt and it shows the emotions you need. So we should be able to pin it and then look. No, I guess I'll just look at the colors. White, green, white. What is beef, Precious? What is beef? Purple, puke, and purple. Nice. Purple, snot, and purple. Combat Alchemy. Let's go. What was the other one that I wanted? I don't know, I already forgot. Heavy ammunition, reduced attack speed, projectile damage, projectile stun build-up. Ooh. Actually kind of spicy with that stun damage. I don't want to lose attack speed though. What did I have? Sharpened claw. That seems good for now. Bam. Allocate sharpened claw. Where even is that? Claw, claw, claw. Sounds like it'd be over here somewhere, but actually have no idea. Sharpened. It's too hard to find one single node. Top left? Oh. Huh. Oh yeah, it's this probably druidic stuff over here. It's a claw. Look at it go. Cool. Well, folks, it's been a pleasure. Thanks very much for hanging out. I'm going to head off for now. I will see you fine folks later, huh? And shout out to MSI for sponsoring the stream, sponsoring me, giving me a sick PC and a sick 4K monitor that I have thoroughly been enjoying my Path of Exile action on. I hope to sign with them in the new year and continue our relationship in the future because I've fallen in love with them. Also, they're super fun and they let me do super goofy sponsored things, like dating my PC, for example. Do I have that video? Let me see if I can find it. Do I have my dating one? Where's my dating video? I don't know if I can see if it's in here. Hello? Ziggy dating? Maybe it's in here. I have a short version of it. Drag and drop. This one. Aww. I love this gif. It makes me giggle every time. It's so beautiful. Thank you, MSI. Thank you, chat. Thanks, GGG, for the drops. Thank you, folks, for getting the drops on my channel. Let me just check my calendar. I'm pretty sure I'll be on tomorrow. Let me have a look. I'm going to try and make a video soon for Trial of Sekhemas stuff. I believe I will be on tomorrow, yes. Yep. we'll be maybe I'll do some Trial of Chaos tomorrow, like start like doing what we did there, see if we can learn anything interesting about it, take some notes on it. It'd be good to expand my Maxroll guide for the Trial of Chaos, give a bit more guidance there for people. It'd be really good. Alrighty, I'll see you later, folks.